gameplay awaiting you to explore. Customize your own gameplay, team up with your friends, and don't forget to share your lobby codes. This time, everyone is a game designer.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonates from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Horology is my craft. Sticky is my name. Hi. Yeah. It's slowing down. Yeah. Hi. Doot. Yeah. First blood. Late? Just slow down the time. Yeah.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
We are doing the Singtel 5G MLBB.
Wait, this one can
Hi, I'm Fossa,
Hi, I'm Chris.
and we are doing the Singtel 5G MLBB Trivia Challenge.
Valentina. I almost say Rubik. Wrong game, wrong game, wrong game.
Valentina.
Valentina.
That one your hero, right? GG.
Valentina.
Valentina.
Your main.
Valentina.
Valentina.
Killing spree, bounty hunter. Oh, name all three. Got bonus points or not? For all three.
I enjoy killing spree.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not too bad, not too bad.
Killing Spree.
High and dry.
What's the other one? Bounty
Bounty
killer. Bounty hunter.
Killing spree, bounty hunter.
Killing spree, high and dry.
High and dry and killing spree. I'm a nerd, yeah. Oh my god, I have no life.
High and dry and killing spree.
Concussive blast.
Tenacity. Oh shit! 2 points. Tenacity and
Concussive blast. Okay. Help me.
I was gonna say the smite one.
Oh,
The
that one.
I cannot
Hard smite
remember.
I think.
Hard smite or something.
Tank Emblem. Concussive Blast and GG
Tenacity.
Tenacity. Yeah. Suddenly forget
Concussive blast and tenacity.
Concussive. The H emblem.
Huh?
I don't know. I don't know what it's called. Oh wait. Brave Smite, is it?
Concussive blast and oh my god, what's the other one? What's the other one called? You stun the no, wait, the other name is easier. The other name is shorter, I think. The other name is like one word. Big boy. I'm a big boy. Oh my god, who uses anything other than concussive blast? Cannot.
Concussion blast. And
I don't
know concussion something. One skill.
I don't know.
Skill.
Sicilian.
Gain mana meh?
Yeah, you get max mana. You don't know
Oh,
meh?
really? I didn't know, sia.
What do you think Sicilian is scaling?
Sicilian.
Oh, heng ah. Wow, bro, this one. Joking a bit.
5G bonus eh.
Gain extra mana. Sicilian.
Sicilian. Hanabi. Hit enemies skill get extra mana.
You need the emblem.
Fanny. Can you repeat the question? Skill on enemy.
Hit the skill on enemy, gain extra mana. Hanzo?
Who ah?
Ling? Oh, I didn't know that.
Really meh?
Sicilian.
When you hit a skill on an enemy.
Ling.
Hit a skill on. Sicilian.
Wow, nice.
Okay, extra mana.
Kupa.
KUPA.
Is it called Kupa?
It's Kupa.
Oh yeah.
Kupa.
KUPA.
Kupa lah. KUPA. Kupa.
KPA.
KUPA, Kupa.
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 Right? Is that a KUPA or
No, K-
KOPA? I have no clue.
Popol. POPOL.
Kupa. KUPA.
Xbox. Implosion.
What the hell is that?
Skip.
Tiga.
This I don't know. Lucky you play Tiger. This I don't know.
bro.
Supreme number one,
bro.
I don't know, bro.
What? Implosion?
我不懂这种奥地名字那个。
Nana.
Tiga.
Tigro.
Oh, you know ah?
Older stuff that I know.
Implosion.
Tiga. Implosion. Who that say?
Explosion. I don't know.
Failure. Implode. Implode.
Skip, I don't know.
Phobias.
I didn't know that.
Phobias. Phobias, man. Take turn. This person one.
Phobias.
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 Blink or charge away. Phobias.
Outdoors.
Okay, what's the question again? Oh, phobias.
Esmeralda.
Try hard.
I play you, I confirm must know.
I actually don't know the name of the spells here. Esmeralda. Well, Esmeralda, man. Don't be scared. You take my hero, I answer.
Falling Star Moon. Rafaela.
Yeah. GG
Esmeralda.
Don't say Chang'e sia. I hear stars.
Esmeralda.
Esmeralda.
Chang'e.
The name of my ulti?
Falling Star Moon.
Nana.
Beatrix, 1-1, Melissa, Granger, YSS.
Leslie, Carrie,
Bruno, Mia, and Claude. Okay. Pass. This one, 随便 just.
Mia, Clean, Brody, Layla.
Leslie, Moskov, Hanabi.
Granger, Roger. I don't know anyone. I thought you were gonna say the full thing. You say 3 only.
Hanabi, Leslie, Mia, Layla, Granger.
Leslie, Mia,
Moskov.
Granger.
Oh my god. YSS. Green farted. Oh my god.
Roger, Insanshin, Granger, Mia, 1-1.
Sprint. Arrival. Vengeance.
Arrival, Sprint, Vengeance. Okay, within 5 seconds. I see the hand, I scared a bit.
Sprint,
Vengeance. Arrival.
Red 3.
Magic Shot. Magic Warship, MPL Rage.
Wait, what? Battle spell?
Oh, Battle Spell.
Red 3, Arrival, Vengeance.
Oh, I thought emblems, yeah.
Pet 3-5. Sprint. Vengeance.
Spin.
Arrival. Blue Retribution.
Blue Retribution.
Chilling Retribution.
Okay.
Arrival. Petrify. Blue.
Spin.
Vengeance. Yeah, Spin also.
Inspire. Wow, who is it?
Inspire.
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 20 out of 21, not bad.
I think we got like
20 out of 21.
I think we got like 37 or something. Don't know. Of course.
I don't know. I mean, they're all nerds, so I don't know. I don't know.
We beat SG.
My gear is the bigger nerd.
Eh, okay, I'm more than 10 eh.
We only got one wrong lah. That one bo pian lah. Morning year and fire don't know what lah.
Wow, that one.
That one
shit,
shit.
that one.
I want to. That one I don't know lah, bro. This one I never been law lah.
Wow, that one quite shit.
Not bad lah, but with all the story and the spell name cannot lah.
Well.
Good.
Full marks.
Maybe quite slow. Maybe
average,
they'll get
average.
more bonuses than us, I guess.
Outstanding.
Hi, this is Adam Mill,
This is Dear.
and we just finished the Singtel 5G MLBB Trivia Challenge.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
time of the year again, where the best Mobile Legends Bang Bang teams from the tropical region of Southeast Asia converge together. The MLBB Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC 2022. Who shall conquer and who shall be conquered? Which team will soar above the clouds and be crowned as the king of Southeast Asia? Like the Zodiacs, a total of 12 teams from the region will compete in 2 stages: the group stage and the playoffs. Each group of 3 teams will fight against each other in a best-of-2 match, where the weakest of each group will be eliminated. That leaves the remaining 8 to continue their paths of glory. To facilitate the epic battles between the giants, the MSC 2022 arena will be held at the City of Contrast and Diversity, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Witness the clash of titans from the supreme MLBB region from June 11th until June 19th. Follow #SupremeAC for more updates. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, where heroes make history.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Hey everyone, DevPow here. In this video, I brought fantastic news. MLBB is releasing a new system, Creation Cam. Without further ado, let's take a look at the system's 4 major features. Today, I'll be recommending a few of my favorite gameplay. Watch carefully and make sure you don't miss a step. 1. Hide and seek. This gameplay allows you to fully experience the thrill of 1 against many. Now that it's hide and seek, we first need to assign the roles of the 2 teams. You can configure the size of each team on the configuration screen. First, I'll set 1 player from Team A as the seeker, and 5 players from Team B as hiders. Next, I'll check the hide minimap avatar option so the 2 teams can't see each other on the minimap. And then I'll adjust the 2 teams' attributes. Since there's only 1 seeker, I'll give them a major boost on damage, defense, and HP, but lower their movement speed. For hiders, I'll increase their cooldown reduction and movement speed, but take a chunk out of their HP. The 5 hiders need to avoid the Seeker's attack, assemble as fast as possible, and eventually take down the Seeker together, before their base is destroyed. Who will be the last one standing? The exceptionally strong Seeker, or the 5 hiders united as one? Go and find out for yourself. 2. Zero cooldown blitz. Now this is something you can't experience in regular matches. With the cooldowns removed, many of the heroes are bound to offer a fantastic experience. The configuration is here. The most important is to set the cooldown reduction and battle spell cooldown reduction to 100%. You can also limit the available heroes and adjust some of the other attributes. I, for one, particularly like to disable basic attacks for a competition of skills only. Spam skills throughout the game and get familiar with each hero during the process. Can this deal get any sweeter? 3. Go, Franco, go! If you like mischief, You must not miss this one. The rule's simple. Hit the opponent with your hook before they hook you. For the configuration, set the available heroes to Franco only and adjust the hook's range. Ooh, caught you again. Think you can run away from me? All right, that's all for today. Be sure to check out the system after it's released. There's so much more fun gameplay awaiting you to explore. Customize your own gameplay, team up with your friends, and don't forget to share your lobby codes. This time, everyone is a game designer.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the art of miracle.
is burning bright. Good again, forever you shall together. 力出して we spin and fight our hearts out. 炎決して絶やさないで。Calling our name, changing the game, setting the chains ablaze.
What's up everyone, it's Lysander back with your MPL SG Season 3 Week 3 Day 1 recap. Zion vs Almighty. The mighty Pandas leapt into action with lethal efficiency in Game 1, securing 3 turtles during laning. This advantage soon shifted into Almighty's jungle, leaving poor Azure X's Hellcat crippled and forced into a semi-tank, which would prove ineffective in holding the line. Almighty defended their base for almost 19 minutes in Game 2, but with Vanix and Supergirl scaling out of control with their early kills, Almighty's defenses eventually cracked under the pressure, giving Zion the series 2-0. Flash vs Evo's SG. Insane series alert! Defending champs Evos came into the series landing blow after blow on Flash, but the Blazers refused to yield and clawed an amazing comeback in game number 1, with Jox flexing his perfect scoreline and Gear's Benedetta running circles around Flash. Sailor and Gear laid the early groundwork for game 3, racking up impressive kill leads against Flash, and even though Adamir did end up wiping the floor with his 1-1, Flash put up 3 incredible base defense. Definitely worth a watch. RSG SG vs SMG SG. Things started well in the first game with Pebble and Ash racking up early kills, but even after taking an inhibitor at the 11-minute mark and putting RSG on the ropes, SMG would go on to make a critical error 2 minutes later and get wiped, allowing RSG to regain foothold and retake the game. We experienced deja vu for the next match, with Too Easy for Angelo tearing open a path for his team early with 5 kills at 7 minutes. But the veteran RSG would go on to out-macro SMG and drag the game out long enough for LY4 to roll in with his pistols to shut out the series. And that is your MPL SG Season 3 Week 3 Day 1 recap.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL Singapore Season 3. It's Day 6, or as we call it, Week 3, Day 2. And I'm Lysander, joined here by Abstract as well as Scrubby Cheeks. And they're going to be your casters today, and we're going to be talking a little bit about the matches today. And, we're almost at the end of the regular season, and, I'm feeling kind of sad.
Well, there's a lot of things that has happened so far. Well, I'm only like in and out for a bit, but Scrubby Cheeks has been here with us for
He's been working OT.
Yeah, I'm working quite a bit of OT. Huh?
Hey, but you get to watch most of the matches, so that's a plus.
Anyone that has kind of impressed you so far, and any team that has disappointed you so far?
Wow, throwing shade right up front of the stream. Yeah, right off the
my
bat.
job, but you know what? You can do it this time. Yeah. Who has impressed you? Who has not? Let's keep it short, but.
Well, I think Evos has always been top of my list, but I think the reason why they have still gone on to impress me is that, they had a roster change, right? So everyone was on the fence, like, okay, can they still pull this off without Potato? And I think so far, they have had a really strong showing. And they are going to play again today, so we'll see if they manage to keep that up as well.
Yeah, fair enough. And of course, brought to you by, of course, Singtel, Moonton, and PvP Esports, MPL Singapore. Has been around for quite a bit, and we have to shout out to these brands for helping keep the whole esports experience alive, right? Singtel 5G unlock ultra-responsive gaming with 2 times lower latency on Singtel 5G, Singapore's most powerful 5G network. Get that edge you need while gaming on the go.
And in the meantime, we also have the PvP Esports logo just flying by.
Yeah.
PvP Esports is, of course, the ultimate regional platform where gaming lives. Of course, we have seen PvP Esports with us for the longest time ever, and they're always backing us up when it comes down to the MPL seasons. And I'm glad to have PvP Esports here with us. So make sure you guys take a look at pvpesports.gg and take a look at their initiatives and, of course, everything that they have done for the community.
A lot more than just tournaments out there.
Yeah, speaking of tournaments though, in this tournament we have a lot of giveaways for the viewers at home as well. So starting with the MPL milestone giveaway, follow MPL Singapore on Facebook as you can see the milestones and you stand to win incredible prizes. And each milestone will get even better rewards. We're aiming for, I think, the tier 4 at this moment at 37k that will release the epic skin chest.
Yesterday we hit special, so 42k, and today, hopefully 47k, if not by day 7 or next week, next Saturday, and hopefully we are able to throw those codes out at you guys and let you guys enjoy the rewards. And of course, remember, as always, if you get a reward, tag us on our social media, tag us on our Instagram story, whatever, and we will reshare them, all right? And also, don't forget to be on the lookout for First Bloods. I think every game, whenever there's a First Blood, there'll be a free code that goes out there on screen. Fastest finger first, of course, so you really got to be on your toes for that. And also, live stream shares. Yesterday, we hit 500 shares, so shout out to us. Or rather, you guys. Thanks to you guys shouting out to us, we can shout out back to you guys.
Yeah, so do the same today again. Be sure to share the stream, and if we unlock the milestones at 200, 300, and 500 shares, each one of those will have a new code for you to claim rewards.
Yes, sir. All right. So, on to today's order of business. You guys are casting both games, Evil Flash, Evil's Almighty. So let's talk about Evil Flash first. Oh wait, no. Let's talk about Evil's Almighty first. Then we'll bounce back to the first. So just a real quick, because I won't be here to chat with you guys about that. I just want to know your thoughts on Evil's Almighty. Almighty do not look the same, right? They do not feel the same compared to last season. Any chance we see something different? I mean, right now the consensus is 2-0 Evils, but anything to speak in the opposite direction, I guess. I don't know what I'm saying here, but yeah, you get what I mean.
Okay, so I guess the thing about Almighty, right, is that they are currently at the bottom of the leaderboard. Currently standing with 1 win and 3 loss. They are definitely slightly below of SMG because I believe the SMG managed to draw 1 point away from one of the teams, whereby they got 2-4, while Almighty got 1-to somewhere.
5
there. 1-5. So they are really unfortunate and they're fighting against Evos this time. Many people will think that, maybe there will be at a point in time whereby Evos will finally meet their kryptonite. I don't think that Almighty would be that kryptonite, unfortunately. They are definitely a different team from the previous seasons. They were highly favored in the previous seasons because of their meta shift. It worked really well for them because of their wide hero pools. And when it comes down to this season though, everyone has had a chance to learn about the tank meta. They really know what they want to come in with. Xavier is new. Some teams are already picking that up, but I don't think that is going to be that big of a deal because the overall consensus is just tank meta. Tank in the jungle, tank in the roam, they make such a big difference in the game, and Almighty is no longer the team that only pilots that. People knows how to counter that with Xbox jungle, perhaps even Valir roam. These kind of stuffs are coming in.
Well, I think speaking of the standings, I think if everyone a better look at it, we can just take a look at the standings ourselves and see how well the teams have been doing after day 5 of the competition. So these are the standings as of yesterday, or rather this morning, and we have RSG. My bad. All right, we have RSG right at the top.
Sitting right at the top, RSG with 4-1. Win-lose while Lysander takes a drink of water to clear that throat. I think yesterday Zion sat at the top just for a little while, but then the RSG game came in to put that in. Of course, they played a different number of games, so hence its current standings as well. But you can see that overall in the upper brackets, I think the 3 teams have kind of already secured their places there.
All right, I'm alive, guys. I drank some water. All right. So as we were talking about, Almighty 2-6. They are
2-6.
Right at the bottom there. They are 1-3 win-loss ratio, not looking too good. So they'll be going for 5th place because 5th place this season will have that bye, right? That's kind of like the contingency plan. Right now, they need to secure at least a map or 2 points from Evos. And I think they will have another match next week where they will also need to 2-0 this to at least go for 5th place. I think what's most shocking about it is one of our competitors today, which is Evil. Evil's sitting at top 4 right now. They're 2-0 over Evos. Really shifted the whole balance of power.
Yeah, I think that this makes a pretty good segue for us to talk about Evil versus Flash that's coming
exactly.
up here, right? Right, so for Evil, right, they are in the middle of the bracket because of their win against Evos. And Evos, in that game, Evos weren't the Evos that we've seen before. We actually thought that Evos may actually have a problem. I even coined the fact that Evos may actually end up being the Todak of Singapore, whereby without Chiku, they are nothing. And in this case, without Potato, they're nothing. I was completely wrong.
Nothing's a little harsh.
That was a little harsh, yes, because they proved themselves otherwise. And I would say that the main playmaker here, and it really managed to solidify my theory, is because of the fact that JPL is still in the lineup. JPL, the roamer, the one that really makes the plays, opens up space in order for their jungle to farm. And of course, to spiral out of control. It was Potato, now it's Jogs. It really depends on JPL. And in the game against Evil, they didn't have JPL. They lost, well, technically speaking, horribly, for lack of better words.
I would say yes, Evos, they went a little easy not running JPL, but I think Gear, Adamir are still really, and Sailor, very solid powerhouses
Still, yes.
out there. And Evil, I think big props to Powerful and Salmon. I think Salmon is, I'm just gonna say, Salmon is one of the best mages in this tournament. I think he lifts the entire team on his back. I've not seen a mage have that much impact in an entire team. I think Pebble comes close as well. I think Pebble does.
Sailor?
No.
Sailor?
I mean, Sailor's been, I would say Sailor's been outshadowed by most of Evos. I would say this season, Gear has been really popping off. Adamir has been popping off for Evos. So Sailor kind of doesn't get to shine as much. But Pebble, you can clearly see that he carries SMG a lot. He and Angelo carry SMG a lot. And what's his name? Salmon is also a big factor why the Evil come back in a lot of their games. And Flash, if they're going to be playing against Evil here, I hope they find some way to mark him down. They might even ban a couple of his heroes because he has a lot of heroes that he can play. We're talking about the basic, your artillery mages. You have your Fasa, your Eves, your Xaviers now. And he also has a Luo Yi in his back pocket that destroyed Evos in Game 2, if you remember that one. So I think Flash has got a lot to work with.
A lot, yeah. I personally think that Flash have got something to say, or rather they gotta have to redeem.
Yeah, we'll see that in the upcoming game. I mean, Evil up against Flash. But before we jump into the games, let's take a look at the player profiles.
We find out what's the problem, like our drafting and our players. We bring the players that are not ready to the qualifier last year.
When we joined the qualifiers, we actually saw the list of people playing. So we actually saw some familiar faces which we know are really strong, but that didn't stop us from trying to qualify.
I found Carrot on public. When we just playing solo duo, then I met him. Then I find that he have potential. So I added him and we just work together from there. And for Coconut, he's my cousin. So me and him started off playing together, then created Evil.
Carrot was Singapore #1 Kadita. I actually add him because, I want to learn how to play Kadita better or what not. And he actually introduced me to Powerful.
He have a good teamwork with us. Like the play style he does, go very well with us.
My team, very family-like. We are all like brothers. Also very hardworking. Most of them are students, but they do set aside time to train for MPL qualifiers and whatnot. So I actually appreciate their effort.
I just hope that we can get through top 6. That's all we are targeting.
I think our energy is very low because everybody is way too old already. The average age is around 24, 25, And there's 2 dads on the team, so we're all kind of old.
My team's energy actually quite low because all of them very old then all cannot be bothered. So positive is we don't have any conflicts because we all cannot be bothered. Negative is they all very old and all slow hand, slow reaction.
The 2 dads are KZP and APeach. I think that if, let's say, the babies come on the ground, then it might be a little bit noisy, then they will distract us, then we won't perform as well. You should watch out for A Peach the most. Because last time he used to be a Pokemon, but now he's a Peach. In ML, right, when you call somebody Pokemon at the time, right, it means actually the person is very like a Pokemon like that, like just come out of Pokeball. Yeah, but now he become a Peach already, which is stronger than a Pokemon.
I think we should watch out for Aeon because he every game will feed go 0 and 10.
I think the difference between the teams is the average age is very young. On this team, everybody is like above 20 years old, so it's a lot older. We are a lot more mature, but the energy is definitely much lower, I guess.
All right, so Evil versus Flash, we got almost 2 minutes before the draft begins. I think just to wrap things up, I think we already spoken about how, Evil, they've got a lot of proof. I think Flash as well are going to be it's going to be pretty necessary for them to win this game because if you notice the scoreline, they were like 4th and 5th. So winning here would guarantee the head-to-head. So even if there was ties down the road, they will move up into the upper bracket. I think that's something. And now we look at the player lineup, and I don't think we see anything out of the ordinary.
Yep, so Aeon on the mid, the regular draft that we have seen. Like you said, this is Evil's game to win. If they want to stay in the upper bracket, they have to be able to take this one.
Yep, a dub here will mean upper bracket for the newcomers, and that is huge for just a fresh face lineup.
I really have no idea how this game is going to be like for both Evil as well as Team Flash. I've talked about before when it comes down to Flash is that it's kind of unfortunate because after finishing the first half of the season, I believe that a lot of us actually have quite a lot of expectations of Flash. And even they themselves have coined themselves as the old team. So maybe the age has kind of caught up to them. Yeah. This all-star team isn't really doing as well as the fact that we thought that they would be able to.
I mean, the stats right now, I think if you look at, I think you go to head-to-head with the majors, we have Salmon versus Aeon. I think they're pretty good. I think Aeon's a pretty decent mage as well. And Aeon also comes with that draft experience, being able to draft. And now looking at these head-to-head stats, we have average more kills there for Flash. And I think a lot of these kills, a lot of it attributed to Reminiscent. I think he is going to be the biggest danger here for Evil because the way Reminiscent plays his Hayabusa, his Lings are mage killers. And like we talked about, if he's killing off your best player, you're going to have a problem. So definitely Evil want to watch out for those. I think for Flash, they watch out for Salmon, and for Evil, watch out for Reminiscent. Ban out his picks. I would say definitely take out Ling. I think Ling is very problematic for a lot of mages. Now we get a head-to-head with Coconut and A Peach. Thoughts on this?
I don't really quite have much things to say regarding Coconut versus A Peach. They all have done pretty well for themselves, I would say, individually. But when it comes down to really performing as a team, it takes some time for them to eventually come up online and, of course, show what they are really capable of. They really play by themselves, and that's kind of what a gold laner really do. Stay in your lane, play safe, allow the team to just kind of go ham just so that you can pop off in the later stages of the game.
All right, it looks like we are going to have the draft going to be starting soon, so I'm going to be passing time over to you guys, casters. Go break it down, go nerd out over this series. I cannot wait to see how this one turns out. I'm rooting for my boys Evil, but I think it's going to go 2-1, so best of luck, casters. This is the draft for Game 1 between Evil versus Flash.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us just jump right into Game 1 between Team Flash versus Evil. And right off the bat, we are experiencing, of course, looking at Xavier being banned. If you guys have seen the trailer, not really trailer, but more of like the music video for MPL Season 3, you can see that Fizzy has been very aggressive when it comes down to banning Xavier to the point that you will want to punch and just ban Xavier.
Drafting 101 to just take out, if you had 3 bans on Xavier, use them all on Xavier. But I think this ban on Xavier is particularly targeted as well at Evil because we have seen Salmon use this Xavier to extremely high effectiveness. So taking out that option from Evil, I think, is also important. But Evil responding equally with a ban on Valentina and Ling. So Reminiscent, like we said, right, also really effective on the Ling. He knows exactly who to target in your backlines. You can be sure that he's going to go for Salmon and Powerful.
Well, at this point in time, I'm going to be expecting to see some bans when it comes down to Baxia and perhaps even the Hylos. There are still quite a lot of heroes that can be banned. It really depends on who they are really aiming and targeting at this point in time. Both Flash as well as Evil, they are more of focusing the meta bans as well as the heroes that they don't really want to deal with. Not exactly targeting a single player on the opposite end, whereby you just maybe don't want to see this person picking it up. Like, it doesn't seem as though like Flash is afraid of Salmon picking up Xavier, but they are just afraid of Xavier for the fact that he is Xavier.
Yeah, I mean, it's both a meta pick as well as a rather comfort. Evil, I don't know if they want to ban out the Hilda because of KZP.
No.
Yesterday, he just played insane on that Hilda, but it looks like it's going to be the Marsha instead.
Not a fan of the ban on Masha, to be honest. There could be a lot more opportunities that they can actually go around with. With KCP picking up the Hilda right off the bat, they are going to work with a very aggressive in the early game. They would want to focus more onto the side of damage instead of really disturbing the enemy's jungles. Because when it comes down to disturbing jungles, we have seen quite a lot of heroes that's able to successfully do that. And a hero that can do single target damage to deal damage, or perhaps anyone like Franco to kind of hook the buff away, Tigreal to kind of push the buff away. So Flash, at this point in time, we kind of have a very decent idea what they're going for, while Evil, they have picked up the Dyrov as well as the Karina. Dyrov has been surfacing in the games a lot more often because of his pure aggressiveness in terms of damage. He deals with the tanks early into the game pretty nicely, not gonna lie. While Karina, being the assassin that builds tank, well, he's kind of like the odd one out within the realms of assassins that can actually build tank.
Yeah, but I think Powerful is also quite able to play that Karina. When you mentioned the Dyrov pick, I think that's especially important here in the hands of J-Sis. He has played that before, so he's rather comfortable with that. But importantly, with KCP on the Hilda, you know for sure he's going to be super aggressive, super invasive. So you want at least your EXP laner to be able to hold his fort.
Well, Evil, they still gotta have to watch out for the other picks that they gotta have to work for. We have got the Karina that at this point in time would be playing as the position 1 in the early stages of the game as a jungler. And of course, JS, or rather the Dyrov will be playing onto the EXP lane. The roam is what we should be looking out for. They may not immediately jump in and pick up their roamer just yet. They could leave it for the 4th pick or perhaps even the last pick, because the roamers now play a very vital role. Team Flash have yet to show all of their cards just yet, with Alpha V9 picking up a roam. Oh wait, it's not really a roam Cho anymore.
No, it's a Hilda roam, so it's probably going to be an EXP Cho Alpha V9 on
that in a long time actually. Have you actually seen an EXP Cho, a tank EXP Cho in the EXP lane for the past few weeks rather? I don't remember.
It's not one of the hotter picks. I don't think it's one of the hotter picks, yeah. But, you know, it could be a comfort pick for Alpha V9. And I think Cho being to right now they're picking Eve into the Cho as well. So that's quite risky, because if you can use the Cho to isolate the Eve and cut off the ultimate, that's not going to be good for Salmon.
There is not a lot of tankiness from the side of Evil just yet. They haven't really shown us the main gist of the game. There's none of the gold laners has appeared just yet. Team Flash have already decided who they would want to have for position 5. When it comes down to position 4, Aeon has already picked up his Sicilian. So Team Flash still a nada onto the carry, or rather the position 1. Thus, Evil will have an idea. They would want to go straight in for a ban onto a Hayabusa. They can still go for a ban onto Baxia, because at this point in time, I believe that Team Flash would still want to pick that out. Because usually when you pick up a Hilda, you would want to go for a tank jungle as well. Like a Hylos, like even a... I don't think that they're going to go X-Bomb this game, because Evil hasn't really quite shown their class just yet. Evil would be the one that reacts based on Team Flash's win condition.
That being said though, I think they also need a good game plan, because Team Flash has Aeon on the Sicilian, and he plays out of his mind on that Sicilian. We've seen that in a game before. So Evil, they need to play a really good and strong early game here if they want to aim to close out the game by the mid game. And I think taking that Hayabusa and Lancelot away from Flash's pool of heroes is a really good option.
To be honest, when I start to think about Team Evil's lineup, having a Karina being drafted against the opponent's Hilda may not be that bad of an idea, considering the fact that Karina is one of the only assassins that's able to evade from physical damages. Hilda being Hilda, you would want to deal as much as damage as possible onto the opponent's jungle. This way, you will be able to stop the opponent's farm by an exponential amount if you manage to bring them to a critical state. Because that's kind of like the point of a roamer. You deal enough damage to slow them in farm, or you disturb them in the jungle to slow them in farm. In this case, for Team Flash, you will want to deal enough damage. But with Karina in the role for Evil, I think that Team Flash's Sicilian, they really need him to start moving around a lot more, or perhaps pick up some other heroes that is able and capable of dealing more magical damage or more CCs. And that is where Evil can actually pop right in, because their roamer has yet to be decided. If Team Flash have got too much CCs on their end with the Sanguine Claws, and let's not forget about Chose being a CC-reliant hero, DG can be really good for Evil.
We have seen the Diggy yesterday as well, but that was a direct counter to Atlas. Evil gonna opt for the Baxia here, so looks like it will be a Baxia roll.
Baxia,
yeah.
It
Baxia roll.
could be a yeah, it's very likely a Baxia roll.
Yeah, so Evil still has their marksman to pick up.
Why Baxia roll? I'm trying to understand why.
If they're going for a really early game here, Baxia has the ability to set up the initiation and help with the ganks on the side lanes as well. So I think that's especially important for Evil to be able to gain traction in the early parts. Flash gonna go ahead to pick up the Harith as well as the Paquito.
Harith and Paquito, this is something very different from the side of Team Flash. They're not at all going to go for any form of late game. They're not going for any tank matchup that we are looking out for. However, I do like the Harith pick here. This, a Peach, just came out with the Harith. This directly counters against the opponent's Karina, because the problem about Karina is that physical damage just does not deal well with her, and that is why assassins in the jungle is having so much difficulty. And in this case, we do have a Paquito, yes. So with the knockout punch, there is CCs in there to lock down on the Karina, so that is looking good. And the Harith with the magical damage, you are able to deal with the Karina. So these two conditions that I had stated out for Team Flash, they managed to pull it off. However, not exactly the way that I was expecting. In this case, I do really like Team Flash's lineup. They understood what kind of problem may arise from Evil's lineup, with the magical damage output onto the Karina to stop him from going all ham, with the CC-reliant composition coming in from their Cho, their Sicilian, as well as Paquito. And all in all, Team Flash, they may have this in the bag.
So going for Team Flash here, we're gonna see this lineup, Flash up against Evil again. This game is gonna set the pace. Evil needs to take this game, but at the same time, although we've said that Flash hasn't been performing, yesterday they gave us a strong, great showing. So if they repeat that once again, Evil's really gonna be up against a strong, experienced opponent. We're gonna hop into the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. This is game 1 of today. Team Evil versus Team Flash.
Let's take a look at their laning composition, and after all, looking at the gold lane, we pretty much expect the expected, I would say. With a Harith fighting against a Clint down in the bottom lane, KZP, the roamer of Team Flash, have decided to make his way into the opponent's jungle and, of course, doing what I expect he would be doing, dealing damage onto the junglers slash the roamer to slow their farm down just by a little bit, because that ultimately is going to be the role of KCP. Bring Powerful's HP down to an all-time low so that he will not be able to jump from camps to camps effectively. However, Karina being able to get a couple of that physical damage reduction, or rather immunity from physical damage, I don't think that KCP would have that good of a time disturbing them.
Yeah, well, he's still gonna press on anyways. Yep. And KCP, we've seen that he's extremely good at that. Gonna be caught out a little bit here, stunned in the bushes, but he's gonna be A-okay. After all, a Hilda in the bushes is pretty much a full HP Hilda.
Yep. You pretty much will be able to keep up online all the time. At this point in time, even Powerful, he's been farming a lot faster than the opponent's Paquito, and this is expected. Powerful even made a stance to go into the opponent's jungle to try to wipe out more camps all by himself in order to skill himself a little bit later into the game, and this is starting to look really good. At Reminiscent, they're just going to go straight in. However, Salmon, first person down.
Last hit by KCP to secure that kill onto Salmon. I think he overstepped a little bit in that river, but that's not good because he will need to. He will be a key component in Evil's lineup of damage. Jace is on the top side, having to flicker out early just to get away from that gank from Team Flash.
Well, with currently 2 minutes into the game, the turtle has finally been spawned, with Evil and Team Flash both pretty much neck and neck, with Team Flash with a slight little lead because of their first blood right down onto Salmon. Salmon didn't really quite pick up a really good Eve, in my fellow opinion. I don't think that this Eve is going to make that big of a deal, to be very honest, but with the real world manipulation popping right out, that is going to give a short little stun onto KCP, but that's not going to stop him at all. One person down onto the side of Evil, and that is going to be coming in the fact of Dyrov and Team Flash. They knew exactly what they want to do. They are swarming over Evil, and I don't think that they're going to be stopping this kind of aggression.
Yeah, Evil, I think they were late to the party there to the turtle, but Jace still tried to force the fight by going right in the middle of Team Flash, and he had to sacrifice himself for that decision. Like you said, Salmon hasn't been quite effective, and I think that's credits to KCP. He has been so hard on zoning him out from every single fight, and that even gives Aeon the space to just step up and use the Sanguine Claws, and even more so, Salmon is put out of every fight.
KCP is pretty much the one that has been controlling the game pretty effectively. He knew how to split the fight into two, and he even managed to force Salmon to pop off the real world manipulation. Because when it comes down to all of that, as long as you're able to make Salmon waste his real world manipulation and not use it in the main gist of the fight, you have pretty much won the fight. Because when it comes down to ultimate economy, you need to one-up your opponents, and in the end of the day, when it comes down to Mobile Legends Bang Bang, dealing in a team fight, it's about who can deal the most amount of damage and kill the opponents. Actually, you don't even have to kill the opponents. As long as you're able to deal good enough damage, you already force the opponents to play a little bit more hesitant.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, you zone Salmon out of the fight. That's already one thing. Forcing him to use the real world manipulation is another. He doesn't have to use it because he's already out of position. But the moment he lays that down, it's one huge ultimate gone in favor of Team Flash, and now Salmon again the one being targeted. Batsby's caught but just out of range. Oh no, he walks back in because of the stun and will be taken out. KCP in some trouble, chased down by Powerful. One more hit will secure the kill, and he does it.
It's a 1-for-1 trade. I would say that a KCP for a Salmon trade does look pretty darn good. They are willing to go for any form of trade when it comes down to value. KCP have readily accepted his death, but he did manage to get himself into the bushes and was hoping that he'll be able to work on something right here. Reminiscent went straight into the opponent's jungle trying to steal off the purple buff. Didn't quite work out for him, and to rub salt into wound, he went down to Powerful with currently 2 kills to his name. 4 minutes and 47 seconds into the game and 10 seconds left until the shield of the turret goes down, and AP deals enough damage to get Carrot down.
Carrot down as well. Team Flash trying to get the momentum up for them, and that's not good for Evil because we talked about how they are the ones who want to be dominating the early game. They have Jace on the Derov. They also have Powerful on the Karina. At this rate, they're not going to be able, even with Coconut, with that little bit of damage, it's not going to be enough to scale, especially up against Aeon and AP.
The thing is, when it comes down to Carrot picking up the Boxer, he's just not looking good, but hold on a second, as KCP is going to be immediately going down because of Evil's very powerful amount of damage onto their side. As long as they're able to single one person out, they'll be pretty much A-okay.
Yeah, unfortunate death by KCP over there, and I think that created space for Evil to take that turtle. So just as we said, Evil wasn't getting that momentum they need. They at least get this small consolation prize for themselves on the bottom side, though. Evil looking to gank onto AP. The stun comes in by the shield. Unity pops his arm and falls to get away, but here is KCP again laying down the punches onto Carrot. The team of Evil is here for the backup, though. KCP takes too much damage, has to back away from Salmon, but they find him in the backline and he gets blown up immediately by Reminiscent. They're chasing down Carrot now. The Batsby being buffed. Sanguine Cross hits the mark and he is taken down.
This is really unfortunate coming from the side of Evil. They know that they gotta have to fall back as much as possible because they have made a terrible mistake of fighting Team Flash in that current situation. Due to the fact that they have decided to put most of their firepower onto the side of KZP, they have even popped the real world manipulation to make sure that KZP doesn't run away. But we are talking about a Hilda here. Hilda can run away pretty darn effectively. And if she does run away, then all of your resources onto KZP is pretty much down and is pretty much gone. Evil spent too much time and effort on KZP. They let him slip away, and that made Evil split themselves into two because they're trying to catch up to KZP, right? Thus, Salmon was left behind during the team fight, allowing him to be an easy pick-off for Reminiscent. Evil, they really need to watch out for who they would want to target, and they would really need to group themselves up even further, especially since Carrot, as a Baxia, can't really open up the map as well. They can't really give themselves that big amount of space.
Yeah, and in some sense, they are a bit of a one-trick pony. The moment that real-world manipulation is down, you lose a lot of that zoning potential. So Evil needs to be careful where they lay down this critical ultimate. Right now, both teams are on the bottom side, contesting for this turtle about to spawn. KZP providing some vision for the team.
Well, you can pretty much see that Team Flash only have a 500 gold on top of Evil. But what you do not see is the fact that they, as a composition, is pretty much teetering on the breaking point. At this point in time, anything could go wrong, and this fight may be the one.
Oh, Reminiscent caught up, and he is blown up by Powerful here. They continue the onslaught, trying to get there, but Aeon hits back, able to take down Carrot in that fight. AP manages to get away. They're trying to fight still. KZP, look at him going. Still sacrifices himself for the team.
Rather impressed with the fight coming from Evil. That wasn't a breaking point for them. They are, yes, still going, the game is kind of still going either way, right? Within the narrowest margin. But Evil, I still believe that they would go down in the later stages of the game. It really just boils down to the amount of space that they are able to get. But as we break down this fight, this really goes in very well due to the fact that Team Evil, they managed to concentrate a lot of their forces into the front lines. Salmon had got a free reign when it comes down to the real world manipulation. And at this point in time, KZP knew that he gotta have to do something for his team. He overestimated his damage just by a little bit by forcing himself onto 3-person. There may be two different points of view that he's looking out for. Number one, make more space so that his team could run away. Or number two, actually trying to go for the kill due to the fact that him being a Hilda could deal some decent amount of damage. But it didn't quite work out that way if it's the latter.
Oh, Alpha V9. Oh no, it's Carrot being knocked up, and the Backseat is already popped to deal the damage. Knock up onto Powerful. He's able to escape so far, and Salmon has already used the ultimate. And again, Evil has run out of ammunition. That being said, though, they are a 4v5 in this fight. All this time, Jace's was below, just split pushing the map.
And now JS brings the turret all the way down to roughly about 20%. He's pretty happy with what he has done so far, but Evil currently with a 2,000 lead. Definitely not something that was expecting. Team Flash, what exactly is happening to them? That is the biggest question. KZP has opened up the early parts of the game so well, but when it comes down to the mid stages of the game, it kind of seems like they have went down in damage. Reminiscent hasn't really been doing as well as we were hoping for, but with the Harif available here, it is all about that 15 minutes game.
Yeah, I think Reminiscent earlier on committed a little bit too much in one of the previous fights onto Salmon. So not doing too well, but again, Salmon, look at them just going on and on. It's like Salmon has a target on his head for Team Flash to lock onto. And it's a really tough game for him. Evil, yes, even though they have the gold lead now, is not enough, because if you look at, the composition of Team Flash, the moment Aeon gets that scaling, A-Peach is online, it's gonna be an uphill battle for Evil.
Evil is forcing out the Lord as much as they can. This may go out really badly for them. I'm not too sure whether that is going to be the case as A-Peach starts off with the summon force.
Carrot being knocked up here, and all the damage is pouring onto him. He's gonna get put in a coffin and sent back. And now Team Flash, they're trying to take this Lord here, but Powerful, he's the one that's staying on the objective. Are they gonna get it? Alpha V9 gets the knockup onto Coconut, and he is taken out of the fight as well. The Lord is gonna go to actually Evil, stealing away that objective amidst all this fighting.
And Salmon with just a sliver of health, A-Peach was hoping that he'll be able to do much. Surprisingly, he still had the summon force. It went for a one entire cycle, popping it off time and time again. Reminiscent catches up right on the JS as he was trying to go for a race with one another. Powerful though, not quite out of the game just yet. Carrot, he was down, but he is not out as he rolled right back into the fight. Brings Alpha V9 right down, and Reminiscent found a small little opening to help him slip right through between of the gaps.
Messy fights going on there, and Evil, even though they got the Lord stolen, at what cost? They had a lot of their folks just taken down because of that. But the respawn timers are still pretty short at this moment, so they can siege a little bit of this mid-tier 1 turret.
The side of Evil is still relatively tanky. We still have to watch out for that because Powerful, he is popping. Oh, look at that damage coming from Aeon as well. Now, Carrot, he finds himself in a low amount of health. There's no way that they will be able to push out this opportunity as far as they would want to because their space opener is so low in HP.
Oh, Coconut already taken out. Half of the fight has to flicker away. KZP is on the chase. Will he be able to get it? Yes, he will. Not much he needs to be able to take him down. He sacrifices himself, but that's okay. He got the carry.
Very, very worth it. And the legendary went over to the hands of Powerful. 8 kills in a row with no death at all. Definitely not something that I was expecting. He's literally on a mission like a man possessed. And he's just not stopping. With a total of 9.5 thousand gold to his name. And the rest of the team, well, it's only Coconut at 8,500 gold. So there is quite some gap in between of Powerful and the rest of the team. While for the side of Team Flash, they are suffering a bit, with A-Peach reaching only 8,500, which is neck and neck with Coconut. No one else has reached the stage whereby they are able to keep up with Powerful. As such, Reminiscent, he must be really disappointed.
Yeah, I think Reminiscent maybe hasn't been able to keep up, but if we look at the deaths on Team Flash's side, most of these have been on KZP, and that's okay. You don't need KZP. I mean, he can die, right? He can sacrifice himself for the team.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, Coconut, the one that you want the kills on for the late game, doesn't have it yet. So even though the farm is on Powerful, how is that going to translate to Evil's game plan?
It is all about the late game skill for Evil. We gotta have to, late game skill for Team Flash, my bad. Team Flash, they are the one that would really want to hold it out as long as they can. And this is 13 minutes in. With KCP going down right now, it's not going to make that big of a deal because Team Flash, they do have a lineup that can actually bring down Creep Wave pretty effectively unless the Luminous Lord comes in as a problem. Because do note that Team Flash, they don't necessarily have got a marksman that works for them. A-Peach as the Harif performs only better in team fights and not directly contesting for the Lord.
Yeah, and they can't. I mean, KCP's death was very untimely. Now Evil, they have a free pass and a shot at this Lord. It's up to Reminiscent whether he can steal this. The objective, he does have the advantage, but they're chasing Evil in the back line away from this Lord already. Alpha V9 just doing so much to zone him away. Jace manages to get him, but it's still going to be Powerful, ending up with this Lord, and they come down hard onto Team Flash. They're chasing down Reminiscent. The shield's not going to be enough to keep him alive for now.
The crowd control ability from the start of Team Flash didn't really quite make its mark onto the Powerful, because as a Karina, somehow you'll be able to evade and all of that. Not going to be that big of a deal. Evil has actually managed to get themselves the second Lord in a row, and to make matters worse, this is a Luminous Lord that's marching up in the top lane, making sure that he'll be able to race down the lanes and bring down the inhibitor turret. It's gonna be tough for Team Flash to carry this on. Like I said, no marksman. It is gonna be another tower if the Lord eventually moves in. Evil will want to make full use of this chance to push in with a trifecta in top, middle, and bottom in order to overpower Team Flash. And I am just a little bit sad with the fact that Team Flash is just not working the way that I wanted them to.
They have synced up the waves perfectly on Evil's side. The inhibitor is going to go quickly down already at half HP, and they siege with the real world manipulation. KZP, he gets decapitated. Reminiscent trying to make his way out and escape path, but it's going to be Powerful on the hunt, dealing all the damage, takes out Alpha V9 as well. And now Evil, they're pressing in right to the core, immediately going for the objective, and they close out game one in a really convincing fashion.
Victory!
Ooh, Team Flash losing themselves the first game in to Team Evil. Now that is definitely unfortunate, I would say. I really thought the Team Flash have got their game plan in mind. They do have the counters for against the Karina. They knew what they wanted to do, but in the end of the day, it kind of seems like their execution was just forward lacking. They have the Hilda that was able to create quite a lot of space. And in fact, for the side of Team Evil, they reacted by having the Baxia actually babysitting Karina. Not something that we see all the time, because usually when it comes down to roamers, they are out to disturb the opponent's jungle. But Team Evil, they have something a little bit different. They have a babysitter instead. It kind of worked pretty well, I gotta have to say. Karina managed to clear off the jungles a lot faster than Paquito, and that is probably one of the reasons why Karina is able to make his way into the game and into the fight a lot earlier than Paquito.
Yeah, and you raised up Powerful a few times, right? Like, yes, even though a lot of people take Karina into the later game as a hybrid tank, they didn't need that. With Powerful with 8 kills on that Karina, they just used him as the core damage dealer. Coconut was kind of like, just they didn't need him that much in the fight to do the damage or wait for him to come online. And now we can see the match highlights and the key fights that went on in that game.
Well, this is one of the fights that we have been looking for 8 minutes into the game, and this is where Salmon manages to pop off the real world manipulation uninterrupted. And Evil took advantage of that and just went all ham. They were pretty much conducting a medley of death at that point in time, and with no one stopping them, it is pretty much a race against time. They made the full use of the Luminous Lord and just pushed right in 13 minutes into the game, or perhaps maybe 15 minutes, I'm not too sure about that. But it worked well for Evil, getting themselves the first game point against Team Flash. It is just about the second game that would make a big deal. Is Evil gonna give 1 point over to Team Flash, or would they want to be able to dominate Team Flash all over?
Evil, I mean, they played a spectacular game, and you can see Powerful on that. I think he was probably the MVP in this match, or at least for me. We'll see that later as well, but I think looking at the item builds here, anything that stands out for you so far?
Not exactly, I would say. Everyone pretty much have the same, have the item build that I am just suspecting. Reminiscence, Paquito actually went over for the Hunter Strike first because he do want to have an enhanced movement speed and just match up to Powerful's Karina. Karina does have a lot better innate mobility across the map, and I would say that with a Hunter Strike, it helps on that point in time. While for A-Peach, he picked up himself the Calamity Reaper, he went for the Holy Crystal, the Feather of Heaven, as well as the Concentrated Energy. Nothing too out of the ordinary, I would say. He's even reached his power spike, but in the end of the day, they just could not stand their ground because of the fact that Evil, when it comes down to team fight, they just know what they want.
I think in that last team fight as well, it was really unfortunate that KZP died early. The fact that he was gone from that fight forced Alpha V9 on the Troll to try and play that pseudo tank role by zoning out the members, even though he was supposed to do flanking, find a position to flank instead. And because of that, basically they were outnumbered and they couldn't get the fight they want, allowing Evil to just run over them as well.
I think I kind of glossed over the fact that I kind of glossed over Paquito's emblem. Actually, I didn't really quite get to see if whether he went for the Demon Slayer or he actually went for Killing Spree. Because when you're playing as a Paquito, Killing Spree is relatively important because you are the one to keep up with the movement speed from Karina. You'll want to be able to bounce from a fight to another, a kill from another. So understandably, when you play as a Paquito, you would usually want to put yourself on Killing Spree. However, when it comes down to this meta, the Demon Slayer talent is just a little bit way too good. Or rather, it does have an edge over team fight capabilities. So when Evil picked up the Karina with the Demon Slayer talent, they will end up with a team that does relatively well in terms of team fight opportunities, and that is going to be Yves. Something that I did not expect. I thought that Yves would be zoned out of this world. I thought that the amount of CCs apparent from the side of Team Flash would make it super hard because we have Knockout Punch, Sanguine Claws, Jit Kundo, and perhaps even the Way of the Dragon. That would make things tough for Yves, provided if Team Flash is able to jump into the backlines. It was apparent in the early stages, but when it comes down to the later stages, when Yves has picked up the Ice Queen's wand, the game completely changed. And I would say that Salmon, yes, there is a certain impact in that, stopping KCP right in his shoes for quite some time. And that is also the reason why Team Flash actually had a lot of wasted time.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the post-match statistics, see how much damage, each of these teams were able to output. You can see that, on the Eve, it was a little bit stunted, I think, because the entire Team Flash was super focused on him. On the other side, again, Aeon, 90k damage, just playing out of his mind. Unfortunately, was not able to close that match for them.
I mean, I did talk about the Tank Cho onto the side lane. Not a lot of teams eventually go for Tank Cho anymore. I'm not exactly a big fan of Tank Cho, and it's just technically having a tough difficulty when it comes down to winning in the lanes, especially when it comes down to dealing with a Dairoth. He doesn't have much things to do when it comes down to dealing damage. In fact, he's not supposed to do damage. He's really just there for the utility.
Looking at the Forgotten One here, it's actually 7 on the Eve, getting 11 total assists. So I think he was more of a forced to play a support role with his ultimate as utility rather than as a core damage dealer for the mage. Well, we'll probably see the MVP up in a few moments. Who do you think was the MVP for this match?
Well,
here we go. Yeah.
I think he's gonna be powerful.
Oh, what foresight!
He's the one that managed to get himself the legendary.
Yeah.
He's the one that has enabled the fans and the viewers out there to unlock something. If you guys manage to keep up with the stream and you manage to keep up with the exact moment that Powerful received his legendary spree, that is the point in time when you can actually whip up your phone and scan the QR code for something special. But if you missed that, it's okay. We can take a look at it another day or maybe later.
Yeah, I mean, there's still more games going on today. This is just the first match of the day. So really congrats to Evil. Like we said, they are the Titan or Giant Slayers, and they did take a game from EVOS. Not their full or core lineup in the team, but still taking that off was a feat, and they're repeating it again, this time with Team Flash of A-star experienced players.
I'm just really sad that Team Flash lost the first game. I mean,
see, like, he's so dejected right now. It's just like his whole spirit's like, oh man, my predictions went to the drain.
Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, my prediction was like 2-1 for in favor for Flash.
Yeah.
Because yes, I do have my theory aggregate for them, but the past few days, the past few weeks, it was sad performance from them. Their individual gameplay, definitely good, but executions, not quite there, which is something that I'm pretty darn sad about.
Yep, it's not over though. We still have more games, and right now we've just received news that we have gotten 200 shares on the live stream. So thank you to viewers out there. Here is the giveaway code for you guys to lock in your reward. So be quick on those fingers and keep sharing, because this is just the first milestone that we have achieved. We still have the live stream giveaway continuing with 300 shares as well as 500 shares. So keep clicking that share button on the stream.
Well, you guys, you gotta have to keep sharing. You gotta have to tell your friends. Because come on, Singaporeans, we play a lot of ML. To the point of the fact that I was in a train and one dude next to me was literally playing ML, playing
Oh yeah, it happens
jungle.
all the time.
Yeah, he lost the game.
Oh, well, okay, that's quite sad news. But back to the games, it's not over yet. Of course, Evil haven't taken the first game. It's a best of 3. We'll be back for more. Sit tight, we'll be back with you after this break.
That time of the year again, where the best Mobile Legends Bang Bang teams from the tropical region of Southeast Asia converge together. The MLBB Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC 2022. Who shall conquer and who shall be conquered? Which team will soar above the clouds and be crowned as the king of Southeast Asia? Like the Zodiacs, a total of 12 teams from the region will compete in 2 stages: the group stage and the playoffs. Each group of 3 teams will fight against each other in a best-of-2 match, where the weakest of each group will be eliminated. That leaves the remaining 8 to continue their paths of glory. To facilitate the epic battles between the giants, the MSC 2022 arena will be held at the City of Contrast and Diversity, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Witness the clash of titans from the supreme MLBB region from June 11th until June 19th. Follow hashtag SupremeAC for more updates. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, where heroes make history.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Hey everyone, DevPow here. In this video, I brought fantastic news. MLBB is releasing a new system, Creation Cam. Without further ado, let's take a look at the system's 4 major features. Today, I'll be recommending a few of my favorite gameplay. Watch carefully and make sure you don't miss a step. 1. Hide and seek. This gameplay allows you to fully experience the thrill of one against many. Now that it's hide and seek, we first need to assign the roles of the 2 teams. You can configure the size of each team on the configuration screen. First, I'll set 1 player from Team A as the seeker, and 5 players from Team B as hiders. Next, I'll check the hide minimap avatar option so the 2 teams can't see each other on the minimap. And then I'll adjust the 2 teams' attributes. Since there's only 1 seeker, I'll give them a major boost on damage, defense, and HP, but lower their movement speed. For hiders, I'll increase their cooldown reduction and movement speed, but take a chunk out of their HP. The 5 hiders need to avoid the Seeker's attack, assemble as fast as possible, and eventually take down the Seeker together, before their base is destroyed. Who will be the last one standing? The exceptionally strong Seeker, or the 5 hiders united as one? Go and find out for yourself. 2. Zero cooldown blitz. Now this is something you can't experience in regular matches. With the cooldowns removed, many of the heroes are bound to offer a fantastic experience. The configuration is here. The most important is to set the cooldown reduction and battle spell cooldown reduction to 100%. You can also limit the available heroes and adjust.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL Singapore Season 3. My name is Scrubby Sheiks. Here with me is Abstract. And we've just witnessed one game between Team Evil and Team Flash. Team Evil emerging victorious.
Well, Team Evil, they definitely came up on top due to the fact that it kind of seems as though that Team Flash there has been very, not reserved, but they kind of like tunnel vision themselves when it comes down to dealing with the Baxia as well as Karina. Because these 2 are understandably the tankier ones within the lineup. But one thing that kind of glossed over me, like kind of went over my head, is the fact that Evil has a Clint. So that's kind of like the difficult part.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of moment. If I want to kill the Karina, I gotta have to expend my Zaman Force to kill him, and we gotta have to throw a good amount of CCs onto the Baxia to make sure that no one else disturbs him. Some of the CCs will go over to Yves as well, some of the CCs will go over to the Karina as well, and then Clint will just happily go lucky just behind shooting some pistols from behind.
Yeah, we'll see if they manage to pull it off again in this second game, but we'll be jumping right now into this game number 2 between Evil and Flash.
And now, we're just gonna be jumping right into the game number 2, which I completely forgot to do my signature, so I'm just gonna go straight with. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, game number 2. Evil versus Team Flash, with Evil taking game number 1, and Team Flash will have to redeem themselves to get themselves the next game in the bag. With Team Evil popping right off and starting off with a Ling ban to themselves, while Flash went straight out for a Valentina ban. Nothing too out of the ordinary, but we should be expecting a Grok ban because nowadays we're starting to see a Grok first pick very often. There may be some chances that we will be looking at a couple of Karina picks as well, or banned. However, Evil has been very adamant on banning out the Masher, which is a mystery to me. I personally don't think that Masher on the roam is that good anymore. Yes, you can still disturb the opponents quite a bit, but yeah, there's still some other heroes that does very well because this current meta doesn't really focus so much on disturbing the jungle, but it's more of disturbing the jungler.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're probably not going to take the jungle buff for yourself, but you definitely disrupt them, either prevent them from taking it as quickly as they want to, or make sure that they pay the price for staying in their jungle by soaking up a lot of damage.
Yes.
But Evil taking off the Ling as well as the Masha, Flash actually opting to ban out the Hilda. I mean, Valentina, yes, but the Hilda that KCP has been playing for like the past game, the past few, even yesterday as well. He's always on this Hilda, but now they are the ones taking it out.
They banned themselves out.
My pleasure.
I'm not too sure whether what they're going to go for, but with Karina being banned out, Grok is open. And Evil will very likely want to first pick out for the Grok, and I don't see any other reason why they would not go for a Grok ban, unless they will want to pick up a Xavier for themselves. So I think that Team Flash is opening quite a bit of options for us to choose from. It's either a Xavier, or we're looking at a Grok, we can be looking at a Baxia as well, but you would want to leave out some of the important stuff due to some flexing as well as some winning conditions that you want to look out for.
Yeah, I mean, the Baxia is still a really flex pick, right? You could choose to pull it off in the jungle, in the roam, as well as the EXP. So picking that up front can still make the draft viable. But the first pick over on Evil's side, there you go. Xavier for Salmon.
It's gotta be a Grok then. For Team Flash, they made the choice. They have decided to go for a Grok, or rather, they will definitely go for the Grok, because Evil have decided to prioritize onto the Xavier. For the side of Evil, it kind of seems as though that they would prefer the Xavier over the Grok, and we'll see if whether that is going to be their undoing for giving the Grok over to Team Flash. And now Evil, they would have to consider, since the position 4 has now already been set in, what are the other junglers and what are the other roamers that will be able to do well against Grok? Because Grok being able to deal a massive amount of damage, that is pretty darn scary. We could still see Grok being able to flex between position 1, position 5, quite a bit. So you would really want to see how you want to play. Because Dyrov is already in here, so position 3 is closed.
It's likely going to be KCP on that roam Grok and Alpha V9 on the Deroth. In the meantime, Evil has picked up the Baxia as well as the Ruby.
Ruby is going to be onto the roam, position 5, while Powerful is onto position 1 with the Baxia. This pretty much shows just how they would want to play in the aggressive start. They are looking for some of that CCs that's in play. No more Karina. Pretty sad because we've been seeing Karina a heck a lot. But Team Flash, they have yet to fulfill their position 1. And with the Baxia in this current state, they even have a Ruby on the opponent's side. Even a jungle position 1 Xbox would have been great. However, Reminiscent have decided to pick up a Lancelot against a Baxia. Why?
Lancelot, you have that early game pressure, right? And it was something that Evil banned out previously as well to prevent them from getting the snowball in the early game. Not as effective because they still had the Powerful on the Karina. But on the side of Evil, I don't know. It's still pretty flexible. Technically, yes, you can have Powerful going on in the jungle with Baxia. Jace's could take Ruby into the EXP lane though.
I'm not a fan of picking up, number one, a Lancelot when the opponent has a Ruby, because comeback Wolf King as well, I'm offended, is something that you gotta have to really watch out for as a Lancelot. You will end up using up your Puncture, you end up using your Thorn Rose for escape mechanism instead of dealing the damage. Because right now, their team just shouts to me, damage, damage, damage. Grok has the power of nature kind of damage that we are looking out for. Dairoth is just a kit that's chock full of damage. And Lancelot, being an assassin, every single one of his skills have got some good amount of damage imbued into it. So they would want to burst down Team Evil as fast as they can. However, it is a Baxter and a Ruby that we are talking about. With the Ruby in play, any part of his, the second skill or the third skill, become a Wolf King, or perhaps the I'm Offended, will be able to stop Lancelot right in his shoes, and that would allow Evil's marksman to go downtown onto this Lancelot.
Yeah, I mean, it still plays to Reminiscence's playstyle, right? It allows him to be really mobile and aggressive, and it's not mutually exclusive. You can use the Thorn Rose to escape, but at the same time, you can still do damage if you're in the right position. And at least it gives you an out, right? If you're caught in a bad position, you have the Thorn Rose to be able to prop your iframes and just run away from the sticky situations. So Reminiscent going on that Lancelot. Evil, in the meantime, great ban out on the Sicilian, the counter to go up against Salmon's Xavier as well. I think we've seen Aeon, they probably played this also. Aeon was on the Sicilian, and that scaling and just going head to head with Xavier in the late game was too much for Salmon to deal with. Another ban on to Eve, taking it off Aeon's potential pool so that Salmon has more space to scale to the late game, because that is their win condition.
Fasas or Kagura is going to be pretty darn good for Team Flash if their win condition is really all about the firepower. If Aeon were to pick out a Liliad, okay, Kagura, okay, that's good. Okay, that is what I'm expecting. They would want to go for a chock full of damage, right? That is their win condition. Usually with the fourth pick would tell us more about what they want to go for, while for Evil, they're gonna have to pick out their last two. The third pick will be the name of the game, and that will be their win condition already. And in case that you guys are wondering why is there an empty box when it comes down to Flash's ban, it kind of seems as though they forgot to ban that.
Yeah, that's a little curious. I was actually looking out and it was a black spot, so I don't know if Flash did this intentionally or not, but it looks like they chose to forgo that ban. Important because they could have taken out the hero.
Snowball comp.
Evil, on the other hand, though, opting to go for the Roger as well as the Beatrix. Roger, a very comfortable pick for a powerful. We know he has done well on this, which means that this would probably be carrot on the Baxia Rome. Coconut, yeah, here we go.
Oh, they changed.
Flash ending up again with the Harith on Apex.
They actually changed the win condition on the last two picks. They have decided to work with a Roger into position 1 instead of a Baxia in position 1. And why did they make that change? I'll need to take a look at the picks once again in order to make that deduction and what exactly went on. But with the Beatrix as well as the Roger coming in, they are working a lot more on Snowball in order to make things work out. Perhaps they are pretty happy about the fact their opponents went for the Lancelot. It could be an either or, because when it comes down to logic, you are either really scared of the damage or you are starting to see some openings when it comes down to a team that doesn't have a lot of CCs. And that is the main thing that I'm looking out for.
Yeah, we're going into a technical pause here before we begin game 2. But looking at the overall draft here, Flash chose to go once again into the Harith to close out their draft. Any composition you're leaning more towards at this moment?
Well, I gotta have to jump in and take a look at the draft again, because when it comes down to looking at everything in a grand scheme of things, there is some difficulty for me to understand why they did it, and this is a very different kind of drafting that we've seen. Because when it comes down to this current meta, there are a lot of changes that we can see. There's still quite some flexible picks here and there, and there are still some unorthodox picks. Because when it comes down to looking at the Kagura pick, it comes out to be pretty understandable. But when it comes down to the Harith pick, that is where things are starting to get a little bit confusing, because they are the team that it kind of seems like they're trying to go for a wombo combo unga bunga, whereby they want to bring everyone down in one fell swoop. However, Team Flash's, or rather Team Evil's lineup, I don't think that they're going to let them do that very easily.
Well, definitely not. I mean, with the Grok, they have the Grok as well to be able to zone out.
3 now. Yeah, Ruby is position 3 now.
Well, we'll figure out where exactly each of these players are going, but right now, it's gonna be game 2 between Evil and Team Flash. Remember, Evil has taken off 1 game off of Team Flash's hands. This is a best of 3, so potentially a match point if they pull this off again. It is Team Flash's game to prove.
It kind of seems as though for the side of Team Evil, they realize that there really isn't a need for them to push the Baxia onto position 1 if they're dealing with Reminiscent onto the lens slot anyway. However, I thought that it would make some sense because you'll be fighting Demon Slayer against Demon Slayer. But now Team Evil, they're putting themselves with a Roger onto the killing spree. So this game could literally go to anyone. If Team Evil manages to work on their execution well in the early stages of the game, they can snowball out of control. Because when it comes down to Roger, he is a snowball hero. He is not meant to be a farming hero. So Evil, in the early stages of the game, we are looking at the power of Beatrix. We're looking at the power of Baxia roaming with the openings and such, as well as powerful with the raw amount of damage that he will be able to bring out. Let's not forget about the fact that Salmon can pretty much do a decent amount of damage onto himself as well. So, lineup-wise, they're very equal. It really boils down to executions here.
I actually like Team Evil's lineup a little bit more, but it's very make or break, right? They have a lot of setup, they have a lot of damage coming the way of Salmon, Powerful as well as Coconut, but it's very contingent on whether or not Powerful and Salmon can scale themselves and snowball themselves to the later part of the game. On the other side though, Team Flash plays against that. You have the Deroth to basically hold down Jace's from being able to do anything in the early parts of the game, and KZP from preventing any of those, you know, like you said, wombo combo team fights from happening with a great zoning. But right now it's going to be Team Flash starting out this turtle here. Oh, and actually Powerful taking it away from them and making them pay for it as Team Flash, Powerful and Salmon go down in the fight. They're looking on to Aeon, trying to get out. The Guardian's barrier blocks him out from making that move. Actually used to block Jace's out. It's going to be Jace's falling in that fight.
The execution worked out for Team Flash. They managed to find out their wombo combo, and they did manage to bring down the chock full of damage on the side of Evil. And them changing the win condition here is, after all, going to be a problem for me. Yes, Evil, they can manage to deal a decent amount of damage onto KZP because they have Coconut playing as a Beatrix, so they do have a lot of idle damage to deal with the KZP and then follow on through onto the front to back once KZP has low enough health. The amount of CCs that Evil has on their side is going to be very reliant onto the Ruby. So if Ruby is not in the game, I believe that Team Flash should be able to stampede over Evil.
Yep, if Team Flash doesn't group up like Evil wants to, then they can dive and pick off someone like right now Powerful, being blocked out by the Guardian's barrier, but he's managed to leap over that wall and make his way to safety. Team Flash not being able to close off that kill.
With the first 3 kills credited over to Team Flash, they have managed to extend the lead to 1.3 thousand gold. It is still relatively early into the game, with 3 minutes and 50 seconds in. All of the turrets are still nice and healthy. Both teams, they're looking out for fights. They're not exactly looking out for objectives. However, Evil, they can be really strong in objectives once we reach 6 minutes into the game, or perhaps 7 minutes into the game.
Oh, getting blown up by Aeon there. Here is the Dawning Light to do some damage and force them to back off Reminiscent, able to run away safely. Don't think they're able to get off any fights here, but the sun comes in onto KZP. Carrot puts out some damage, not just enough yet.
Continue to fight. Evil should be able to actually go a lot more ham on the side of Team Flash due to the fact that a lot of them are already pretty low in HP. They can continue to actually take the opponent's jungle as much as possible and perhaps even bring out some more control. But I believe that for the side of Evil, they want Powerful to farm a little bit more. Perhaps the first item would allow them, this Roger to snowball even more out of control, hopefully. So they are very reliant on the Roger's first item. What time it pops up and when would it pop up? Because right now his goal is only 2,300 gold, while Reminiscent is, well, pretty much far ahead because he already has got the War Axe on himself. He would be able to deal a pretty decent amount of damage onto everyone except for Baxia, but that wouldn't be his top priority anyway.
Oh, sundown under his tower, and there's nowhere for him to go. The Dawning Light comes in, but he's too far away to follow up with anything else. Gonna be Carrot left alone to protect this top tier 1 turret here. Team Flash not gonna go for it just yet, so comfortable with that kill onto Coconut. They're gonna head down to the mid lane here. Sam and Thornrose putting out some damage, but Aeon is left in the back line to run for his life. Reminiscent as well. The damage comes in from Powerful and forces them to back off.
Evil's executions are not working the way they wanted them to, and hoping that they will be able to, right? Because the main dream that we are looking out for is Carrot opening up the show and then Powerful immediately just ripping the opponents to shred if they manage to find the right person. However, I think that we gotta have to give the credits over to KCP. He has been holding on and of course opening up the maps quite a bit, and he constantly have his eye on a single target. That way the communication would be able to brought down over to Team Flash, and they would be able to understand what other movements that they're gonna be looking out for. With Dyrov heading from the middle lane to from the bottom lane to the middle lane, and with Team Flash taking out the one member in the middle lane, this will be able to allow them to play a lot more aggressively onto the tower if they would want to, and just split much onto the top and the middle lane and control the turtle as much as they could.
Salmon blown up in the middle lane by Aeon, and Aeon has just been so good at focusing onto Salmon. Right now, Team Flash has the advantage to go onto this turtle. Doesn't look like Evil is in great position to contest this as well.
The turtle going down. A Peach with only a sliver of health. It's definitely scary. But with the turtle going in for both sides, Evil actually managed to get 2 turtles, and Team Flash getting 1 turtle? Well, definitely didn't seem to be that way. But, well, it is what it is. Evil has even gotten themselves the first turret because when it comes down to the bottom lane, we get a sense as though Ruby has been pretty happy-go-lucky down the bottom side.
Well, I don't know. I think she's been really pressured. He's been really pressured by Alpha V9 on the draw. But right now, though, Jace is in some trouble. Carrot is here to zone out members of Team Flash in the back. AP gets a kill onto Jace alone, and here is the fight breaking out. Powerful in some danger here. The members of Team Flash collapsing on him, and he's just eliminated from the fight. Nothing else he can do. Carrot is the next target. The Guardian's Barrier comes in to prevent the escape. Salmon, one more hit, does not connect. Uses the flicker to get away, but wrong direction, my friend. Gets taken out by Team Flash.
Not a good play from the side of Evil. Especially when most of the members from the side of Evil has already gone down. Salmon was hoping that he'll be able to go in and do some cheeky kills, or maybe deal more damage, I suppose. Well, it all went down pretty well for Team Flash in this case. 1:10 with a total of 10 kill advantage. And when it comes down to gold, we are looking at a meager amount of about 2,000 gold advantage. With the instant replay, we'll be able to take a look at the rest of the members from the side of Team Flash. They were initially focusing down the Carrot, but they moved on to a more important player, and that is going to be Powerful, that went down almost immediately right after that. Salmon was getting greedy, was trying to go for the kill on the Alpha V9, only to find himself completely pincered by the other members from the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake. You definitely went a bit too far to close out that kill, but you know, as a Xavier, you have the disadvantage in terms of mobility, and especially with the grok on the enemy lines, you cannot overstep or put yourself out of position. He even had his flicker down. No, actually, he used it, but in the wrong direction. So you have to be very mindful of your positioning here. Unfortunately, that fight went the way of Team Flash. So now they have the upper hand in terms of taking the first Lord of this game.
The first Lord is up, but AP decides to be the first person to eventually make a successful push down onto the members from Evil. He managed to push Powerful as well as Salmon pretty far away with a single pop of the ultimate from the side of Salmon Force, and the entire team from Team Flash will be able to move themselves towards the Lord, and Evil will have no way to respond because of the early engagement from the side of AP pushing them back home.
Yeah, this was a bit of a snowball from the previous fight. I think that set Evil on the back foot. Right now, Team Flash is up 1 to 10 kills. I mean, yes, only a 3k gold lead, but Team Flash definitely has the upper hand. Trying to pressure the jungle a little bit here. You can see 4 people just setting it up for Powerful.
You can pretty much tell that things are gonna be looking pretty bad for Team Flash. Even when Carrot, even if there are 4 people just around around middle lane, they managed to kind of have a small little hold of Brock, but yet not enough to get a kill. And in the end of the day, Evil understood that they can't overextend themselves, and they're trying their best to even get a catch on, which they did right on the KCP, and following on through onto the Lord.
Oh, the Lord. Now they're going on to Aeon, right onto that, but doesn't get the damage. Oh, the Dawning Light, though, manages to put him out. And it's going to be the Lord almost going down now. But Evil, they have their sights on the kills instead. They're taking out a triple kill for the side of Evil with going to Coconut. He gets the Maniac as well. Somehow, Team Evil with the Lord coming down their mid lane still gets a wipeout.
This is just oof coming in from Team Flash, right? That is just big oofs. Because there's a lot of idle damage from the side of Evil. That's the thing. Team Flash, they don't have that idle damage. They are very focused on the fact that they need to get one team fight in. They need to win that team fight. And in this case, this fight has went on like a pandemonium. It went all over the place. And Evil took control of the territory and immediately just went on from that point. Even if they don't have the skills, they don't have anything else to work with, the positioning works well for them, and Coconut just went downtown conducting his own melody, or rather, medley of death.
Yeah, I think Team Flash tried to go in for the flank as well to find a positioning. I believe it was Reminiscent and then followed by Alpha V9, but they were just streaming in one by one. And Evil, they had the sense to turn back and peel for the backline to be able to take them out. So Team Flash, this time the fight went in favor of Team Evil.
From this point in time, 13 minutes into the game, the fight really resides onto Coconut here. He will be the main damage dealer. He will be the one that will be scary. And if he's not around the fight, things will be tough. Right now, Coconut is still in the middle lane. The rest of Evil did manage to bring one person down, and that's going to be Alpha V9, which is another very important damage dealer. So Evil understood that they would want to continue and catch another person, and that person might be a Peach. He managed to evade from the Shield Unity, and Carrot and friends, they were sad, but they will find another chance again.
Yep, they're gonna look out for this Lord here. That's the next objective. KCP already providing vision for his team by standing. He's a bit far from his team though, so he might get caught out once again if Evil chooses to pull the trigger. But right now, they're just gonna set their sights on the Lord. Team Flash waiting.
The rest of Team Flash, KCP, he moves down south. He's trying to reposition the side of Beatrix, but unfortunately, that is not going to be the case because the rest of the members coming from the side of Evil, they're just going to be jumping right down. And Coconut tries to go in. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to land his ultimate shot all down to the opponent, and thus he fights himself down. 4 men down, coming from the side of Evil, living with Salmon all alone, and he actually have a very healthy amount of health. And Team Flash, they knew what they wanted to do. They found it. And Team Evil, we did talk about it. It is all about Coconut. The Nibiru's passion did not connect. And from that point onwards, he didn't have any more idle damage. If you keep your eyes down on the Coconut, because he is the most important player, he found himself in the face of Aeon. HP down low, Aeon immediately takes himself away. And then, that is where Lancelot came in and took a free kill off of the Beatrix, moving on onto Ruby. And the main issue here is that Evil did not lend a lot of their skills.
Huge bait there by Aeon, just going in and taking out so much health off of Evil. Coconut.
His positioning was good.
Yeah, and then he just flickered out immediately. He knew what he had to do. I go in, do the damage, and I'm out. And then Reminiscent comes in to clean up the kills. It's textbook play there by Team Flash, and now they have the advantage of the Lord charging down this mid lane here. The Grog Wall's gonna just stall them a little bit here. Actually takes out the Lord, so Evil, they saved their turret.
They have a lot of damage though. I mean, both sides, they have damage, right? But when it comes down to dealing damage to the Lord. Team Evil definitely have got the upper hand because they have a Roger, which counts as a fighter marksman, and Coconut, which is a marksman all by itself because of Nibru. A lot of idle damage, while Team Flash, they don't really have that. So if Evil is able to win just one team fight, gets the Lord, Team Flash may be in for a little hurdy-hurdy.
Yeah, but that's provided, you get Carrot with the Sun, you get Salmon able to immobilize enough people to take them out. Earlier on, they couldn't find their targets, and that's why Team Flash could take them out one by one. And they were two grouped up on Evil's side as well. With the Lord earlier on, I think Team Flash maybe tried to put the Guardian Spirit to sync up the waves, but Evil so much firepower to be able to just take it down quickly and rapidly.
Team Flash, if they do not find someone to catch, that means that they can only end the game with the Lord. So from this point onwards, the game could literally end within 1 minute. Or we have to see the Lord spawn over and over and over again. Hopefully, that's not really going to be the case because a Peach starts off with a Zaman Force.
Oh, Jace is having to back away, using the Flicker already to go from that fight. It's going to be Team Flash just denying Evil from taking any sort of farm. So, technically, Evil has a lot of firepower, right? They have Salmon, Alfu, as well as Coconut. But Flash, they're none the lesser. They have Reminiscent, Aeon, as well as a Peach. What's the game plan for both of these teams now?
In fact, Team Flash, every single one of their players can deal substantial amount of damage. That is the scary thing. And I believe that is what has been holding Team Flash at the front of the game. The frontliners from Team Evil, JS as well as the side. Oh, wait, hold on a second. This may be big.
KZP getting caught out here, but he's actually creating so much space, diving right in. Backline gets two stunned out, but no follow-up from Team Flash.
That's what they need.
Busy going on to Carrot, and they get one kill now. Getting dangerously low, blown up by Aeon, secures the kill. Evil again with the numbers disadvantage to put on the back leg, and now Team Flash, they get another Lord.
That's what I'm talking about, right? That's what I'm talking about. Team Flash now, they have a free Lord. Evil then will be able to defend the Lord. This will be an endless cycle over and over and over again. And Team Flash, they need to find the answer. How to stop Evil from dealing massive amount of damage onto the Lord. And that is be aggressive first.
Oh, they might not need it. JC and 7 goes down immediately. They already have 3 people down on the side of Evil. Team Flash, do they have the firepower, the creeps to be able to end this game? They're waiting for the Lord to come down. This could be the GG push for them right here. AP in a dangerous position here, choosing to back out. The Lord is here, the backup, and the cavalry has arrived. Is this going to be the end? Carrot does as much as possible as he can to zone out the members of Team Flash, but they're going all the way in with the game. Coconut dangerously low, has to back up. Powerful is taken down, and now Team Flash, they're looking to end this game. They're going right for the core and take game 2.
Mamma mia! This game is insane! 1-1 with Team Evil getting themselves game number 1 and Team Flash getting themselves game number 2. It does seem like both of our predictions are still in the bag. There could be a possibility. Wait, who do you put as the winner for this game?
I think I went Team Flash.
2-1, right? You were predicting 2-1 for Team Flash as well.
Either 2-1 or 2-0. But I guess it's at this point, it could go either way.
It could go either way, yes.
Flash did have, a very good...
They had a great start.
Game from the beginning as well. Lost it a bit in the middle, but then they gained it back. And here we can see the match highlights as well as to how that went.
Well, when it comes down to the early stages, Team Flash, they found themselves the right place and they managed to get themselves the right fights. 7 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, another good fight from them. And Salmon made a huge mistake, and that is putting himself outside of the turret's range and was hoping to be a little bit greedy trying to get a kill down on Dyroth. Didn't work well. This is the first Lord. They completely abandoned the Lord, and we even have, actually no one was pretty much even dealing with the Lord at this point in time, but the Lord has been receiving a lot of damage from the turret because the Lord has been focusing down onto a couple of the players. In the end of it all, the second Lord is where things are starting to get a bit spicy and dicey. Team Flash, they were hoping to be able to bring down the entire team. They did manage to because of the fact that Coconut did not land quite a bit of his skills, and he was the main and the most important player.
Well, he couldn't. I think in that fight, Aeon went in straight with that burst damage on Kagura, and then it was Reminiscent in to clean up. So really difficult for that fight for Evil to react. But it went really back and forth, ending out anything in terms of the item builds or the spells that stand out to you.
In the end of the day, I'll say that Team Flash's Aeon is the one that made the big plays. Even though we didn't see that a lot, even though it's 2:1:13. Aeon, whenever Team Flash wins a team fight, it's because Aeon played a big part of it. We've seen that countless of times. He went in for the game changers of the Team Evil lineup. They managed to get themselves onto Powerful. They managed to get themselves onto Coconut time and time again. And then when it comes down to communication factor, the Lancelot played by Reminiscent came in right in the nick of time and finished off Coconut during that second fight for the Lord.
Yeah, but I will have the post-match statistics as well coming up for us in a second. You see the damage, and of course, I think KZP, yes, Reminiscent and Aeon, they have the really flashy plays and skills to back that up. But KZP on that drop, I mean, he zoned out the backline of Team Evil so much that they couldn't do anything, you know? Your front line goes in and he dies because KZP is busy, you know, just zoning out the rest of the backline to be able to get in the fight and take it as a team, which was what they wanted to do. You can see ending up as the Forgotten One with a total assist of 14.
Well, this post-match statistics give us quite an answer as to what exactly has been going on, with the Xavier dealing the most amount of damage. Why? Because his entire team is in front. His entire team is the tank. And unfortunately, that is going to be Baxia, that is going to be Ruby, and unfortunately, Roger as well. Roger has been going down time and time again when it comes down to early stages of the game when he's supposed to be the one that gets the snowball. In the end of the day, it is going to be Xavier, Roger, and Baxia that roams most of the time, and they're trying to fish out kills. But Team Flash, they moved as a team instead of as a trio. And Team Flashes, whenever they're trying to go for objectives, they win the objectives by sheer amount of numbers that they have.
I think it's difficult because, you know, as a Roger, you need your team to be able to set up for you as well.
That's right.
You need you had the Baxia roam, but Jace on that Ruby was constantly being pressured by the Deroth as well. So there's not a lot of space for him to rotate or help out with the team fights. And as a result, it was hard for Powerful to be able to get that snowball, like you said, that he probably wanted to have. That being said though, I think Evil still put up a good fight, and now we're gonna see who the MVP of the match was.
I thought that, okay, wait, well, MVP, Peach, considering the fact that he dealt a lot of damage, right? Yeah! That's the way.
You're just gonna go for the most highest damage.
Yeah, highest damage and equals to MVP, right? But in my heart, my MVP is Aeon. This game, the MVP is Aeon. He made a quick work out of the enemies when it comes down to the later stages of the game, and KZP, he did a really good job in the early stages of the game as well when he's playing as the Grog. Because ousting every single one who wants to get close to the jungles and stopping everyone right in their feet.
Yeah, so I think as a whole, Team Flash really knew their roles in this game and played exactly to their strategy. So down to the execution, it was Team Flash that did it better than Evil did.
Short summary of how the game has went so far, right? Game number 1 went over to the side of Evil, and that was purely because of, I would say that, actually it was more of execution. That one was really more of execution. I thought that I have my hopes up for the side of Team Flash. They had an answer on how to deal with the Karina and how to deal with the Baxia. However, the Dairoth as well as the Clint was left unattended and thus finding themselves in a really tough situation of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. While game number 2, Team Flash, they have managed to put themselves on quite a pedestal, and of course, when it comes down to Evil swapping out their Baxia position 1 into Baxia position 5 while picking up a Roger became a really tough play for them due to the fact that they're using a Roger with Killing Spree to challenge against Team Flash's Demon Slayer. So there was a very inherent switch when it comes down to the emblems. It was Team Flash that went for Killing Spree in game 1, and then now game 2, it is Team Evil that went with Killing Spree in game 2. So, end of the day, the learning lesson is don't use Killing Spree.
Well, on a Roger, it makes sense, right? And
You have to. You have to. So, technically speaking, don't pick Roger.
Well, it is Powerful's comfort hero, but we'll see if he runs that again in the next game. Before that, though, we have reached another milestone on our live stream giveaway. So thank you to the viewers out there who are watching. It is now at 300 shares. Here is the code to claim your prize as quick as you can. The code will only be up for a while. And yeah, continue to do that because the next one that we're aiming for is at 500 shares. So keep on sharing this for more codes throughout the stream. This is only the first series of the day and we still have 2 to go. Not to mention closing this one out between Evil and Flash as well.
Well, I'm excited for what will be happening for game number 3. I think that's kind of like a stupid question, isn't it? Like, I wanted to ask, who do you think will win?
Well, I think Flash definitely had a strong showing, and you can see the veteran kind of experience coming in as well to deal with the macro plays and the execution.
The veterancy.
Veterancy card.
Days 8.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm sticking with Flash.
You're sticking with Flash, okay.
Yeah.
As much as I want to talk, as much as I want to pick up, I want to cheer for Flash, you know, they have been, well, technically the Dark Horse versus, this lineup is basically Dark Horse versus Dark Horse.
New Dark Horse, fresh blood versus old folks.
Yeah,
well, they have called themselves really old
old folks, right? Old folks. So for Evil, they started off as the underdog. Now they're the Dark Horse. And they're fighting for who will be in the middle of the leaderboards. And that is what we are looking out for as we go off for a 5-minute break. And once we are back, the finale of Evil versus Flash.
Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite extension.
Double kill.
Not even close. Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So let's get so loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring the second hero of the Forsaken Light series, Melissa. With the help of her beloved dolls, Melissa can easily melt her foes from an unreachable spot. Hero skills. First skill, falling. Melissa dashes in the target direction and gains extra attack speed for a while. She'll also pull Muddles and Cuddles toward her when the two are on the field. Falling is Melissa's mobility tool that allows her to maneuver around the map and adjust the position of her dolls. The extra attack speed, on the other hand, grants her decent burst potential.
Killing spree!
Second skill, go Muddles! Melissa throws Muddles in the target direction, which will stop upon hitting an enemy hero or reaching the maximum distance and bind itself to all nearby enemy heroes. For the duration, Melissa will summon Giggles on each of her basic attacks to shoot an extra Cursed Needle at Muddles, and can also use the attack minion button to attack Muddles directly. All the damage taken by Muddles within the duration will be transferred to the bound victims. Each needle thrown by Giggles will also reduce part of the cooldown of Melissa's first skill. Go Muddles is Melissa's primary damage source. Ultimate. Cuddles, protect me! Melissa orders Cuddles to release the field of protection, damaging and pushing away nearby enemies while blocking them from entering the field for a while. The field will disappear early if Melissa moves too far away. Cuddles, protect me! Is Melissa's main defense measure against melee heroes. Passive. Doll Buster. Melissa deals extra damage to summoned units, including Muddles and all units summoned by the enemy. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Move Muddles flexibly with falling to avoid losing the enemies bound by Go Muddles.
Didn't your mother ever tell you? Never get too close to Needle.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to knock back approaching enemies, and then falling to move the field and block or restrict the enemy's movement. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, cast Falling to quickly approach the enemy. Bind them to Muddles using Go Muddles, and then poke them with basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me when they're getting too close. Team fights. During team fights, look for the right opportunity to engage using Falling, cast Go Muddles to bind Muddles to multiple enemies, then spam basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to block approaching enemies, and use Falling when it's up again to adjust your position and increase your attack speed for higher burst damage. Tactics. Mid-game. With her excellent mobility and solid ultimate mechanism, Melissa plays a big role in small-scale teamfights in the mid-game. Late game. After getting her hands on a few pieces of core equipment, Melissa can deal significant burst damage after successful Go Muddles hits, while the field created by Cuddles Protect Me allows her to take on enemies from a safe spot. For equipment, we recommend this crit chance and attack speed build to maximize Melissa's burst potential. For emblem, choose Weakness Finder of the Marksman emblem to make the best use of her extra attack speed. Among the battle spells, Inspire is a great choice to further boost Melissa's burst damage. Finally, one friendly reminder for all Saber, Hayabusa, and Layla players. Always keep an eye out for Melissa's position and do not try to barge into her field of protection. You just can't. Well, that's all for our new hero, Melissa, the Cursed Needle. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces.
So loud.
To call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Welcome back, everyone, to MPL Singapore Season 3. And now we've just witnessed 2 matches between Team Evil and Team Flash, each taking 1 apiece. And right now we'll jump straight into Game 3 to see how this final showdown between the 2 teams will pan out.
These 2 teams are the teams that are literally toe-to-toe with a scoreline of 1-3 matches won. And now it is now time boils down to the final game to see who will be going back with 1 more win to their scoreline, or 1 more loss to their scoreline. So let's just jump right in and take a look at how the drafting will end up, and I will continue with an alright into this game. Evil versus Flash.
Yeah, remember both of these teams, they need this win because Evil is currently sitting at the 4th place in the standings and Flash is sitting at the 5th. So this will dramatically affect their places in the game. Now Team Flash, their first ban is going to be Karina, and Evil responding with the Ling ban.
Nothing too out of the ordinary. Fervius being thrown into the banning pool. There could be a possibility that Flash is going to be looking out for heroes that have excessive mobility.
They did play the Harith for the last 2 rounds as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, Harith would be a problem. Fervius would be a problem if they continue wanting to play onto the Harith. It worked out pretty well in game number 2, but I would say that the reason why they are able to work out the Harith into their previous game, it really boils down to the entire team composition in a nutshell.
Enabling that Harith to skill to get his items and also be able to dish out the damage. Right now, Evil choosing to go with still the same bands, Valentina as well as Masha. So again, Brock is left open, going to be snap-picked by KZP.
And thus, Evil would very likely be picking up the Xavier once again. We have seen how they would want to play the Xavier in the previous game, and their damage output with the Xavier has been looking darn good. So they are very likely, they have always been working with the Dyrov time and time again. And that is the Dyrov for 3 games in a row. So nothing too out of the ordinary here. However, they have decided to pick up onto the Baxia and the Dyrov, very similar to the previous game. And at least for me, I speculated that they want to play the Baxia in position 1 right as they went off with the pigs, and I really liked what they were going for until the Roger came out. So hopefully Evil would not change their win condition again. However, they are on to 2nd pick. So their win condition setting will be a little bit later than the previous game.
Ooh, Team Flash going to pick up the Lancelot for Reminiscent as well as the Paquito. Probably for Alpha V9, really early on in this game. So previously it was always in the 2nd phases of the bans that they picked up the Assassin for Reminiscent, but this time they're pulling it up front because they don't want Evil to take it out.
Okay, so now Evil have a better reason to keep their Baxia in position 1, isn't it? They can't go around with it, because when it comes down to playing as an assassin in a tank composition, it just doesn't work out. It's really tough for you to do it, because the main gist of being an assassin is that you want to burst your opponents down ASAP. However, in a tank meta, the amount of health pool, the amount of physical defense that they have in their ranks just doesn't allow the Lancelot to do his job that he's designed to.
Yeah, he's meant to go in for the backlines and burst them down, which Reminiscent has been doing a great job of. And I think having the Lancelot and that early game potential allows him to fight head to head, especially if Powerful is the one going on this Baxia, if they bring it into the jungle. It's gonna, with the fast lane clear and everything, that will give him an advantage. Evil choosing to go for the Sicilian for Salmon instead of the Xavier, which is great because in the previous game, he went Xavier up against a Grok, and that was really fatal for him. He got stuck in a lot of odd, very strange positioning because of that Grok wall. So Sicilian, yes, doesn't have the same, still doesn't have that mobility, but at least he has some CC and the Bat's Feast to be able to get himself out of some of those sticky situations. Team Flash taking out the Clin from the hero pool, and Evil responding with a Yi ban.
Team Flash has to find a way to enable their Lancelot to just jump on over to the back lines to deal with the Sicilian as well as maybe even the Dyrov. They need a bit more damage. They also would need some CCs onto their pod. Team Flash, they may choose to go for a... Okay, so the thing is, pos 5 roam has already been set in for Team Flash when it comes down to Grog. So they're looking for a position 4, a mage that will be able to deal with Team Evil. Evil doesn't have a lot of CCs, so Diggy pos 4 doesn't sound like a choice here. They would perhaps go for more damage, whereby Fasa would be great for themselves. Fasa seems to work well here if they want to deal with the Sicilian. When it comes down to Kagura is pretty much always the comfort. If they want to go for it, they can. Xavier has been banned by Evil. It could definitely be one of the reasons that Team Flash will pick it up, but it doesn't seem like it will be the case anymore.
Well, if they're going for a really bursty composition, maybe they could go into Lilia as well. I mean, with the Sicilian Bats Feast, if you want to reset, having taken some damage, at least there's that option to do it. What else do you think they're missing right now and that they might go for?
The thing is, Team Flash has been playing a lot of Harif. I have a feeling that they would actually pick up a Harif for themselves onto the gold lane. Yep.
That's true.
And they would play something a bit different here. Instead of getting a mage in the pos 4, there could be a possibility that, okay, never mind, they're still going with the comfort. I was hoping that they would be trying something a bit different here because their overall composition is very fragile. I was hoping that they would be able to play the Grog in the middle lane instead as the position 4. And then when it comes down to position 5, they can look for something else that would be able to fill in the gaps. Perhaps even the heal. Okay, never mind, depend the healer. Even the fact of picking up a Valir roam, Valir's pos 5, would be relatively good too. I thought that is something that they could go out for, but they would favor a lot more on the bursty style that they want to go for. Very damage-oriented for themselves, while Evil, they've decided to pick up a Franco for themselves into pos 5. So Evil, they knew what they want. They are happy with a position 1 Baxia because they are fighting against a position 1 Lancelot. No reason for them to deviate out of a tank in the jungle. But the amount of tanks that that Evil have with the Franco as well as the Baxia, I think that is going to go a bit too well for Evil.
Yeah, they don't really have a shredder on the side of Team Flash since they opted for more, I guess they opted for more like DPS kind of, they don't have a marksman.
They don't have a marksman.
Yeah, they don't have a marksman.
To a certain extent, they use the Harif to fulfill the role of a marksman.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the same consensus of putting a Bowman into the gold lane.
5 seconds till
As long as you find yourself in the right position, the amount of gold that flows into the character, when do they pop off? That is the main question. And in this case, they would want the Harif to pop off a lot earlier into the game, maybe somewhere into 8 minutes in, whereby he picks up the Calamity Reaper and perhaps even the Feather of Heaven. By 7 minutes, he should be able to pick that up, no problems. However, how much of a snowball factor does Team Flash has? Not much, but Evil, they are trying to go for a hook onto the purple buff. Doesn't work out well because we're looking at Reminiscent that is playing as a Lancelot. He allowed himself to be hooked instead.
Yeah, right now, already jumping right into the game with the aggression, but remember the stakes are on the table. Team Flash and Team Evil, this is match point, and now Powerful trying to run away. Reminiscent gets stunned up, but the Thorn Rose will clean him up. Here is the first blood code for the fast fingers out there to claim the giveaway prize.
That is a 4-man jump onto Evil's lineup. Not what I was expecting, but the damage output, well, it does show precedence. With Evil now, what kind of play style do they want to go for, right? The Franco understandably would always want to annoy the jungler. However, I think that they are going to be abandoning that, and instead they're going to be putting the Franco to babysit the Beatrix up in the top lane. With the turtle coming down to the bottom lane, this Franco has to start making a move soon. And when that move happens, Evil would then start a fight against Team Flash unless they will want to give up this turtle, because they don't really have a very strong lineup in the early stage to contest for objectives, despite both teams having a Demon Slayer talent.
Yeah, Evil, their team lineup, I mean, they know that Salmon and Coconut is basically what their win condition, right? They need them to get online to be able to dish out the damage. And in the meantime, there is Powerful as well as Jaces and Carrot to put the pressure onto Team Flash. Like right now, KZP getting caught out in Team Evil's jungle. Gonna seem to get away with it for now. Reminiscent going right for the buff. Doesn't pull off the steal. And now he's being chased down. Thorn Rose used to mitigate some of the damage, but it's not enough. Powerful gets the kill onto him. Bloody Hunt is used as well onto Alpha V9. And he goes down.
With 2 kills for the side of Evil, they must be extremely happy. They dealt with Reminiscent, they have dealt with Alpha V9. Do note that when it comes down to these 2 heroes, they are also a very snowball-based hero. So being knocked down in this early point in the game, this allows Evil to rack up a little bit more gold. And I believe that they should be able to catch up or perhaps even extend their gold lead by at least 200 gold. And the more they do things like this, the better it would be. They need to put Carrot into their own jungle to babysit Baxia just by a little bit, because they also have to watch out for KZP's drop.
Oh, like right now, I mean, KZP and Aeon, the tag team, unfortunately, both Powerful and Carrot were not there to protect Salmon, and because of that, he took a hit. Team Flash looking for a gank up top potentially, but Carrot is there to help them up as well. On bottom side, they're mirroring that Powerful and Jaces, trying to find a kill onto Alpha V9. Doesn't look like they'll be able to also get that, so just mirroring the pressure top and bottom.
More offenses. Just going to be putting themselves up to the top lane, preparing themselves for the turtle. In the meantime, Salmon still not looking good. We're talking about Sicilian after all. His flame shot as well as the wild charge brings Salmon down almost immediately with no mage for the next 10 seconds. But there is enough time for him to eventually make his way over to the turtle once the turtle spawns. Will Evil be contesting for the turtle? They do have an understanding that their gold lead, in fact, they don't have the gold lead anymore.
Nope.
Team Flash seems to be farming a lot more effectively than Evil. And with this turtle, I believe that Evil will want to contest for this as much as possible. They don't have early game damage that much. They would need to rely on to Beatrix. They need to escape from A Peach's Summon Force. That is condition number 1. Condition number 2 is to make sure that Reminiscent doesn't have his eye onto Coconut first. But Coconut is expecting it. That's why his god, Wesker.
They have to give this up. I mean, they are outnumbered at this point, but Carrot lands the hook onto Alpha V9. In the meantime, Powerful gets clobbered in the front line there by Reminiscent. Will go down. The flame shot onto Salmon once again. 2 kills down onto Evil. It's not looking good for them.
Team Flash played very well in that. KCP set up the team fight amazingly, immediately putting out the shield, or rather the guarded shield or guarded wall, right in front of very sad Coconut. He couldn't do anything for a good 5 seconds, and by the time that he's able to escape from the guardian wall, Evil as well as Team Flash, they are all the way in the middle lane, unable to do anything. And with this instant replay, gives us a really good idea. Look at it. Oh, Coconut eventually dashed to his own demise. And from this point on, Salmon have nowhere to go. No one to open up the map for him. Carrot flew away and did not try to put himself in front of the enemy's lines to save Salmon. Team Flash, they've got a great start here. And KCP, he's a very big anchor for his team.
Trade mage for mage in the mid lane here. They got Aeon, but Team Flash also got Salmon once again, and now teams are looking to brawl here in the mid lane. Evil did get a consolation prize off of that. They got the bottom tier 1 turret, but Team Flash is not losing out either because they have gotten the top off of them. Evil, we talked about this in the morning where Salmon has been carrying the team, right? Salmon is the win condition, but Team Flash, they recognize the same, and they're putting Salmon out of the game so badly. He's 0-4-2 at this point, and KZP with those grot walls have been devastating to Team Evil's potential to fight.
And right now, KCP unfortunately didn't really quite put himself in a good spot. He did manage to run away though, so not too big of a deal. Carrot hasn't been hooking anyone at this point in time just yet. This iron hook, well, kind of seems like a plastic hook to me at this point in time. They're all trying to contest for the Lord in the end of the day. Bouncy finds himself the kill onto the turtle, while Carrot finds himself low HP. It is only going to be the Synchro Fisher that eventually brings down the Franco, while JS finds himself a sliver of health, finds himself dead, while the rest of the members coming from the side of Team Flash, they are continuing to be hunting down the members from Evil. They did lose KCP though, but it is a 1-4-2 trade, a single roam for 1 roam and 1 EXP laner. So position 5 and position 3. I would say that they're pretty happy about that.
Definitely. I mean, still the favor of Team Flash. Getting 2-1 is obviously a lot better. And Team Evil now, they're clawing to stay in the game. Yes, they have Salmon, but he's been battered down so hard by Team Flash that it's tough for him to get back in this game. KZP looking on the bottom side to push Evil back into the turret. Coconut has also been unable to make a lot of plays because of those grot walls. Now Team Flash rotated all the way down to prevent him from even farming.
Team Flash, they need to make things work out right now, this very instant. They can't go overly late in the game. They can offer to end the game by the first Luminous Lord. By the second Luminous Lord, that is just almost stretching it. By the third Luminous Lord, Team Flash probably will lose by then. So they gotta have to focus down on the objective right now, this very instant, and it does seem like they take precedence in all of that so far. With 2 turrets down in the top and the bottom lane, leaving the middle lane the only turret down. Oh, sorry, the only middle turret that is still alive. They have managed to enable both the EXP laner as well as the gold laner, as now all of the teammates, or rather team fight, happens now.
Oh, Bad Species being popped for the damage. Alpha V9 takes too much, and KCB has back as well, but not enough to be able to escape. He falls 2 kills to Evil now, but
Aeon!
They're low on HP. Aeon's coming in with the damage. Will he'll be able to take down Carrot in that fight. Alpha V9 just preventing them from coming in any further with that disengage.
2-for-1 trade in favor for Evil this time. And Team Evil, they did manage to tally things up by a little bit. They bring down the middle lane's first tier turret and continues on onto the first Lord that has happened for the game. Evil getting this Lord will be happy. Forced up quite a bit of gap closer, and they also managed to open up even more space. Team Flash and Team Evil, not exactly the fight that I was expecting from them. Both teams are literally playing and hanging on the knife's edge. And if I would say, they're ready to implode with any wrong rumble. Evil, well, you just need to stay on and hang on.
Yeah, but I think they pulled the trigger in the mid lane earlier, but unfortunately didn't go their way. And because of that, Team Evil now has the Lord advantage coming down the mid lane, and they've already cracked open the tier 1 turret as well. So has overall, I think, a bit of a better map control as compared to Team Flash.
But yeah, currently 2:4. This is a jungler that I was hoping to see and I was hoping to look at. Reminiscent knows. Now the turret going down. The Lord is pretty happy as he marches down into the middle lane. Team Flash is just waiting for the point in time to defend, but I believe that Team Evil, they're going to be moving up on top of the side of Team Flash, but KCB starts on the fight right on top of Coconut!
Coconut gets blown out. The Bad Species being popped onto Alpha V9 just to escape though. And now Team Evil, they're trying to disengage from this fight. The Guardian's barrier comes in. KZP, he stops the fight actually. I think Team Evil, they were a bit split up because they were trying to sync up the waves, and Team Flash capitalized on that opportunity.
I think both of the junglers from the side of Team Flash and Team Evil are technically pretty happy with what they have been doing so far. When it comes down to their individual roles, Reminiscent has been fulfilling what he needed to do. With a total of 2 kills, 2 deaths, and 3 assists, Powerful with 2 deaths, 2 kills, and 4 assists. They are ignoring the right targets and they are attacking the right targets! Speaking of which, KCP taken down.
Carrot with that iron hook. This is the Carrot that we know on the Franco and that we want to see. Unfortunately, I mean, it was still roam and this doesn't translate into any objective, but it at least guarantees them some farm that KZP is always trying to deny from them.
Salmon is going to be pretty darn scary soon. He's already got the Lightning Truncheon as well as the Clock of Destiny. Just one more item and we will believe to see that Salmon will be hitting like a truck real soon. However, he will not stop growing from this point on. He will keep on growing over and over and over again. And speaking of over and over again, it is going to be Team Flash that always tries to start off a fight. And sometimes it just doesn't quite work out for them, even when they have... Oh!
Too little, too late on that grog wall. But in the meantime, Evil finds Reminiscent in the mid lane. And now they are one jungler down from this Lord that has just spawned. Team Evil again with the objective advantage.
Team Flash, they will eventually want to move right on. They are losing the touch. They're losing the point whereby they can actually win the game. Evil will take the game by a snowball from this point onwards. And with the Lord that will be fighting and marching by their side, Evil will be unstoppable. If we relate and of course reference to the very first Lord that Evil has took, they did make full use of the Lord. They even brought down a number of members from Team Flash. And with this Lord ready and marching out for them, I'm pretty sure that Evil would be able to successfully bring down bottom lane and the middle lane. The top lane should take quite some time to move right on. But Team Flash, do they even have the damage to stop this Lord?
Evil has to give up the top lane. Reminiscent has been so on point with pushing up the lanes, but they will get the mid lane inhibitor now with this Luminous Lord, and they're looking on the bottom as well. J6 manages to siege it without any trouble. Carrot misses the hook, but they don't need it. They're trying to end right now. KCP though goes right in. Aeon with the burst damage onto Coconut. We'll be able to get him. Backspace is out for some defense. They managed to get Alpha V9, but Reminiscent responds with a kill onto J6. This stops the onslaught from Evil, at least for now.
The stopping is definitely good from Team Flash. They can't drag on for too long though, like I say, but there's nothing that they can do at this point in time. They have already passed the cutoff time that I wanted for them to win. They are currently 3,000 gold behind of Evil, and the main damage dealer coming in from the Peach as well as Reminiscent remains to be seen. The main part of the kills gonna have to land down onto Coconut, Sabin, as well as JS, but they can't technically stop hunting down for Powerful as well. It is a race against time, and despite all of that, Powerful still have massive damage coming in from the side of Tortoise's Persons, and let's not forget the Weakness Mask. The damage over time is scary, and leaving him alone to deal idle damage would be the death of you.
Like we said, Salmon always has been the win condition. Now that he's online, it's looking extremely dangerous for Team Flash.
Again!
Oh, come in from Karen onto KCP. Backspace immediately pop for the damage. Here comes Alpha V9 to try and throw the members out, but is it going to beat up AP? He dives right for the backline onto Salmon, but they're too scared.
Oh!
AP gets taken out by Coconut, and Evo is putting the pain onto Team Flash. Jace is chasing down Reminiscent, the lone man standing on Team Flash. What can he do to defend this core?
Nothing!
On the chase onto Evil, they go right for it, and they end the game 2-1. Evil, so they are back. The Giant, the Titan Slayers on Team Flash.
Team Evil started the entire season pretty much labeled as the underdog. They moved on to beat against Evos when JPL was not playing for them, and from that point, they earned themselves the title of the Dark Horse. And now they beat Team Flash, the Team Flash that we all thought in theory has got a strong team. They seem so strong. However, Team Evil, they are not gonna be stopping anytime soon at all. They are moving on from games after games. Yes, they may have lost in one game. However, Team Evil, they will make full use of any openings, any opportunities, and will chow down any adversary like a hungry toddler.
Yeah, we can see the match highlights here coming in to see how Team Evil actually took this match from them. Insane plays. You can see the Guardian's barrier. I think this was the fight that ended up really scattered. It was Team Flash's fight to take, actually.
Well, all in all, it's just going to be rounds after rounds again, fights after fights, team fights after team fights. Evil knew what they wanted to do, and like I said before, it is literally just the Baxia that's in the jungle. He's pretty happy with what they've got, and if the opponent's jungler does not deal with you, if let's say I am the jungler, I'm playing the Baxia, the opponent's Lancelot is playing as the jungler. If the Lancelot is not gonna touch me and I'm gonna touch him, what's he gonna do about it? It's just a sad thing because Reminiscent is not able to pull off his job as the assassin to bring down the position 2, and that is going to be the jungler here. He's pretty happy, and thus Evil getting themselves the win here because of an assassin versus a tank. They're pretty happy.
Oof, carrot with those iron hooks. Oh my goodness. This is the carrot that were used to see.
He only pop up in the late stages though.
Yeah, and I mean,
when they really needed him.
Yeah.
When they really needed
Well,
him.
he used them for vision, for zoning as well, but in the later fights when they got the kill was extremely critical and turned some of these around. Looking at the item builds, anything in particular that stands out to you?
Well, let's take a look then. The Grok, well, nothing too out of the ordinary. It does have the Blade Mill, it does have the Athena Shield and Immortality. Nope. Everything looks pretty fine and dandy. Yep. Let me take a look on the side of Evil. They have the Dyrov with the Hunter Strike, Athena Shield, as well as the War Axe. Yeah, nothing. It kind of seems as though they are just building they're just building based on what their hero needs.
I think on the side of Aeon, he had the flame shot in the beginning that worked out really well to get this early game.
Like
kills
2
onto
flame
Salmon.
shots.
Unfortunately, it didn't prevent him too much from scaling into the late game, and I mean at that point it kind of falls off, right?
Yeah, indeed.
It wasn't as useful. We have the post-match statistics ready for us, so let's jump right into that to see all the damage being dealt on both sides. Here we are, Salmon with the highest damage, 48k as well. But Jace is actually not falling too behind, 39k, that's higher than Coconuts.
Well, when it comes down to Sicilian, you have a lot of space to deal damage, right? And your job as a mage is just poking and poking and poking. If you're able to poke the opponent's main damage dealer or perhaps even the tank, then you have done your job. Because as long as the opponent doesn't have a lot of health to work with, you know that they can't play overly aggressive. Because in the end of the day, it is all about technically mind game and a mental game. If I have a lot of health, I will go aggressive. I will be happy-go-lucky. I will do whatever the hell I want. But if I have half HP, I would have a set amount of things that I can't do, and another set of things that I can only do if I have more HP. And thus, Sicilian comes in to do exactly that. Kagura is the one that deals the invisible damage with the umbrella, because let's be honest, if you go for say melee umbrella and you just throw your umbrella from one place to another, sometimes you wouldn't even know that you're being targeted and even being hit by the umbrella because there's just not much animation to see.
It's just an umbrella, right?
It's just an umbrella.
But I mean, speaking of HP, you can see the sandbag KZP as well, taking so much damage. I mean, he did such a great job. Again, peeling for the team, creating space. Unfortunately, that gets him caught up in a lot of carrots hooks sometimes. And with that front line gone, the rest of the team on Team Flash just wasn't able to kind of fend for themselves as well. So, yeah, who do you think the MVP of the game was for you?
Salmon? Because he has a lot of damage.
You're just going for like, what's the textbook correct answer, right? Here we go.
Oh!
Powerful on that Baxia.
Okay, so it's not Salmon, huh? Okay.
Not always the one with the highest.
It's not always the one that does a lot of damage, but in this case, Powerful came up on top of the game with a total of 4 kills, 2 deaths, as well as 7 assists. We've seen him along with his tortoises persons and just riding the roads of hell with his weakness mask, and we pretty much know that those tiny little ticks of damage will end up accumulating for a lot.
Yeah, I mean, of course, enabled by the rest of the team, right? There was, Jace's doing a lot of work, split pushing, doing the cross-map plays, and then we also had Carrot with those hooks. I just can't get that out of my mind, but congratulations to Powerful as well as the entire team of Evil for taking that series against Team Flash. The Dark Horses, again, as we say, Titan Slayers coming up against veteran Team Flash and taking that set away. Really upsetting. Yeah, but how do you feel? I mean, you wanted Evil to win.
Yeah, well, there's quite a lot of, it's kind of like an emotional roller coaster, right? Because I would love to talk and I would love to vote for the underdogs, which is now became a dark horse. And it's amazing to see. But when it comes down to textbook and then just kind of looking at paper, it really seems as though Flash is better. But I was technically sorely wrong too. And I don't know if whether the people around and of course watching the watch party from the side of Grid, which is our official venue partner, I believe that they are located in 1 Seligi Road as well, basement 1. So if anyone wants, you can just like hop right in and take
If you're bored watching the match at home, just head over to Grid
head over
and join
there.
the party and
Yeah.
watch with everyone else. And remember that the playoffs will also be held there, so you want to be able to catch those matches live. But in the
I think
meantime,
Skip also has like a watch party
Skip
now,
also
right?
has a watch party now.
Right.
So yeah, head on out over to any of these venues for now. But in the meantime, we've just concluded that series between Evil and Flash. Big upset. We definitely want to hear from Team Evil on their thoughts about the match. What was the strategy? What was the thinking behind? And even we've been pronouncing Jay's sister's name very differently. JS. So maybe we should settle that score once and for all.
Yes.
Let's head over to the Throne for Champions. Take it away, Yuno.
Here we are at the Throne for Champions, the winners interview presented by OSIM. I'm Yuno and I'm here with Evil's MVP, Powerful. Congratulations on your win. You were really happy when I saw you just now, but right now you seem pretty. How are your feelings?
Happy lah, happy.
Can you show some happiness?
We are closer to getting top 6, securing the upper bracket, I guess. That's why we are kind of happy now.
Actually, you guys are very close to actually top 4. But anyways, so you guys didn't have any games yesterday. How was your day off yesterday?
What do you mean again?
What did you guys do yesterday? You guys had no games.
We just train at home lah.
Trained at
We
home.
just and then we watched how they played and
Evos and Flash?
yeah, we watched how Flash played.
So do you guys train more than usual or you guys just normal training?
Normal training.
Normal training. All right. So were you guys like nervous? You know, what did you expect before playing them?
We expected a win from us, I guess. We are kind of confident of winning this game.
2-0 or 2-1?
Either.
Either. All right. Okay. So in the first game, you went 8-0 with all your teammates dying around you. So why do you think that happened? Like, why do you think they did not try to prioritize you?
I don't know. I just go with the flow of the team fight lah.
So what do you think they did wrong? You know, why can't they kill you?
I was having a lot of goal lead lah. And I know I'm very tanky that game. So I went a lot more aggressive that game.
So you killed them before they could kill you, that's why you didn't die?
Yeah, I went to tank for my teammate as well. Since I know like I have a lot of tank item already lah. I know I'm gonna be very tanky. So I just went the front line lah.
So they gave you an early lead, which led you to be able to build tanky, powerful items. That's why you didn't die.
Yeah.
You're powerful. Sorry. All right. So with this win, you guys are actually one step closer to top 4 in the upper bracket. So which team would you guys prefer to face? EVOS or RSG, and why?
Both also gonna be
one answer.
Okay, I think we'll prefer facing EVOS lah. Since we won them a 2-0 before, so I guess a bit more confident lah. But we still know we are not gonna.
Hey, that's not confidence I'm hearing. All right. Okay. So in the second and third game, Team Flash actually went almost an identical draft. What do you think of that?
We somehow expected the draft lah. We predicted the Flash draft. But
wow.
That's why we thought the game 2 we actually won the draft. Because we expected what they're gonna pick, what they're gonna ban away. But still we didn't manage to win that game.
So with that, do you think that was a mistake from them to run an almost identical draft? Because it means that you guys can actually fight them again and fix your errors from game 2.
Yes, I guess. Yeah.
So you guys really predicted it and you guys managed to kind of
fixed your mistakes and
Yeah.
eventually won game 3. So that's wow. So who predicted the draft?
I predicted lah. I predicted for the team.
Indeed, a very powerful MVP you are. Okay, last question. This is coming from the casters. How do you actually pronounce JC's name?
We also don't know lah. Because he anyhow type the name out one. So basically our whole team we just call him JS. The first two
Guys,
letter.
the answer is JS. JS. All right, thank you so much. And once again, congratulations. And we are here at the Throne for Champions, the winners interview presented by OSIM. I'm he's powerful, and we'll be handing it back to the casters, Scrubby Cheeks and Abstract.
Thank you.
So it's JS lah.
Yes, I've been pronouncing it all the way wrong for half of the season now. Not JSIS, but JS, everybody. Thank you, and Powerful. That was Throne for Champions, presented by OSIM. Glad to hear from Powerful from Team Evo. I mean, the big upset caused by them, what was, what exactly they were thinking and what went down. But they're a very humble group of people, You always hear people coming on to say, yes, I'm so confident of this next fight. And then when asked who you want to face between EVOS and RSG, she's like, I don't think we're going to win either of them, but we'll try our
It's
hardest.
kind of like a man of few words.
Yeah.
He really doesn't really speak much, but even though he doesn't speak much, he definitely showed us a lot.
Don't
when it
need to
comes
speak
down
much, just show it.
Yeah.
Actions speak louder than words.
Wow, something that I learned when I was a really young kid that I actually can use it in broadcast. But I do want to talk a little bit more about JS's name, right? He anyhow writes his name. So how is he anyhow write? JSISJES.
Two hands on the keyboard and you randomly press the different sides of it.
Okay,
Yeah.
in that case, I'm just gonna...
Yeah. So a new name
I'm not
for
pressing
Abstract
any. Okay.
when you see it.
My new
coming
name
out.
is FJMHFMFKFU.
It doesn't even have a vowel in it.
It does. It only came out with a vowel on the later part, and it accidentally came out with a word that is not very good for screen.
At least JC had an I in it, so it's easy to mispronounce, but I think it was completely off.
What will happen if I actually type on a keyboard with my face?
We'll probably have Extract explore this more down the road. If he comes up with a new IGN, you will know why. In the meantime, though, let's take a look at the standings and where today's games have placed us on the leaderboard.
Zoom, zoom, zoom. And looking from the outside, we can have a good idea of what have been the changes. Evil is going to be the one that managed to get themselves their one match win and thus giving them a boost over to the 4th place. With a total of 2-3 when it comes down to match win and loss. When it comes down to the game win and loss is 6-7. So things are definitely starting to get a little bit tight for them. For games that they have won, it seems like it has been a 2-1 so far, and with a total of 7 aggregate points. While for Team Flash, unfortunately have 1 L pushed into their match win loss, and with a total of 6 points. Not too far away from Evil though, we're gonna have to be careful about that.
Yeah, I mean, Evil was already at the 4th and 5th spot for Flash, respectively. But this game, I think, solidifies their position even more as they fight towards staying in this upper bracket. They will be going against the likes of RSG, EVOS, and Zion Titans that they need to face once again. So yeah, I think they've really shown themselves so far. Like we said, the Dark Horses. So congratulations to Evil on that win. Of course, we're going to have more matches today. Next up will be EVOS up against Almighty. You see the 3rd place up against the 7th place, unfortunately.
This is going to be a very important game for EVOS, at least. When it comes down to it, they are currently ranked number 3. They have a good scoreline. If they were to win against Almighty in a 2-0 fashion, then they are going to be neck and neck with RSG.
Yeah.
This is going to be a game that we all would say is going to be a gruesome fight, because we all will expect that EVOS will take this game pretty darn easily.
Yep. But we'll see more of that later and how exactly that will play out. Don't go away from your seats and we'll be right back with that game, EVOS versus Almighty, after this break.
Like a blizzard, we march on. We will survive! Taste the frostbite! Back off! The snow shall rain. Taste legendary! Taste my royal station! Taste my royal turret is under attack! Imperial justice! Imperial justice! Leave it to me! Taste the frostbite! Taste my royal station! Killing spree! Imperial justice! Taste the frostbite!
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
That time of the year again, where the best Mobile Legends Bang Bang teams from the tropical region of Southeast Asia converge together. The MLBB Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC 2022. Who shall conquer and who shall be conquered? Which team will soar above the clouds and be crowned as the king of Southeast Asia? Like the Zodiacs, a total of 12 teams from the region will compete in 2 stages. The group stage and the playoffs. Each group of 3 teams will fight against each other in a best-of-2 match, where the weakest of each group will be eliminated. That leaves the remaining 8 to continue their paths of glory. To facilitate the epic battles between the giants, the MSC 2022 arena will be held at the City of Contrast and Diversity, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Witness the clash of titans from the supreme MLBB region from June 11th until June 19th. Follow #SupremeAC for more updates. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, where heroes make history.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Hey everyone, Dev Pow here. In this video, I brought fantastic news. MLBB is releasing a new system, Creation Cam. Without further ado, let's take a look at the system's 4 major features. Today, I'll be recommending a few of my favorite gameplay. Watch carefully and make sure you don't miss a step. 1. Hide and seek. This gameplay allows you to fully experience the thrill of one against many. Now that it's hide and seek, we first need to assign the roles of the two teams. You can configure the size of each team on the configuration screen. First, I'll set 1 player from Team A as the Seeker, and 5 players from Team B as Hiders. Next, I'll check the Hide Minimap avatar option so the two teams can't see each other on the minimap. And then I'll adjust the two teams' attributes. Since there's only 1 Seeker, I'll give them a major boost on damage, defense, and HP, but lower their movement speed. For Hiders, I'll increase their cooldown reduction and movement speed, but take a chunk out of their HP. The 5 Hiders need to avoid the Seeker's attack, assemble as fast as possible, and eventually take down the Seeker together, before their base is destroyed. Who will be the last one standing? The exceptionally strong Seeker, or the 5 Hiders united as one? Go and find out for yourself. 2. Zero cooldown blitz. Now this is something you can't experience in regular matches. With the cooldowns removed, many of the heroes are bound to offer a fantastic experience. The configuration is here. The most important is to set the cooldown reduction and battle spell cooldown reduction to 100%. You can also limit the available heroes and adjust some of the other attributes. I, for one, particularly like to disable basic attacks for a competition of skills only. Spam skills throughout the game and get familiar with each hero during the process. Can this deal get any sweeter? 3. Go, Franco, go! If you like mischief, you must not miss this one. The rule's simple. Hit the opponent with your hook before they hook you. For the configuration, set the available heroes to Franco only and adjust the hook's range. Ooh, caught you again. Think you can run away from me? All right, that's all for today. Be sure to check out the system after its release. There's so much more fun gameplay awaiting you to explore. Customize your own gameplay, team up with your friends, and don't forget to share your lobby codes. This time, everyone is a game designer.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Holds infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonate from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So let's get loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Horology is my craft. Diggy is my name. First blood. Late? Just slow down the time. Time is science. You have slain an enemy. Time is science. Time is science.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So let's get loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Here we go! The phone is calling your name. Sounds alarm can contain all the strain that's coursing through your veins. Shigeki de hisatsu, uji no misare. Legends they rise from the earth. Kakenukeru, we break through to show our worth. Makete nai, tomirare nai. Never back down, never fall. Till we make it to the top. Come on, let's light the sky with our spirits burning bright. くじけ抜け
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL Singapore Season 3. My name is Scrubby Cheeks, and here with me is Abstract. We wanted to do his signature, but maybe later.
Godfather of all rights. I guess that is the case. Well, in the end of the day, it kind of seems as though like this, the things are starting to work out. Oh, hold on a second. I'll pass it on to you for now.
But of course, we've just seen an intense match between Evil and Flash, and right now we're going into match 2 between EVOS and Almighty. Of course, before we begin, a shout out to our partners and sponsors for making all these tournaments possible. Thank you to Singtel 5G, unlock ultra responsive gaming with 2 times low latency on Singtel 5G, Singapore's most powerful 5G network. Get the edge you need while gaming on the go.
Let's not forget the PvP Esports logo that is slowly moving away from us because, well, I mean, it's not really a segue, but it's just kind of like, oh, whatever. PvP Esports is the ultimate regional platform where gaming lives, guided by its core values of passion, sportsmanship, and healthy gaming. PvP Esports seeks to continually grow the regional esports ecosystem through its initiatives and tournaments. So make sure you guys head on down and take a look at www.pvpesports.gg and take a look at what they have got.
Yep, and of course, also thank you to Frank by OCBC. They did have, the amazing cards, debit and credit cards going on previously, but the campaign is over, so you're a little bit late to the party. But still, thank you to them, and thank you to OSIM as well. The comfortable chairs that we're sitting on, the OSIM gaming chair with massage series. You know that OSIM has over 43 years of experience, and they've integrated their time-tested massage technologies with their patented V-hand technology within an ergonomically designed chair that will provide you with great comfort and help you relieve all your neck, shoulder, and back pains from those long hours of gaming.
Let's not forget the recline.
Okay, he's gone, like out of the screen.
As much as I want to be out of the screen, let me just see whether I can actually be out of the screen. I thought that I'm short enough to be gone out of screen.
The chair can make you even shorter. It has the ability to shrink even further.
Okay, apparently, if you have a short chair, then this. Oh, sorry, not short chair. If you have a short table, then this is perfect for you because I'm very grounded. Lower center of gravity. Yeah, that's my life.
So we are sitting on the OSIM chairs, and so are the players who are playing. But they are here for now. But the following week for the playoffs, they are going to be at Grid, the official venue partner for MPL SG Season 3. So do join them for their viewing parties. I believe there's one going on now, and there will be more at the playoffs when they start as well.
If you want to find out more as to where Grid is, all you got to do is head down to 1 Selegie Road, basement 1-11. That is where the watch party happens, especially during the playoff dates. You will be able to jump right in and take a look at it in the offline setting. So for those people that have been waiting
at home,
you actually have spectators. Unfortunately, we won't be there. Cries. It is what it is, right? You guys can head on down and take a look at it more from the 29th of April. Now it's April, right? Yeah, 29th of April onwards. Yeah, you can put on the Google Maps Singapore 188306 to head down there.
Yep, and while you're watching this stream, either at home or at the watch parties, do take this chance to share and follow us on the Facebook page MPL Singapore to stand a chance to win prizes. We unlock each milestone with more followers on our Facebook page. We're currently aiming for 47k followers, which will unlock the epic skin chest for everyone.
Yeah, exactly. So why stop in tier 1? Why stop in tier 2? Why stop in tier 3? Go all the way. Go big or go home. So make sure you guys head on down and like the Facebook, and of course just follow us as much as possible. Get all your friends to follow, even though they don't play Mobile Legends anymore. Get them to follow so that they watch MPL, so that they get inspired, so that they play Mobile Legends again, and so that you can bring them into the game and carry them, because you know what they say, the best flex is to carry them.
Very, very long stream of contingent factors, but just follow us to simplify it. Yeah. And also, while you're watching the stream, do hit that share button as well. We do have a live stream giveaway, live stream share campaign as well going on. I believe we have hit the 300 share milestone, and right now we are aiming for 500 We're now at 414
Ooh.
shares. So only
96.
86.
86.
86.
Yeah, 86.
Yes, 86.
Sorry, Math Rack back in action. Yeah.
86 shares to go to reach the 500 shares giveaway.
Yay. I'll give a better and a louder yay when we reaches the 500 shares. So make
That's
sure you
true.
guys spam
Save
the
it
share.
for the hype.
Yeah, if you control any pages on Facebook, just go to the page and share as well. And another page to share as well. Hijack your girlfriend's or boyfriend's Facebook page, or go to your parents' Facebook page and also hijack theirs and just share it everywhere so that you can get more stuff. But speaking of getting more stuff, great segue, huh? We also have in-game rewards to be given away to every single one of you guys if one of three, or maybe all three of these conditions are met. Number one, first blood. You will always see this happen every game, and if you feel that, the first blood is about to happen, make sure you whip up your phone because we will have the QR code ready on the screen as a lower third down below, and you will be able to capture it, and then you can redeem that. Not to forget, we also have triple kill. We also have the legendary one. So any player manage to get themselves a legendary, which is 8 kills in a row without dying, then you guys will be able to get some free items.
Yep, so fastest fingers first. The redemption code will appear on the screen when it happens. Make sure to key in the code. I believe it's you have to enter it in game. So yeah, be sure to capture it before it disappears.
It's a QR code, so it's a lot easier actually. I think.
I think the first blood is like a stream of letters that comes out, and then you have to key it in. So be sure to tune in, and you have a chance to take part or claim yourself these prizes from the giveaways as a viewer at home. But in the meantime, we're going to talk a bit about the match that we have upcoming between EVOS and Almighty.
Well, what can I say about this? This upcoming game, EVOS versus Almighty, we have talked about the fact that EVOS apparently still happens to be the force to be reckoned with. And I am surprised. I downplayed them quite a bit. Yes, JPL definitely showed us what they are made of, and their scores definitely did not lie from the time that we saw in the leaderboards just now. And this game, upcoming here, is probably going to propel them even further.
Yeah, I think right now the question is not whether EVOS will win, but how far they're going to win, right? And is Almighty able to claw back even a single game? I think a lot of people are expecting EVOS to take this, so it will be a huge surprise and upset if Almighty comes back in this one.
I really doubt that Almighty will be the kryptonite here for EVOS.
Not the entire set, but I think, can they at least take one game?
Can they be a resistance?
Yes.
That is the question, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not too sure about that. Maybe they will be able to push themselves from being just a normal resistor into a light emitting resistor, whereby it looks like too much power has flowed through the resistor, and then the resistor starts to light up and then they explode.
I did not study engineering. If this is somewhere in that domain, I will not be able to help you with that theoretical assumption.
Typically, when you see a resistor glow in red, you know that something has went very wrong. Typically, so it kind of goes against the point. I have no idea where this is going at all, but my name's abstract for a reason, because everything is abstract, no?
Yeah, we talked about Almighty in the morning, right? About the tank meta that's currently going on. So before, the beginning of this season, we had our hopes on Almighty because we said, okay, they're really familiar with all these tank and fighter heroes, and they know how to play to that playstyle. So this meta is actually in their favor, and we expected them to be able to take advantage of that as well. Unfortunately, it seems like they haven't quite found, the secret sauce to be able to play this, or maybe it's too much of a known strategy that people know how to combat it.
Yeah, Almighty, they were great in the previous season because of the meta shifts, and it somehow worked for them once again because of their wide hero pool. They really had a plethora of understanding of some of the tanks that they play, and even the fighters that they play, whereby they are able to adjust willingly and however they want, putting themselves with a Buxer in the jungle. The first time that we see it in MPL SG Season 2, we are like, wow! But this time, it's no longer a wow, but it's now more of a oh kind of thing. But I'm not too sure if that's still going to be the case for Almighty. Maybe they'll be able to give us something more interesting, something more amazing to watch. But I am not keeping my fingers crossed for it though.
Yeah, I think that's the same expectations of everyone. Well, we're all highly anticipating this game that's going to come up next, but I believe there are some technical issues that we need to sort out on the back end.
You anticipating then?
Yeah, creating even more suspense for the games, but we'll give some time for the back end crew and the teams to sort that out. In the meantime, take a quick break, stretch yourselves up, get yourselves some snacks, and we'll be right back with you.
That time of the year again, where the best Mobile Legends Bang Bang teams from the tropical region of Southeast Asia converge together. The MLBB Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC 2022. Who shall conquer and who shall be conquered? Which team will soar above the clouds and be crowned as the king of Southeast Asia? Like the Zodiacs, a total of 12 teams from the region will compete in 2 stages: the group stage and the playoffs. Each group of 3 teams will fight against each other in a best-of-2 match, where the weakest of each group will be eliminated. That leaves the remaining 8 to continue their paths of glory. To facilitate the epic battles between the giants, the MSC 2022 arena will be held at the City of Contrast and Diversity, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Witness the clash of titans from the supreme MLBB region from June 11th until June 19th. Follow #SupremeAC for more updates. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, where heroes make history.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Hey everyone, Dev Pow here. In this video, I brought fantastic news. MLBB is releasing a new system, Creation Cam. Without further ado, let's take a look at the system's 4 major features. Today, I'll be recommending a few of my favorite gameplay. Watch carefully and make sure you don't miss a step. 1. Hide and seek. This gameplay allows you to fully experience the thrill of one against many. Now that it's hide and seek, we first need to assign the roles of the 2 teams. You can configure the size of each team on the configuration screen. First, I'll set 1 player from Team A as the Seeker, and 5 players from Team B as Hiders. Next, I'll check the Hide Minimap avatar option so the 2 teams can't see each other on the minimap. And then I'll adjust the 2 teams' attributes. Since there's only 1 Seeker, I'll give them a major boost on damage, defense, and HP, but lower their movement speed. For Hiders, I'll increase their cooldown reduction and movement speed, but take a chunk out of their HP. The 5 Hiders need to avoid the Seeker's attack, assemble as fast as possible, and eventually take down the Seeker together. before their base is destroyed. Who will be the last one standing? The exceptionally strong Seeker or the 5 hiders united as one? Go and find out for yourself. 2. Zero cooldown blitz. Now this is something you can't experience in regular matches. With the cooldowns removed, many of the heroes are bound to offer a fantastic experience. The configuration is here. The most important is to set the cooldown reduction and battle spell cooldown reduction to 100%. You can also limit the available heroes and adjust some of the other attributes. I, for one, particularly like to disable basic attacks for a competition of skills only. Spam skills throughout the game and get familiar with each hero during the process. Can this deal get any sweeter? 3. Go, Franco, go! If you like mischief, you must not miss this one. The rule's simple. Hit the opponent with your hook before they hook you. For the configuration, set the available heroes to Franco only and adjust the hook's range. Ooh, caught you again. Think you can run away from me? All right, that's all for today. Be sure to check out the system after it's released. There's so much more fun gameplay awaiting you to explore. Customize your own gameplay, team up with your friends, and don't forget to share your lobby codes. This time, everyone is a game designer.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonates from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Technology is my craft. Diggy is my name.
First blood.
Late? Just slow down the time. Time is science.
You have slain an enemy.
Time is science. Time is science.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband. Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally back after a short break, and we are very much ready to see which team is fighting against which team and of course what they have got to say for themselves. But before we even jump onto that, I gotta introduce who we are. My name is Abstract, and with me here is Scrubby Chicks, and the both of us will be our caster for this round.
Yeah, one more match for us to go. It's going to be EVOS up against Almighty. I believe we have the team profiles ready. We want to see who's going to be playing in this lineup, whether there will be any adjustments or not to the matches upcoming.
Well, let's just jump right in and take a look at it.
We're trying our best to cope with it, but I can say that definitely we miss having Potato in our team. I feel like there's a lot of pressure on me. You know, like what if EVOS doesn't do well this season? Most likely it's going to be, blamed on me, right? Yeah, but with pressure, it's a good way for me to rise up to the challenge, you know what I mean?
The atmosphere is definitely different due to the lack of comms that Potato had once provided for us. Some of us has to step up to, accommodate for such losses.
Bringing in new players who haven't played in competitive scene, there's always going to be very basic mistakes like macro play and, like just general nervousness. Bringing new players also means that we are able to try new strategies, try new drafts. I would say that the positive outweighs the negatives. No matter who you bring in, there's always going to be that hurdle first, right? I would say we are prepared. Maybe just a little bit under-prepared, but still prepared.
I think the team, we mostly train chemistry, the team bonding that I've mentioned. Like, we meet, but we don't really train as much as we have fun. Like, we go out to places, we eat food, and generally just have fun together. I feel it's more important than just playing the game, because the teamwork is definitely the most crucial key to win the whole MPL.
Team bonding is quite important. Team bonding allows you to get closer and to know more about your teammates, as well as trust. There is chemistry, but you don't know if whether you can trust your teammate or not. But through bonding, you can trust your teammate to know that he'll be there for you and to catch you when you fall. I'll find them to be a potential wild card for the team. It's like when the jungler got red buff and blue buff, but this is different. We got a girlfriend buff. Sometimes when the players are not available to play, they will take over.
It means a lot because it will be my first win. I've never won before, so it definitely means so much to me.
I think I might retire since this is my 5th season and I haven't won yet. But if I still haven't won, I will continue playing. And it will mean a lot to me, having to hold the trophy.
With Almighty at the bottom of the leaderboards, they now face the champions of MPL SG Season 2. And as well as Season 1, let's not forget about that. So, how are they going to be coming in this game, and who are they going to be deploying to fight against these titans? We have Sky, Azura X, Ryzen, FMM, QDX Love in the ranking to fight against the 5-man stack coming in from EVOS.
Over on the side of EVOS, it is going to be the same lineup: Adamir, JPL, Gear, Jox, as well as Sayla. So not opting to take Nick in instead of JPL this time. So both of them full-strength lineups up against each other. It's a tall order for Almighty going up against the defending champions.
Well, JPL definitely showed what EVOS practically is without JPL. And with that all said and done, we pretty much know how EVOS would do against Almighty. One of the things that we were kind of hoping for in this for the side of Almighty is that EVOS actually don't have JPL playing for the team. JPL definitely have a lot of experience. He have a lot of microplays that really helps the team a lot. And unfortunately, when it comes down to Nick, he's got quite a big shoe to fill. If he have to work out to play, to replace JPL, especially when Potato has just recently left too.
Yeah, but I mean, on a competitive stage, it's hard, right? When you put a new player in, you don't only have to look at your micros, your macros play a part, and also not forgetting the nerves that you might have, the anxiety coming into a really national competitive stage. We're going to look at the team statistics here. Quite a number of overlapping heroes, actually. I mean, you see JPL and Azura X both most used on that Kufra, Adamir, and FMM most used on the Beatrix as well.
Well, nothing too out of the ordinary, I would say. The main important thing is that I would really love to see what kind of drafting that they are going to be coming in with. Because when it comes to looking at Almighty, most of their players didn't quite change, right? We have Ryzen, we have Sky, we have QDX Love. Azura came in from Kingsman, which is now Almighty. He's definitely a really strong side laner back then, or rather EXP laner. He was introduced to be the position 2 jungler for the side of Almighty. But it kind of seems like there has been kind of a change whereby Azura X has become a roamer this time.
Yeah, well, they're both roamers as well as jungler. I think for you mentioned Azura X. I think he initially started off as the roamer, but he has slowly transitioned into a jungler role as well.
Oh, it's kind of like the other way around.
Yeah, we'll see if he decides to still go that this game. Here we have the head-to-head of both teams, EVOS against Almighty. I mean, obviously EVOS has better stats because they've been winning their games as well compared to Almighty, so you see a little tilt in favor of EVOS.
Well, first blood count for EVOS has been 5 and Almighty has been 5. I'm not too sure how to feel about this. I mean...
Well, EVOS has a reputation for dropping the first blood, right? I mean, they likes to bring that up, unfortunately.
Yeah, so it kind of plays... That's kind of like quite something to say about Almighty then, right? Because that pretty much shows that Almighty, they have been really strong in the early stages of the game. And it has been like that all the time. But they just can't seem to close out games time and time again. Could it be the fault of the gold laner? Because the gold laner is the one that always comes in the late stages of the game. Yep. FMM currently, when it comes down to the head-to-head against Adamir, definitely have got some shortages here and there. He's only got one single MVP count. Kill participation, well, there has been quite a bit of discrepancies. So hopefully when it comes down to this fight against EVOS, they wouldn't show themselves in too bad of a light.
Yeah, so Almighty definitely needs to put up a show today. It's theirs to claw back into the game. As you can see, FMM, like you said, right, it still has some ways to go in terms of comparing. When you do an apple-to-apple against Adamir in the gold lane, you would want to get, a higher KDA, especially in the later parts of the game. Could be that Almighty hasn't made it to that part as well. But we'll see how they perform in this match coming right up.
Well, I would say that in the end of the day, when we are looking at EVOS's playstyle, they really differ and adapt very differently based on the teams that they are working with, right? Game number 1 is kind of like the kind of thing whereby they're just kind of feeling the waters and just kind of feeling how the opponent plays, so on and so forth. So I wouldn't be expecting EVOS to close the game fast for this one. They'll probably be playing until, I would say, 13 to 14 minutes in. Maybe by the first Luminous Lord, they will be able to close the game fast.
Yep, we're jumping into the draft now between EVOS and Almighty. EVOS choosing to ban away the Angela as well as the Beatrix, taking that away from FMM right off the bat. Almighty has a ban on Valentina, obviously, and also the Karina.
Okay, and EVOS, if they're gonna go for a ban onto the Eve, then I would pretty much know what they're trying to go for. However, they have decided to go for a ban on the Dayrov instead. But before that, we do have the Beatrix, we also have the Angela. Angela being banned. Now that is definitely interesting. Now, when it comes down to position 5 Angela, the slow, the heartstrings is what comes in scary when it comes down to players or rather heroes that really wants to play aggressively, such as, well, Baxia. However, with Xavier as well as Grok currently available in the drafting phase, EVOS have decided to pick up the Grok almost immediately, and that will be given away to Gear. And we have seen just how Gear plays his Grok, a very offensive Grok and very painful Grok. So this is very likely going to be a position 3 or position, around position 4 Grok, which goes over to the EXP lane.
Well, could also be flex to JPL if they wanted to. I mean, that option is open. With the Angela banned out as well, they want to really prevent that hard guard from coming in. It's almost like a reset, right? Because you have really huge shield preventing you from being able to take out someone. And when you isolate someone with that Grok, you want to be able to kill that person immediately. On the side of Almighty, taking the Clint as well as the Eve really early on in this in this pick phase.
Indeed. It kind of seems a little bit too early for them to pick out the Clint, to be very honest. But picking out the Eve, is looking to be pretty darn good. I would say that Eve is also a pretty good comfort pick, but this will also deter EVOS from technically picking up the Baxia in position 2. Because when it comes down to banning out the Angela, the main thing that I can think of is actually a Baxia jungle. However, EVOS is not going to pay that in mind at all. They are not going to mind that. They will still pick out the Baxia over in the jungle. And then we even have the Hilda being picked out. So the Hilda position 5 and the Baxia position 2 is going to be locked right in. And they pretty much have got their winning condition in the draft now.
Yeah, I mean, they still have JPL and the last 2 picks that they haven't quite chosen yet. So yes, Baxia with that early aggression coupled with the Hilda and the Grok is going to be really, really strong in the early game. Scary for Almighty, and they've chosen to respond with a Bowman. Could go into the jungle. We've seen that, I think, on Azura X as well.
It's very likely going to be a Bowman jungle. Position 2 Bowman and position 1 Clint seems to be good. However, picking up position 1 and 2 this early into the game is actually pretty darn scary for them. They seem to want to put a lot more flex potential onto their EXP laner and allow them to play some form of, let's ignore the EXP lane kind of playstyle, because Almighty, we have seen them doing that quite a bit, right? Quite a bit. So with the Clint and the Bowman being taken in, what are their issues here? What are the best ways to deter and stop Clint as well as Bowman? I would say that it is more of like a wombo combo kind of thing would be pretty darn good. However, let's move on and take a look at the rest of the bans here, which is a Kagura being banned. We also have a Hilda being banned. But we have a technical pause, so I don't know how the drafting is going to be from this point onwards.
Yep, just pausing to make sure that we iron out all the issues. I want to make sure that the game goes as smoothly as possible and on a fair ground between both of these teams, because it's important, every single match might either boost someone else up or bring you down in terms of the standings. So you want to be able to make sure that everything's A-okay. Looking at the draft though, we talked about how that Clint and Yi pick was a little bit early. Do you think it's because they are still sussing out, like we said, EVOS' strategy? They pick a Grok really early on, but that doesn't really show much. So having that early Clint and Yi pick kind of gives away a little, but it's rather safe picks as well.
I would say that Yve is a safe pick. It's pretty much a comfort. They can actually pick up the Yve anytime that they want. They could also have picked up the Yve just so that they will be able to kind of deter EVOS from picking up the Baxia. But EVOS didn't care. They still went for the Baxia instead. And in this case, picking up the Clint, I'm not too sure about that, but my theory is the fact that they just want to go a lot more flexible with the EXP lane. So my thinking is that they would want to look at the EXP lane as one of the higher priority lane, whereby they don't have to care too much about the EXP lane. The EXP laner will find his own way to counter against the opponent's EXP lane. At this point in time, it is a Grok.
Yep.
Grok in the EXP lane. So that could still be a possibility that Xbox may be picked, despite the fact that, okay, you know what? There could be a chance that Bowman wouldn't even be played in the jungle. Xbox may be placed in the jungle.
Yeah, possibly could be flexed to the EXP lane as well. You do want to be able to get an advantage, right, in the EXP.
True damage is very important.
Well. Yeah.
Yep, it's very important for them. And I don't think that they would want to put a Bowman in the early game and just kind of rush down, because Bowman is also more of a snowballing hero. You snowball very well if you are able to cut between the enemy's lines. You're able to help your team to proxy out in the EXP lanes. You are able to force everyone out away from the turtle radiuses. That is great. But to add salt into wound, the true damage coming in from Xbox is something that we should be looking out for, and that is where the flex could come in. So EXP lane being picked up by the Bowman against Grok, I don't see a big deal about that, because Bowman can still proxy the lane.
Hold his lane. Yeah,
yes.
You're supposed to fight the fighters, right?
Yeah, you can fight the fighters. Yeah, fighters against fighters to fight against the fighters and fighters. Okay. But I don't think that they will be able to proxy though. If Bowman have to be aggressive and proxy, they have to watch out for the Hilda. And if JPL plays the Hilda, it is very, very scary because I don't think that he will be able to get out of the Hilda's grasp. And if we are looking at a Baxia jungle, Bowman is probably
worse, right? I mean, you have Baxia, you have Baxia who's going to clear really quickly on his own jungle, and then you also have Hilda who's going to invade and oppress your jungler as well. So is Bowman going to be able to hold out there? And if he's the jungler, otherwise, who else could they pick into this jungle role who might be able to fight off this suppression in the early game?
So Almighty now, they have two ways to play. Right? If they're actually going to have the Bowman to go into the EXP lane, they can use the Bowman to grab the attention of JPL. Because JPL is famed for being able to create a lot of space, and he is really good at disturbing the jungle. And in this case, they don't have a jungle just yet. We don't know who the jungle is, and we don't know their jungle's capability with a specific hero. If everything is done right, the Bowman would then head over to the EXP lane. He will proxy. JPL would then be forced to move himself over to stop the proxy happening. That way, it opens up wide avenues for the jungle to farm very easily, play things passively, so that their mid stages of the game, it becomes a lot smoother.
That being said though, we did see a really tanky lineup, right? I mean, we talked about the Hilda, there is a Baxia as well as a Grok on the side of EVOS, but looking at Almighty's pick right now, they don't really have that sort of true damage, like you said, to be able to shred these junglers. And the thing is, they've already picked up the Clint, so you don't have the option of going into a 1-1 or a carry. Yeah, that's a bit more reliable. So how are they going to go through that beefy front line?
I'm trying to think of any other plays that they can go for, right? They have fulfilled the position 4. They have position 5. They haven't thought of a Roman just yet.
Yeah.
Maybe a Roman that will be able to stop Hilda would be great. But I'm not too sure if whether whatever draft that we have seen is actually going to be the draft that we're going to be playing, because I believe that we have some...
Yeah, so I think there are technical issues on the back end. We've just heard from the team that they're still sorting out these issues and they might go into a full reset. So our apologies, we'll go right into the draft as soon as we can to get back into this game. Bear with us, sit tight, we'll go for a break and we'll be right back with you in this game between EVOS and Almighty.
The configuration is here. The most important is to set the cooldown reduction and battle spell cooldown reduction to 100%. You can also limit the available heroes and adjust some of the other attributes. I, for one, particularly like to disable basic attacks for a competition of skills only. Spam skills throughout the game and get familiar with each hero during the process. Can this deal get any sweeter? 3. Go, Franco, go! If you like mischief, you must not miss this one. The rule's simple. Hit the opponent with your hook before they hook you. For the configuration, set the available heroes to Franco only and adjust the hook's range. Ooh, caught you again. Think you can run away from me? All right, that's all for today. Be sure to check out the system after its release. There's so much more fun gameplay awaiting you to explore. Customize your own gameplay, team up with your friends, and don't forget to share your lobby codes. This time, everyone is a game designer.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So let's get so loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Holds infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonate from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Horology is my craft. Sticky is my name.
First blood.
Really? Just slow down the time.
Time is science. You have slain an enemy. Time is science. Time is science. An enemy has been slain.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband. Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Saber guys just can't stop preaching. Saber guys just can't stop. Hey, that purple thing looks cool. Well, who's the hero now?
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband. Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the third hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance.
Crumble into dust.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area.
Pathetic.
Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill.
Not even close.
Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring the second hero of the Forsaken Light series, Melissa. With the help of her beloved dolls, Melissa can easily melt her foes from an unreachable spot. Hero skills. First skill, falling. Melissa dashes in the target direction and gains extra attack speed for a while. She'll also pull Muddles and Cuddles toward her when the two are on the field. Falling is Melissa's mobility tool that allows her to maneuver around the map and adjust the position of her dolls. The extra attack speed, on the other hand, grants her decent burst potential.
Killing spree!
Second skill, go, Muddles! Melissa throws Muddles in the target direction, which will stop upon hitting an enemy hero or reaching the maximum distance and bind itself to all nearby enemy heroes. For the duration, Melissa will summon Giggles on each of her basic attacks to shoot an extra cursed needle at Muddles, and can also use the attack minion button to attack Muddles directly. All the damage taken by Muddles within the duration will be transferred to the bound victims. Each needle thrown by Giggles will also reduce part of the cooldown of Melissa's first skill. Go, Muddles! Is Melissa's primary damage source. Ultimate. Cuddles, protect me! Melissa orders Cuddles to release the field of protection, damaging and pushing away nearby enemies while blocking them from entering the field for a while. The field will disappear early if Melissa moves too far away. Cuddles, protect me! Is Melissa's main defense measure against melee heroes. Passive. Doll Buster. Melissa deals extra damage to summoned units, including Muddles and all units summoned by the enemy. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Move Muddles flexibly with falling to avoid losing the enemies bound by Go, Muddles!
Didn't your mother ever tell you? Never get too close to Needle.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to knock back approaching enemies, and then falling to move the field and block or restrict the enemy's movement. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, cast Falling to quickly approach the enemy. Bind them to Muddles using Go Muddles, and then poke them with basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me when they're getting too close. Team fights. During team fights, look for the right opportunity to engage using Falling, cast Go Muddles to bind Muddles to multiple enemies, then spam basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to block approaching enemies, and use Falling when it's up again to adjust your position and increase your attack speed for higher burst damage. Tactics. Mid-game. With her excellent mobility and solid ultimate mechanism, Melissa plays a big role in small-scale teamfights in the mid-game. Late game. After getting her hands on a few pieces of core equipment, Melissa can deal significant burst damage after successful Go Muddles hits, while the field created by
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is MPL Singapore Season 3. My name is Scrubby Cheeks and joined by Abstract over here. Thank you for tuning in today. I know we've had quite a number of issues getting into the second match, so thank you for your patience, and be assured we'll jump into the game as soon as we can. In the meantime, of course, shout out to all our sponsors for making this happen: Singtel 5G, PvP Esports, ranked by OCBC, as well as OSIM. And of course, not forgetting our official venue partner, Grid.
Well, it is finally time for us to jump into the game, I suppose. Soon. Don't worry, okay? I believe that the time has, we have dragged on for quite a bit, all right? So we've dragged on for quite a bit. We understand we have been waiting for the games ourselves. We are super excited for what is about to come. Just hang on for a little bit. You can close your eyes a little bit and listen to our voice, and then I will wake you up when the time has come. But maybe after I show whatever that's going to be happening at the bottom of the screen, because I belive that we are...
You shouldn't go to sleep now. In fact, we have a giveaway that's happening because we have just reached a new milestone of our live stream shares.
Yeah, let me just...
we have actually reached 500 shares on this live stream. Thank
Okay.
you so much to the viewers who are watching out there, whether you're watching at home or whether you are at Grid, our official venue partner, or at Scape at the watch parties as well. Thank you for tuning in and sharing this stream. Very happy that you're here with us and excited for what we have, our matches today.
So I hope that you guys managed to catch those codes. In case you guys don't know how to catch the codes fast enough, you can get the Google Lens and just like kind of copy the
Take a
text very
screenshot.
fast. That can work as well. Oh yeah, I forgot most people are actually watching on their phones. So yeah, take a screenshot. That will be a lot faster as well.
But you have to do both, right? You need to take a screenshot and then you need to key it in as well.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
That's the tough part, unless you have two phones or you're looking at it on another device or something.
So in the event that you guys don't know how to go over the website because maybe you're watching on your phone and you're unable to scan the QR code, all you gotta do is head on to your favorite browser, type in www.m.mobilelegends.com/en/code exchange. So COD, then exchange.
Or just Google Mobile Legends, give the code exchange or code redemption.
Yeah, that could work too. That could work too. That can definitely.
Yeah, I'm sure that will bring you to the website. Right now, we actually have an MPL learning event going on. So for those of you watching, quiz yourself using this question. Which player has the highest KDA in week 1? If you've been tuning in, week 1 was 2 weeks ago. So is it A, Powerful, B, Bray, or C, Baby Cakes?
I don't know the answer though.
If you're not abstract and you know the answer, quickly scan the QR code and fill that in for yourself.
Do you know the answer?
I actually don't have this. I need to rely on this.
Well, basically, she's being an abstract as well. Things has been fine and dandy so far, but since we have quite a little bit of a time, let us talk about what people has been missing out so far, which is the match number 1. And that was Evil versus Flash. Now, what exactly has happened there, Scrubby Cheeks?
Well, Evil versus Flash, Evil being the Dark Horses for those of you who missed out game 1 up against the veterans of Flash, who didn't really have a stellar performance in the beginning parts of the season, but they started yesterday with a good game against Evil. Didn't win that set, but still put up a great show. And this morning, we were expecting that momentum to continue, or at least I was. Unfortunately, Evil took the first game, Flash took the second game, and then it was up to that match point, but Evil won that set.
It is unfortunate. Flash didn't really quite manage to do the things that they wanted to, I suppose. They probably had the game plan in mind. They couldn't execute it time and time again. And perhaps even when it comes down to drafting, it is really tough for them to deal with, especially since Reminiscent was playing as the Lancelot and then Powerful was playing onto Baxia when it comes down to the final game. And that was where they really needed to do something. I thought that picking up the Lancelot was a little bit too early from their side. It is very unfortunate, but hey, it is what it is. It is time for Team Flash to actually go back onto the drawing board and understand why exactly they have lost that game.
Yep.
Is it because the jungle has been running rampant?
Yeah, of course, props to Evil as well, but right now we're gonna focus on the upcoming game, Evils versus Almighty.
Now, we are back in. We've got the drafting going on, and we are halfway through the draft. So far, we have all, if not some, if not all, of the drafting that has already been done, and they are pretty much more or less the same, right? We've got Eve, Clint, as well as Bowman being picked up from the side of Almighty, and for the side of Evils, we have the Grog, Baxia, as well as Hilda. And we have speculated that for the side of Almighty, there could be a pretty high chance that this Bowman could be an EXP Bowman instead of a jungle Bowman.
Yep.
Because Xborg has yet to be banned, and I really want to see that happening. Now, the pause 5 has been filled by QDX Love and picked the Rafaela for this game. So typically nowadays, if you're going to go for position 5 support, that pretty much means that your team is going to play very passively. You would want to avoid fights as much as possible in the early stages of the game and would only want to go for fights if you are taunted to do so, or when you know that you have the power spike. Early game, when it comes down to disturbing the enemy jungles, those sort of stuff, Rafaela is unfortunately unable to do so. And EVOS filled up their lineup with Xavier, and the last pick, which will be a marksman filled by Edamir. Who would it be? Is it going to be a Beatrix? But it has been banned. 1-1?
Yeah.
Why?
Right. Oh, well, but this is really shaping to be a scary lineup against Almighty, right? I mean, for EVOS, they have the early game in terms of Grok, Baxia, as well as the Hilda. And then you stack it up with a Xavier and Carry, you have an insane late game up against Almighty. On the other side of the draft, Almighty, yes, they have the Bauman and the Rafaela, but I just feel like they're still lacking something, right? Like, I don't feel like it's enough to counter the EVOS's consistent lineup here.
EVOS's pick onto the carry kind of seems like foreshadowing what might happen onto the side of Almighty. And in the end of the day, Almighty has picked up the Carmilla.
Wow.
Carmilla, okay. Position 1 focuses onto the Clint in the gold lane. Position 2 goes over the Bauman in the... Oh no, Carmilla jungle? No, that can't be it. No, that can't be it. Carmilla...
Bauman jungle.
Bauman must be the jungle. Then position 4 would be... Position 4 would be the Rafael. No, position 4 is... Wait, gold lane. No, wait, Bauman is the gold lane. No. Okay, never mind. Screw it. I need to look at the draft. I need to look at the heroes then. Clint, gold lane, jungle, Bauman, EXP, Carmilla. Okay, sounds about right. Or, yeah.
Eve in the mid lane and Carmilla in the side.
EXP.
Yeah, Rafaela on the roam. Yeah, that probably is what makes sense to us at this point. I think by far Almighty has gone with the most unorthodox draft that I've seen so far, I think.
I need to understand why they have decided to go for the Carmilla. We understand that Carmilla's ultimate is understandably just going to be linking the players and the heroes. And we know as a matter of fact that the opponents are tanky.
Yep.
If you're able to do AoE damage on a massive amount of players, then they are just going to be chained and linked to one another. So theoretically speaking, it does seem to make some sense in that. Because if they are able to get the Bauman to either to just go for the Cyclone Sweep and just deal massive amount of damage while everyone was just stuck in a small encased area, maybe when the real world manipulation pops up from the side of Yves, they're all stuck in one place and boom boom pow, Bauman goes in.
It's a wombo combo, right? I mean, they're hoping to get the entire team fight together. Unfortunately, we're going into another technical pause just for the team to iron out some issues. So do bear with us as we sort these out. And we'll go back into the draft a little bit. We are really anticipating this game coming up, especially with the draft that Almighty has just chosen. Like you said, a really wombo combo with the Carmilla. So game plan, link everyone together with the Carmilla, lay down the real world manipulation, and you have as well the lethal counter from the Bauman. Is that enough damage coming out from the side of Almighty to take down the likes of a Grok, a Hilda, and a Baxia?
I think that Almighty may be onto something here. They may be onto something, but unfortunately, Almighty may not be the team to be able to shed this draft to light. This
harsh. Yes, okay. Let's hear it.
For lack of better words, they are not exactly the team that can work with this composition, especially against a team like EVOS. Because mechanically, EVOS is definitely a lot better than Almighty, and this has been proved because the fact that Almighty is unable to beat the teams in the middle parts of the brackets. So trying to find out the team in the top of the brackets would make it even tougher for them. And with an unorthodox picks like these, having a Carmilla in the EXP lane, having a Bauman in the gold lane, Bauman in the jungle, that is not something that we see all the time. And they don't have anyone to, technically speaking, mimic. They can't have proper references. As such, they gotta have to go with their own guts and feel. Whatever happens, they'll go with their guts. Whatever that happens, they'll go with the flow. So if the early game starts off really badly for them, then they don't really have any avenue to go.
Yeah, I mean, with the Xavier and the carry on the team of on the side of Team EVOS, if it does get to the late game, it's definitely gonna go in their favor, right? I mean, there's just so much damage output, just pure damage coming from the side of EVOS. Almighty, is it because so far they've gone, the really traditional drafts? But it hasn't worked so far, so they need to go a little bit more unorthodox going up against, especially a giant like EVOS, take them by surprise and hopefully be able to take the game?
I think that one other thing that we should be looking out for is that I would probably say that Almighty may be outdrafted by EVOS because of the fact that EVOS went for a tank meta. It is very scary and it's very difficult to bring the opponents down. As such, when it comes down to the gold lane, even though they picked out the Clint, which is really good in the gold lane and you understandably will beat most of the marksmen out there, they even picked out a Rafaela to further add on to the support factor.
To the Clint, yeah.
To the Clint, right? So it helps Clint to stay alive longer, especially since tank meta literally dives on top of the back lines. But when it comes down to the early stages of the game, that is where we gotta have to understand where Rafaela goes. As a position 5 Rafaela, you would either want to be traveling with your teammates, or rather traveling and support your jungle, or you would want to stay in the lane and support your marksman. In this case, Clint is probably gonna have a really good time against the carry anyways. And in the early stages of the game, we would be able to expect that that Hilda would probably hover around the goal lane time to time, since they will want to deal with the Bowman. However, they will also want to see the fact that Baxia would want to head over to the EXP lane in order to get themselves objectives. Because at the end of the day, objective wins games. That is how you want to extend your lead even further. Clint and Carry may be left alone for a long, long time. And Rafaela don't even need to be up there. As such, Rafaela's positioning and Rafaela's value in team fights against EVOS is probably not enough because of the sheer power that EVOS will be able to bring onto the table, and Rafaela can't handle it.
Can Rafaela really leave? Rafaela can leave Clint alone, but
Definitely.
can Carry be left alone in the gold lane though?
That's the question.
Yeah. Well, we have on their side a Grok and Hilda to be able to help that out, put pressure on the enemy jungler to prevent some ganks, but is that gonna be enough? Or is the Rafaela babysitting Clint gonna be so much of a snowball ahead for him?
I feel that there was some kind of a conflicting notion. Carmilla yearns for a team fight, but with a Rafaela in the early stages of the game, they do not want to have a team fight. Bowman can be scary, yes. Bowman plus Carmilla is super scary. But
Plus Eve.
Plus Eve.
Plus
yes.
Eve.
But I'm just not buying it. I'm really not buying it. I can't see how far they're able to go for that.
Is that because of the isolation potential coming from EVOS? I mean, they have the Grok as well as the Baxia, right? So if you send those two people into the fight, they can really easily dive, initiate that, single someone out from the fight and be able to deal with them first.
Every single one of the members from the side of Almighty is really squishy. That's my problem. And if EVOS's Baxia and Grok able to find themselves a target, one person, immediately gonna be wiped out.
Yeah, so that potential to really dive and pick off someone is super strong on the side of EVOS, but Almighty might be playing exactly into that with their squishy draft. That's where you're going with their draft right now, right? I mean, Almighty is not looking like they can hold up their fort enough for them to play in the fights.
Yeah, I may be wrong though. I may be wrong because the Eve would understandably still be a force to be reckoned with. The one thing that Baxia is really afraid of is slow and true damage. No, sorry, tanks are afraid of slows and true damage. And in this case, we are looking at Eve with that slow factor coming in. And when it comes down to Carmilla, this is technically speaking propagating damage from one place to another. We can expect to see Bowman being the one that will be able to make full use of that propagation. We'll be able to see Eve being able to make use of that propagation as well, be it Void Crystal, Void Blast, or perhaps even Real World Manipulation. Clint to a certain extent, but I will only expect the Clint to deal damage onto the front lines, not necessarily onto the back lines. And for the side of EVOS, they want to split their fight very apart. The main 3 tanks right in the enemy's lines, while looking at Xavier as well as Carry, mostly more towards the back.
Yeah, I mean, having that front line and playing to that advantage, right? You have such a beefy front. How do they catch? Like a Franco equivalent, right?
To a certain extent, right? They
Well,
don't
looks like
have
they're an
CCs.
all-in. Yeah, they have the Baxia, but Baxia needs to go and initiate, and then you try to isolate someone with the Grok. But then Almighty comes in with all the whole, smorgasbord of slows that they have on the Yves, on the Bauman as well. Lethal counter does slow as well. So that might hinder EVOS from being able to engage as they would want to.
Almighty may be looking at more of a front-to-back approach. They just want to deal with the front and then go with the back. They will be using a lot of resources just to do with that. And using those resources may pretty much lead into an all-out team fight. They don't have someone that can lock someone down right in place. They don't have very reasonable slow without expending too much value. The only thing I can think of is real-world manipulation. And when it comes down to holding on to their ground, like actually be around the Turtles pit and scare the heck out of EVOS away, that is absent. That is absolutely absent.
It's like an all-in team fight for them, right? It's one-trick pony, if you will, and you shoot everything and hope it works. Oh, I mean, you do have a bit of DPS. Yes, you have real manipulation, but there's also DPS coming in from Yves as well. The Void Crystal for the slows. So could be enough to prevent that.
It could be.
Yeah.
I do not want to get too much into the details as much
I mean,
as...
all plays down to execution as usual. But
Yeah.
let's looking at this draft now. Is Almighty's unorthodox pick and approach going to be enough? Do you think they can take this one game off of EVOS?
I highly doubt so.
So you're still going for a 2-0 in favor
I'm still
of-
going for 2-0.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still going for 2-0. Like the track record as well as their career performance in the season 3 hasn't give me hasn't exactly gave me a reason to say, oh wow, they are unorthodox picks are probably onto something and they'll be able to do something about it. Because I would need to give a lot of respects over to JPL. He knows what he's doing. And if he's able to just completely zone out the Bauman, he's dead. Bauman plays a very important role, and that is to stay alive and keep spinning for days. And if you can't spin for days because of a Hilda just hiding inside of a brush and you can't even kill that Hilda, there's no way that you're gonna go anywhere.
Yeah, so the question is, yes, okay, EVOS, they're gonna have to isolate somebody, and they have the late game advantage as well. And they have the early game to be able to pressure the jungle and the other lanes.
I think the mid game is where things might start to get shaky for EVOS.
For EVOS, yeah. So on the side of Almighty, they have a lot of slows. They have some stuns as well. And if you couple that with Camilla's ulti, the stun's gonna spread to everyone, right? You have Raphael as well. So they actually do have a lot of CCs available and slows to prevent EVOS from approaching them. But the question is, do they have enough damage to be able to play that front-to-back approach that you mentioned? So if they can pull it off, then maybe Almighty stands a chance. Otherwise, could be still EVOS' game to take.
Clint isn't a hero that fares very well in idle damage, in auto attacks. He is very reliant on his ultimate ability as well as his skill 1. If he expended all of that just to bring one person down, such as Hilda, who's going to deal with the Bucks here? Who's going to deal with the Grog? And Xavier? And the carry? Technically speaking, we can still see the Bowen being able to do a decent work, but he himself, as well as the Carmilla, will be the only frontliner. And we know as a matter of fact that Bowman isn't made to tank, he's made to sustain, thus picking up Bloodlust Axe, Killing Spree, as well as sometimes you don't even need Killing Spree. Festival of Blood can be pretty darn good as well. So looking at his emblem will also give us an idea of what kind of play style is he working towards with. No creeps, no no health boost. And you gotta have to steal all of those kills away from Clint in order to stay alive in the team fight even further. And that breaks that position 1 and position 2 in goal distribution just because of the Bombers' existence.
Well, I mean, all these right now really is speculation and hypotheses being put out. It's down to the execution and how EVOS and Almighty can play this out. Still a lot of hopes on EVOS to take this one. Since we have some time, I think it would be good to also give a shout out to our sponsors. Take this time to thank everyone who has helped to put this tournament together. And thank you, of course, to the viewers who are still with us today, bearing with us despite all these technical issues that we might be facing. Thank you to Singtel 5G for putting this together. Unlock ultra-responsive gaming with 2 times lower latency on Singtel 5G, Singapore's most powerful network, and get the edge you need while gaming on the go.
So, wait, okay. Sorry, I'm just thinking if whether that...
He's still on the draft. Like that
I'm
thing
still
is
on the
throwing
draft.
him off completely.
As the analyst / colorcaster, I have to bring out as much information as I can at the back of my head and see if whether Carmilla in the jungle is actually going to be viable or not. Because when it was first drafted, I thought that Carmilla jungle very likely would be it. But I thought that I saw that Azura X is playing onto the bomber instead. So that was just him going over to the jungle.
No, they could still swap the roles.
It kind of defeats the purpose though. Wouldn't that mean that they are a jack of all trades, master of none?
It is an unorthodox pick, so it's a little hard to predict where exactly they might be putting it. But for those of you who are still tuning in, remember that we do have giveaway throughout this match. We have the MPL SG Season 3. Follow MPL Singapore on Facebook and you stand a chance to win our milestone giveaway. We are aiming for, I believe, 47,000 followers on our Facebook page, and that's going to unlock an epic skin chest for you to claim. So keep your eyes peeled, hit that follow button, and we might release these rewards for you. Later on, as we go into the game, there will also be many in-game giveaways, starting with the first blood. You want to keep your eyes peeled for those deaths dropping, especially the first death dropping, because the first blood code will pop up on the screen. There will also be a giveaway for a triple kill. So if you see someone on that killing spree, be sure to keep your eyes open as well.
Triple kill, legendary. I'm pretty sure that we'll be able to see the legendary coming out here in paper for EVOS.
Well, you're that confident.
I am very confident.
Take and sweep this away.
I am very confident. To be honest, I really, really pretty much would love to see that Almighty proves me wrong to the point that they can come up over to the winner's chair and literally shove it in my face, right? I don't care because I would love to be proven wrong. And I would love to see the advancements of teams, because at the end of the day, it becomes very still. If we think that the top team will always be the top team and the lower team will always be the lower team, I hate that. And if we're able to break that pattern a little bit here, such as putting Almighty away from the bottom parts of the leaderboard, that would be sweet. And it plays such a big part into the entirety of MPL SG Season 3. Because people will think, hey, if Almighty can beat EVOS, we can do it too. And that will send EVOS SG into a cold sweat. They will shiver for their life and they will literally be hanging on the knife's edge in every single game that they play because mentality-wise, the opponents have won.
Yeah, I think also props to Almighty, right? I mean, for pulling out a draft like this, it takes a lot, given the stakes that are on the table. It takes a lot to be able to pull off something so unorthodox, and you're not sure whether it will work out or not, maybe. Especially, it's not always about going the meta way, you know. The meta, yes, it might work out, but then you also are able to play against it because you're so comfortable. So props to Almighty for trying out something new. I mean, the way that they've done it hasn't worked so far in the season, so this is them maybe just shifting things around.
Yeah, well, I just want to know how the game is gonna go. That we have a couple of problems here and there, but don't worry. When the game starts, I'm gonna shout right on the microphone to wake everyone up for those people that are lurking. So in case yeah, I'm just gonna prompt you guys first. When the game starts, I'm shouting.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it being an exciting one. I know the players are in the lobby, they're drafting and trying to get the game ready, so just hang on a little bit more with us as we prepare for this game.
All right, what game are we gonna be looking on after this game? Like after EVOS
This set's going to be EVOS Almighty, the next set is going to be
Zion
Zion
versus SMG?
versus SMG. Yep.
What was the prediction?
I think I went 2-0 in favor of Zion.
2-0 in... oh, okay. Relatively same for me. But my heart's with SMG.
Why is that?
I mean, I just really like SMG. Like, I like their players as well. Like, I personally know a couple of them from the start of SMG. They're really cool dudes as well. So, like, prediction-wise, like, my job on the line, Zion wins. But as a viewer, I want SMG to win.
Because they came out from the qualifiers.
That is one thing, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they have came a long way. They were originally called Scythe SG.
Yeah.
They got acquired by SMG. And from that point onwards, I would just want to see them just rise to fame and perhaps just show the entirety of Singapore. Or perhaps even show the entire world who they really are. And they're currently, kind of chasing the coattails of their Malaysian counterparts. It's definitely a little bit tough if they are constantly being compared from Singapore to Malaysia because they are still relatively new. I think it will take some time before they would eventually be able to show off as a nice rival to their sister team.
Well, I mean, it is always nice, right? When you see a team kind of come from the bottom, winning through the qualifiers and coming out on top and even being acquired by SMG. So yes, even though the season maybe hasn't been as kind to them so far, not to put them out of the game just yet. I mean, after all, you mentioned there's a counterpart in Malaysia. They have the whole organization set up to provide them with that sort of platform to be able to train, analyze the games, and share resources to be able to improve themselves as well.
Yeah. And now we are also gonna be addressing the okay, I don't have an elephant here. I wanted to make a cute pun about that. Not exactly an elephant in the room, but we around Singapore we do have a couple of venues that is actually hosting a watch party. I believe that in Grid, which is our official venue sponsor, they are hosting a watch party right at this very instant. And we will even have the teams as well as the players and most of other people go down to One Selegie Road to have the playoffs happening there. That will happen on the 29th of April onwards. So make sure that you guys take a look at Grid and see what they have got to offer. And of course, jump on down into that place and enjoy the playoffs. Speaking of enjoying, it is time to enjoy the game.
Yeah, we are back.
Wake up!
There you go. Abstract promising that he will shout into the mic. So everyone, we have gotten game 1 between EVOS and Almighty on the road. Finally, some action we're going to see here. QTX Love already burning that flicker. JPL and Sailor chasing him down. He's not going to make it out. Already first blood going down. Here is the code for you fast fingers to catch and enter in the game.
For now, I'm going to be focusing a lot more about the movements of Bauman, the movements of QTX Love, which is playing as the Rafael. JPL has put himself in the opponent's jungle and trying to annoy the heck out of Azura X, but it kind of seems as though the purple buff, kind of seems as though that Baxia, which is Jox, he really wanted to go over and steal the purple buff away. It did happen, but in the meantime, Ryzen finds himself down and QTX Love with a short sprint. With his holy healing, he may have managed to narrowly escape from the opponents.
Not having that time of the day now. Azura X going in with the spin, but actually taking damage, using lethal counter to get himself out of that sticky situation. Almighty, looks like that draft isn't paying off just yet.
There is just nothing that is probably going to work well for Almighty. If you take a look at their jungle as well as their mid, they are having a really tough time. In the meantime, Sky being really bold actually, just heading on to Proxy. Excuse me.
Needs a drink of water. Sometimes, it happens,
Control to my saliva.
Just taking a look at the game right now, the turtle is up, so the teams might be looking out for them. Sky in some trouble. Dawning Light crashes down on him, comes through and takes the kill. It's gonna be EVOS SG starting up the turtle here and Almighty on the retreat.
And that is gonna be an easy turtle. they'll be heading over to the way of EVOS SG. Almighty, just 2 minutes into the game, they have a 1,000 goal deficit, and they are going to have that extended even more. Jox have already used his retribution, so it's unfortunate that he would not be able to steal it in the middle of Azura X as well as the Camilla. Somehow, Jox still managed to find himself running away. Thank you to Gear.
From Sailor comes through and eliminates Sky once again. It is his second death just by this beam of light.
This is kind of what I was expecting, isn't it? When it comes down to unorthodox drafting, Almighty doesn't really have anything to reference upon. And EVOS SG, they're taking the game by the storm. They're just absolutely... Oh! What? Okay, that was close. Not gonna lie, that was amazing to watch.
One more hit from Adamir, but didn't manage to close out the kill. Azura X as well as QDX Love here for the backup, but too late to the party as well. So far, EVOS SG already taken 5 kills onto Almighty. They're still brawling it out. Azura X in some trouble. JPL lands down the damage. Not going to be enough. Dawning Light coming through. Hits, but it's not enough damage. Here is Jox. He's trying to close it up with the kill. Manages to pull off the stun. Not enough to be able to take down Azura X at this moment.
Bowman is a snowballing hero, and if you are unable to gain your foothold in the early stages of the game, your damage are pretty much useless. And as for Bowman, if he has gone for the Demon Slayer talent, that pretty much means that he would want to clear the creep base as soon as possible, and he would want to contest against the opponents when it comes down to sniping the Lords as well as the Turtle away. But it just does not work for the kit of a Bowman. You gotta have to go for a killing spree, or you gotta have to go for the Festival of Blood in order to really enable what Bowman has got in store for, how he's made, rather. The other heroes such as Karina, Baxia, it makes perfect sense for them to pick up the Demon Slayer, but not the Bowman.
Well, they have picked up those, and now Job's gonna get another free turtle in his favor. JPL is absolutely disrespecting being down there creating so much space 1 against 2, and then he goes to the bushes and heals up as if nothing has happened. Now they get to contest the jungle. Still gonna go the way of Azura X, but just the sheer amount of pressure that EVOS SG is putting onto Almighty.
EVOS SG as well as Almighty up to the northern side. The top lane seems to be pretty fine and dandy. Both of them are just going to be completely ignored by the rest of the team. EVOS SG as well as Almighty, they are focusing more of their firepower down towards the southern side, which is where the turtle usually erupts from. And that is where most of the fight eventually happens, because for the side of Almighty at least, they really need the power of Clint. Without the Clint, most of the damage in the front lines would not be able to be inflicted at all, because Azura X with this Cyclone Sweep, he just don't have the damage to deal at all. We saw the 1 versus 1 momentum from Azura X versus the Hilda. The Hilda won him flat. It was no contest, and QDX Love was even there. But QDX Love as a Rafaela is not there to deal damage, but to help with the survivability. If the 2 versus 1 doesn't work against the Roma, what should we even be expecting in the mid stages of the game?
I mean, QDX Love himself hasn't been having a great time, right? You can't be supporting your team if you're going down all the time, but in the meantime, it's gonna be Sky in some danger here, knocked out by Jox and Gear. One more hit will do the trick, and it is secure. JPL in the meantime, in the jungle of Almighty, 1 up against 3 people. Here comes Dawning Light for the damage, takes out a third of their HP, and JPL cleans it up with the last kill. Risen with the real manipulation, stopped by Jox here. He's trying to get out through the Void Crystal. Yes, will be able to, because the stun comes in onto Azura X, and it's Adamir coming in to finish off the kill.
Sky has went for a proxy all the way between the second tier defense turret as well as the inhibitor turret. That has forced Gear as well as Jox to respond to it. Jox did go there in the end. He got the kill in the end, and he took quite some time before he eventually made it over to Almighty's jungle to join in with his allies to take the fight. However, Baxia being Baxia, he does have pretty good mobility, and throughout the entire instances, Almighty isn't even winning, even when EVOS SG's jungler wasn't there. So if Baxia wasn't there and Almighty isn't winning, what can they do at this point in time in order to win? Do they have the opportunity to eventually win the late game? Doesn't seem like it. The mid stages of the game is where they will have a small little power spike, and that is the point in time where they can turn things around just by a tad little bit. So they gotta have to play it safe.
It's a really small window, right? And
very small.
Yeah, really small window. So it's a tough game for Almighty to close out right now. Already, Sky has fallen in the backline. Real manipulation put out to put the damage onto Gear will be enough to slay him for now. But he is just the EXP lane traded for EXP lane. JPL in the midst of everyone. Once again, just so much disruption coming from him.
Well, being critical about Almighty's lineup is definitely I don't want to be right here, but it does seems to be true. And EVOS SG, they are just towering themselves on top of Almighty. They're looking down on them from a $1 million condominium, and they're not going to be taking any efforts to slow down at all. The disrespect coming from JPL, moving into every single brush as a Hilda. He's just proving a point, and that is what his kit is entirely made of. Jox is kind of out of position, but it doesn't seem to matter at all because Sailor! Just with the dawning light brings the bombman down, and with the jungler dead, EVOS SG would be able to eventually go for a more aggressive push.
Once again, Sky falls down to the members of EVOS SG. Sailor has 5 kills under his belt. This man is unstoppable, super on point with the dawning light as well. And if we take a look across EVOS SG, Jox is so much ahead of Azura X. Is really having a hard time.
Jox is currently at level 12. Azura X, level 9. So no matter what, Azura X can never, ever, ever try to contest for the Lord. And the only time that they can try to play things out, it is unfortunately the late game, right? Even though the late game will definitely go in favor for EVOS SG, but that small little window in the mid stages is where they can try to keep up with the lead. I don't think that they can win the game from the mid stages of the game, but it helps them to decrease the lead so that they can go over to the late stages of the game. Because at that point in time, everyone's the same level. Everyone's the same level. You can snipe for from the Lord. Both of them have the Demon Slayer talent. You can do whatever you want with a single snipe of the tower. With a single snipe of the Lord, it could change the game drastically.
I don't even know if they can make that window. It's getting smaller as we speak because Sailor has 5-0 and again coming in with a dawning light and takes down FMM. And now Sky, they're pressing on. They managed to get Gear, but in the backline, they're all falling low. Holy healing is enough to sustain them for now, but is it gonna be enough? Adamir lands a double kill onto Risen as well as Sky. It's 3 down on Almighty's side and just 2 on JPL and Gear sacrificed.
EVOS SG has lost 2 members up to the top lane solely because of the fact that they are fighting right under the turret's nose. They are very confident with what they have been doing, and of course they're very confident with their amount of gold lead, and thus pushing themselves right in front of the enemy's faces is something that they are not even remotely afraid of. And thus, Carmilla turned things around. He did manage to put himself in quite an impressive feat to be able to bring down the Grok. And JPL even jumped in from behind to finish off one of the other players from the side of Almighty. All in all, if EVOS SG were to lose members, they are just giving away a couple of those leads because they're already so high in the lead. They don't have to go overly aggressive. They can try to use it as a snowball, but they can't give a even trade of 2:2 because a 2:2 trade pretty much means that Almighty wins in terms of value.
Well, I'll take that trade any day, right? It's Gear and JPL for Risen. And on top of that, I take the tier 2 turret on the top side as well. In terms of objectives, EVOS SG is definitely way ahead.
Let's take a look at this. Jox currently with 7,400 gold to his name, while his opponent, which is Azura X, with 5,400 gold to his name. There is a whopping amount of difference, a 2,000 gold difference here, and you gotta have to really keep your eyes peeled with what they are able to do with this kind of lead. With the Lord marching up to the top lane and with Jox trying to be overly aggressive, they've managed to push Almighty right into their comfort, in the comfort of their own homes. But let's be honest, even the walls of their home can be broken down by a giant wrecking ball, which resembles as a Lord.
Oh, the dawning light comes in and almost all half HP is already chunked out. Risen actually taken out, followed by Sky as well. They get the top inhibitor. And EVOS SG is just pressing on their lead at this point. Even trying to go for the GG push. They're going for the mid inhibitor turret first. Will be easy peasy for them to take down.
And now with only 12 minutes in the game, I was predicting about a 13 to 14 minutes game. EVOS SG, if they are able to close the game out, then they have pretty much done and went well above my expectations. Jaws currently with a slip of Heaven's Ra X, unfortunately, has overcompensated for himself just by a little bit. 1 versus 4 is just definitely not the place and the way that you should be playing. Reason drops the White Crystal as well as the real world manipulation. Tosses and pushes the entirety of EVOS SG back to where they came from.
Yeah, Jogs unfortunately couldn't make his way out of that fight, but still, they got 2 inhibitors down. We'll take that any time of day. Actually, they have now cracked open the base of Almighty, and they're down to half HP on their core as well. It's extremely difficult. Sayla has been just insane on those Dawning Lights.
Let's not forget about Jogs, JPL. Okay, you know what? The entire team from EVOS SG has been outperforming in this game. They are shining bright like a diamond only because of the fact that Almighty, they are that pressure that puts onto EVOS. And that is how you make diamonds, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, we talked about Sky on that Carmilla, right? I mean, yes, you want to pop off that Curse of Blood and link everyone together, get the CC chains in, but so far they haven't been able to do that. Not for the front line, not for the back line. They can't even get access to EVOS SG.
With the item breakdown here, EVOS SG's gear, he pretty much went in for all-around damage. So with a single power of nature, you can see even the tankiest player, Sky, will go down to half HP, almost half HP rather, with just a single spin. Gear, I believe that he's got the Heaven's Halberd. I believe I saw a Malefic Roar or something along those lines, but gear is indeed scary. And you should... Oh, I did not mention that he actually picked a Marksman emblem.
He's not out to do the tanking here. He's out to deal the damage. And right now, the damage is being put onto Risen. Enemy against a quick kill. Off of him next to go is Azura X. He has a target on his head and will be able to score that one. FMM on the board as well. Here comes the Dawning Light. Takes out Cutie X Love as well as Sky. That's it for the drops of Almighty. They are completely wiped out and the game goes to EVOS SG.
Oh God! Now that is a valiant victory from the side of EVOS SG. Definitely the results that many of the viewers are expecting. And Almighty, they just did not stand a chance against EVOS SG. I don't think that they even broke a sweat from this game. From this game, the drafting was just way too unorthodox, and having a Bowman in the jungle just doesn't seem to work out for them at all, especially against a all-tank environment. In fact, I don't think that I even saw the Carmilla being able to go for any form of link and propagating the damage that Almighty has got out there.
I mean, it's so tough because Sky's always falling in this fight as well. Just taken out too squishy. Yes, the Holy Healing is there to sustain them for a bit, but it's just not enough with the amount of damage. Sailor, just a non-committal Dawning Light, takes out half of their HP, and he always gets it because they are so grouped up on the side of Almighty as well. And that makes it easy for EVOS SG to clean up the fight. I mean, right now you can see JPL also just diving in the backline, creating so much space. Sayla is completely untouched.
Well, with 14 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, that is how EVOS SG have picked themselves with game number 1. Item builds is pretty much what we are looking out for, and that is going to be gear. With the Grog, he's got the Heaven's Halberd, the Malefic Roar, as well as the Blade of Despair. He didn't really get any kills to his name though. 0 kills, 2 deaths, and 8 assists. But I am not doubting the amount of damage that he's able to bring out onto the board. Sayla though, 7 kills and 10 assists. He's just so close to unlocking that QR code, or rather that code for everyone, if he managed to get that 1 kill in the bag.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the post-match statistics to see exactly how much damage they've put out. Here you go. Sayla with 85,000 damage. Grog not so much, but I mean, that wasn't what he's built for. Still a lot of damage on JPL and Jogs on that Hilda as well as Baxia.
Well, 85,000 damage, huh? Well, nothing too out of the ordinary if I dare say. When it comes down to the rest of the damage from the side of Almighty, I would say that Clint is doing his job, and when it comes down to Bowman, we are expecting him to do slightly more damage, but as I said before, the Bowman against the triple tank meta from the side of EVOS just doesn't really quite seem to work out as well, and EVOS will take this victory happily. But game number 2 is where Almighty would have to look out for. I don't think that they can draft the Rafaela. I don't think that they can draft this Carmilla as well, because they're kind of contradicting in terms of hero picks when it comes down to having a Bowman, having a Rafaela as well. Carmelo kind of sticks out, kind of like a sore thumb. They didn't really quite give me a reason as to why they picked out this Carmelo. Maybe that was some time that was good.
I think it was a risk.
It was a risk,
yes. About this board is also Jox ended up being the forgotten one. But insane plays on this backside. You can see the amount that he just roamed and created, the initiations and engages for EVOS SG. But right now, we're gonna take a look at who exactly was the MVP on Team EVOS. Yeah, probably going to be Sailor.
It's definitely gonna be Sailor.
Yep, here we go. 7-0-10.
The big boy.
Yep, match GPM of 696. Just all of those ultimates landing perfectly on Almighty when they grouped up.
Sailor has managed to bring out every single thing that I hate about Xavier in this one game.
Yeah, when in the hands of Sailor, that's when you want to ban Xavier for sure.
I believe that they are gonna ban it. I'm pretty darn sure that Almighty will want to ban it. In fact, they probably want to ban Sailor as a player himself.
Yeah.
And work around that. Every single one of the players from the start of EVOS SG has played phenomenally well. And I just gotta have to say that they really broke through like an Olympic diver.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to ban out Sailor's hero pool, right? Yes, you ban out Xavier. He still has so many options. Yeah. So if you could ban Sailor, you would, but unfortunately not. That being said, Almighty does have a second chance because this is a best of 3. So stay tuned and we'll be right back for that game after this short break.
See, we first need to assign the roles of the two teams. You can configure the size of each team on the configuration screen. First, I'll set 1 player from Team A as the Seeker, and 5 players from Team B as Hiders. Next, I'll check the Hide Minimap avatar option so the 2 teams can't see each other on the minimap. And then I'll adjust the 2 teams' attributes. Since there's only 1 Seeker, I'll give them a major boost on damage, defense, and HP, but lower their movement speed. For Hiders, I'll increase their cooldown reduction and movement speed, but take a chunk out of their HP. The 5 Hiders need to avoid the Seeker's attack, assemble as fast as possible, and eventually take down the Seeker together, before their base is destroyed. Who will be the last one standing? The exceptionally strong Seeker, or the 5 Hiders united as one? Go and find out for yourself. 2. Zero cooldown blitz. Now this is something you can't experience in regular matches. With the cooldowns removed, many of the heroes are bound to offer a fantastic experience. The configuration is here. The most important is to set the cooldown reduction and battle spell cooldown reduction to 100%. You can also limit the available heroes and adjust some of the other attributes. I, for one, particularly like to disable basic attacks for a competition of skills only. Spam skills throughout the game and get familiar with each hero during the process. Can this deal get any sweeter? 3. Go, Franco, go! If you like mischief, you must not miss this one. The rule's simple. Hit the opponent with your hook before they hook you. For the configuration, set the available heroes to Franco only and adjust the hook's range. Ooh, caught you again. Think you can run away from me? All right, that's all for today. Be sure to check out the system after its release. There's so much more fun gameplay awaiting you to explore. Customize your own gameplay, team up with your friends, and don't forget to share your lobby codes. This time, everyone is a game designer.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL Singapore Season 3. Again, my name is Scrubby Cheeks. Here with me is Abstract. We just saw a game between EVOS and Almighty. Almighty maybe trying to pull a fast one onto EVOS with a bit of an unorthodox pick, but EVOS not going to let them have it for sure.
Now, looking at the next draft is something that we will want to see. Main thing that Almighty would have to change in their draft and how they would want to play. If they would want to play the Bowman, they would need proper damage dealers. It works when it comes down to having his ultimate as the true damage to deal against a tank, but that potential is locked behind a very big condition, and that is actually dealing damage first. And as a jungling Bowman, in the early stages of the game, if you're unable to get a snowball momentum, you wouldn't have any damage. That's why when we saw him 2 versus 1 against the Hilda, he's got no damage. And if he can't deal damage, he can't slam the opponents with his ultimate.
It is a tough game for Azura X though, because on the side of EVOS, they had Jox and the Baxia, but they also had Hilda and Grok to set him up for these fights. On the other hand, there was Bowman, but then there was Rafaela and Carmilla, really squishy, so they couldn't hold up the end of that fight.
Carmilla can sustain in team fights, and I think that we have seen that a couple of times, especially when she brought up Vengeance. She's pretty darn painful, right? She's pretty darn painful. However, I don't think that Rafaela in the end was a very good pick. Like I said before, it is a rather conflicting idea when it comes down to play style. Do they want to play in the early game or do they want to play in the late game? Because early game is pretty much what Bowman needs, the snowball. But with the Rafaela, you don't really have the true raw damage / the supporting factor when it comes down to CCs to help. You are initially just going to be helping the Bowman to get, number 1, more speed, number 2, more health.
And Clint as well.
Yeah, but there's no point in healing a Bowman who is attacking the opponent's side and you're trying to make the opponents flee, and there's no point in that healing.
Yeah, so unfortunately that didn't work out for them. We'll see how Almighty might shift around their strategy, adjust it in this game number 2. Could be the make or break for them if they give it away again to EVOS SG, but we should be jumping into the draft pretty soon.
We are going to draft this time. Xavier's gonna be number 1. The first thing that's banned. I'm calling it. Xavier's immediately banned. Boom, boom, pow.
We are here into the draft of Almighty and EVOS, potentially the game match point for EVOS. They're gonna take out the Valentina first, and on the side of Almighty, removing the Eve as well as the Ling from the board.
Well, it does seem like Xavier is still available on the board. I'm not too sure why they haven't banned it just yet. Maybe they're just like, yeah, you know what? We can probably still deal with the Xavier. Perhaps Xavier wasn't the main problem. Maybe JPL is the problem. So do they want to ban any of those tanks? Or maybe do they want to pick up some of these tanks for themselves? Almighty now has the first pick, and they have a chance to pick up the hero that they want. Could it be a Grok? Could it be a Hilda? Could it be a Hylos? Or perhaps...
Could be a Xavier.
Or a Xavier, yeah. That could be the case as well. I'm not too sure if whether Sky, no, not Sky. I'm not too sure if whether they are FMM.
Risen might be the one playing the Xavier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was
he's
the
a
one
mage
on the
player.
ED.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, they're gonna take out the Hilda instead. EVOS SG
respect to
choosing
JPL.
ban the Grok. So EVOS not wanting to let the Grok go over the other side.
Left with the final ban from the side of EVOS.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, right? Yes, you can take out the Xavier. In this case, Almighty can choose to pick it off themselves.
Yes,
even if they don't, banning out the Xavier might set EVOS back a little bit, but you know that Sela has such a huge hero pool. There's so many other things he can play that is still going to be deadly to the team.
EVOS has decided to go for a ban onto the Angela. The Baxia coming in from EVOS is very obvious. Karina is probably going to be the pick coming out from Almighty, and that will be the case indeed. Karina being leaked out from the banning pool and Karina picking up is something that we definitely expect. So EVOS, they have a choice. Do they want to go for mage assassins into the jungle to deal with this Karina, or do they want to hop on with the Baxia still? That will still be the case.
Yeah, Jox has been phenomenal on this Baxia. His rotations, his ability to keep up in the jungle, to have that clear, coupled with that Deroth is going to give them really early game, a good early game start. But Almighty not losing out either because they have the Karina, they have the Marsha, although nerfed, but I guess could still be a really good disruptor in the jungle. And they've now chosen to take on the Xavier on their side.
I mean, I don't think that Marsha's gonna work, but I would want to see them prove me otherwise. Because in the end of the day, the idea of a Masher just jumping into the opponents just kind of makes sense. It definitely just kind of makes sense, right? You just want to go in, disarm the Baxia, and just deal damage onto the Baxia alone, right? You wouldn't want to help the Baxia to farm faster. That is totally opposite of what you aim to do. While in the meantime, picking up the Xavier for themselves, they must be pretty happy about it. With position 2, 5, and 3 being fulfilled. They're left with position 1 and 3, which now EVOS will focus down onto banning out, with the Paquito for position 3 being banned out. Almighty focuses on the position 3 players, which is going to be mages for the side of EVOS.
They're not giving away too much right now. EVO's banning out the Paquito. They picked up the Beatrix, which is likely going to go the way of Adamir unless, well, for some reason, Sayla decides to pick it up. So they are still missing Sayla's hero as well as JPL. Almighty picking off that Sicilian. They don't want, I mean, obviously that counter against Xavier in the late parts of the game.
We have 2 melee heroes from the side of Almighty. I would say that JPL playing as the position 5 would very likely take the final pick. He will pick last, very likely. And leaving it up to, I believe, Sayla's mage. What other mage can they pick up, can they go for? Kind of seems as though the Lilia from the side of EVOS has been removed, so no more Lilia. What other mages can we expect to see?
Sayla's comfortable on Kagura as well.
Kagura is pretty decent here, yes.
You do still have that huge burst damage potential as well as your mobility to get in and out of fights if you're a little bit mispositioned.
With the position 3 and position 5 in play, they have a very big thinking to do. Do they want to look into denying CCs? Or do they want to look into denying melee heroes? That is my idea. And I'm pretty sure that they will pick out for the mage first, which is for Sayla. Or maybe not. They went for, okay, they have decided to go for the Franco first. The Franco, thus fulfilling the position 5, allows EVOS to play a little bit more annoying into the jungle. I don't think that...
Not just that, right? I mean, yes, you have the Franco to disrupt early in the jungle, but right now, Xavier is really in a risky spot. If you are out of position at any time, JPL can just hook you and that will be the end of you. Otherwise, he can also hook the front line, like earlier on, Carrot did that in the earlier game and play front to back. But right now, Almighty opting for the Natalia as well as the Popo and Cooper.
Natalia roam sounds good, but I don't think that they are gearing up for that. With a Masha in play, it kind of sounds as though they... No, Masha should be position 4 now. With the Natalia here, it makes more sense for them to actually pick out Natalia as a roam. They would want to deal raw damage all across the board because they don't have any other heroes that can deal that can do any form of CCs. And thus, the only CCs that we're looking out for is Super Surprise. We should be expecting Xavier with some kind of CCs on their side. They just want to deal raw damage. As such, having a Natalia onto the roam makes absolute sense. While for EVOS, they have decided to go for a final pick onto the Lunox. Lunox is more of a damage dealer as well. They just want to burst someone down, and he is picked out specially to counter against the Karina.
Well, but not just that, right? I mean, Lunox also has brilliance. And where you have a Marsha coming on you or you have a Xavier Dawning Light is pretty fast, but still you can mitigate some of that damage. And you also have a Natalia. With Lunox's brilliance, you can get out of these fights if you want to.
EVOS have got a pretty good lineup. Almighty, they actually also have a pretty good lineup. I gotta have to say, right? I thought at first, the first thing that came to my mind was like, hey, EVOS, the lineup, like, not bad, huh? But after I look at Almighty for a while, then I'm just like, actually, I kind of understand where they are going through. I understand what they are trying to do as well. In the end of the day, it all boils down to execution. This game for Almighty may be a lot better than the previous game. So let's just jump right in onto the Land of Dawn, game number 2, as Almighty fends against EVOS SG.
See EVOS already taking the aggressive positioning here up against Almighty. The thing about Almighty's draft is that it still is squishy. I mean, save for the Masha and maybe Azura X in the later parts of the game, they still have that problem where they're susceptible to all this damage. And exactly as you said, that QDX love gaps. Hooks still alive though, but only for now on the bottom side. Sky and Gear just brawling it out.
Yep, Sky, he doesn't have all of his health bar back. However, it is not going to be that big of a deal. I haven't seen a Marsha fighting against a Dairoth in the bottom lane, or rather in the EXP lane for the longest time ever. But now, being able to see that, I will be pretty darn happy about it. In the meantime, JPL tried to go for a hook as well as a really good flicker. It did manage to land right down on top of FMM, and Jox came in right in the nick of time to provide a little bit more artillery. Adamir comes in with the artillery barrage, while Jox came in to kind of like go for more annoyingness, if I may.
Insane hook from JPL into the turret. FMM unfortunately a bit too aggressive and allowed himself to fall there. Gear on the bottom side, almost falling, taking some damage from Azura X, but will be safe. And here comes Jox rotating on the bottom just to make sure the EXP is safe.
It's now QDX Love up to the top lane. He would definitely want to do some annoyingness right down onto Adamir, because we understand the very fact that Adamir up to the top lane, he will be having a really good time. But with the turtle currently available for the picking, EVOS SG as well as Almighty, both sides would want to contest for this, and Almighty is going to be the first one to take it up to the task.
Yep, they do get the turtle, but here comes the damage. Also putting out onto EVOS SG. Draw goes down, followed by JPL. The Dawning Light is effective onto the members of EVOS.
With one turtle given away to Almighty, they must be pretty darn happy. With 300 gold lead for themselves, EVOS SG would now have to play things slow and steady in order to continue with the game. EVOS SG's power spike definitely comes in much later into the game, maybe somewhere into the mid stages, while Almighty, they kind of have like the same power spikes as EVOS SG, not gonna lie. So this game may be a lot closer than we expected. And Almighty, they haven't been doing well throughout the tournament, and technically for unknown reasons. There may be reasons because of mechanics, there could be because of teamwork as well, but in this very equal lineup, I think that Almighty may actually have a chance here.
Well, they are showing to be rather strong, right? I mean, right now they have a slight lead up against EVOS SG, and they also have risen there for the later parts of the game.
Indeed.
So it's not like they don't have that insurance. But yeah, is it going to be enough is the question right now. Camping on the top side for Jox, hiding in the bushes, preventing him from initiating onto his jungle.
Nothing much to watch on the EXP lane. It is literally just going to be duels after duels after duels. While in the top lane, it is just Beatrix as well as the Poplar and Cooper. They're trying to force each other out of the lane with the help of the roamers. And this is where QDX Love has appeared himself, while Jox, being the jungler, is still hoping and looking for people to kill. So EVOS SG, they are very active. They're trying to move from place to place. However, Almighty, they are taking a back seat when it comes down to their positioning. They are not willing to give a free kill over to EVOS SG, as they understood their problem in game number 1, and they seem to looking at rectifying it for this very specific game.
Yeah, I mean, there's no sense in giving kills over to EVOS SG, and I think, again, Azura X now taking the second turtle off, second turtle off the game, yes, going to him. I think the reason why, on the bottom side, Gear having to flicker out, here comes the Dawning Light. It's going to be enough for QDX Love to close off that kill. Gear goes down. I was going to say, Gear is not having an easy time. Yes, it looks boring, but the thing is, Gear tends to be aggressive. He likes to roam around, but in this case, because of the Masha, because of Sky, he hasn't been able to do that. And that leads into EVOS not being able to be as aggressive as we are used to seeing them.
The power of the Chaos Darkening that lands all on top of QDX Love was just not enough to bring him back home, unfortunately. So it still takes some time before Sayla eventually comes up and be able to deal massive amount of damage. But Almighty, we've seen time and time again, when it comes down to the early stages of the game, they know what they're doing. They're able to do stuff. And of course, they're able to win with a convincing lead. However, that is where the mid-game comes into action, when the opponents are starting to show some resistance and you can expect a 5-man gank. And that is where things are scary.
Oh, Risen just getting all the damage put out by Sayla in the mid lane. He gets taken down by Almighty. They want to find something on the top side, not being able to just for the moment.
With 35 seconds left until the turtle eventually appears, QDX Love seems to be taking a stance. Unfortunately, the Iron Hook just did not land much onto Azura X as he slowly and not so slowly, but swiftly got himself away from EVOS SG. Beatrix has even appeared in the middle lane. It kind of seems as though they're really trying to push the advantage down to the middle lane. In the meantime, the Iron Hook lands on top of Azura X. The stun coming from the side of Ryzen just did not connect onto EVOS. It is a false approach from both sides. They are trying to go for pickoffs, but to no avail.
Adamir, they'll burn the flicker to get out of the fight. This means that it's going to be down for a really long time, and that's going to set EVOS SG back. Azura X takes advantage of it, and now he has the third turtle in his pocket. It's not looking good for EVOS at this moment. It's not going to even out towards the late game as well. So what's EVOS' game plan right now? I mean, yes, Gear is split pushing at the bottom side and playing the macro game.
Understanding the game plan of EVOS SG is going to be relatively important for to understand how the next phases of the game will eventually be. They are putting a lot of resources in the middle lane. Guy down in the bottom lane eventually lost. Iron Hook lands, and here we go. The power to kill. Darkly just going to be eventually going to be landing out. Unfortunately, JPL finds himself dead to the hands of Almighty. Azrax just surviving with a sliver of health. He continues to rampage on into the middle lane with no death to his name just yet, allowing EVOS SG, which is pretty unfortunate for Almighty, to catch up in terms of the goal lead.
Yeah, that's the difficult thing, right? I feel like maybe EVOS SG even baited this Xavier pick. It's like, sure, have the Xavier. I'm going to pick up the Franco, and I'm just going to hook you into these fights. And Almighty is playing exactly into that. I'll trade a death on JPL for Risen any moment, but now it's Jox that's in trouble. And hook onto Azura had to push in under the turret. They do get Jox though, as well as Adamir. Sky is here for more backup as well to put the pain onto JPL. It's 3 kills to EVOS SG.
Putting the pain in the name of Almighty with 3-person down into the earth. EVOS SG, unfortunately, will probably lose the first tier turret up into the top lane. Purple and Cooper being really happy for all of that. EVOS SG's effort to try to bring quite a bit of manpower over to the middle lane seems to be for naught. They did manage to bring the turret down to a low amount of health, but it's not quite enough. In the meantime, Sayla finds himself pretty low in HP, and Gear continues on in the middle lane.
He tries to save Sayla here, does manage to pull it off. QDX Love is being suppressed by the Iron Hand, but in the backline, Azura X gets Gear as well. JPL now in trouble, will fall to the hands of Almighty.
9-5. 9 minutes into the game, the Lord is now currently available to be contested between either of these two teams. Jox is currently at level 11, and Azura X also at level 11. Both teams will be able to try to contest for this Lord. Almighty only have about 500, so somewhere around that kind of lead. So I would believe that EVOS SG, they would want to try to contest for this, but unfortunately a little bit tad bit late. Jox jumped in with the shield unity, but immediately went for a U-turn afterwards.
Yeah, Jox was not in place to contest that. I mean, he was being zoned out completely by Sky. And off the back of that earlier fight, Almighty got 3 death timers onto EVOS SG. So now Almighty has the advantage. They're going to have the first Lord coming down. Granted, this is still the early first Lord. Might not be able to make too much of a push, but it's still going to be in Almighty's favor.
Games is going on slow, but Almighty with the Lord marching up to the top lane is going to suffice when it comes down to bring down more objectives. Pretty much they would be able to end the game, yes, EVOS SG, they have got a really strong front line, they have got really strong damage, and looking at that, I don't even have any idea how QDX Love lost more than 50% of his health in a blink.
Well, I mean, they have the damage in the form of gear, Sayla as well as Adamir, so not discounting EVOS SG's ability to put out that damage. Almighty now trying to sync up the waves with the Lord, but they do have this mid-tier 1 turret to take care of.
There's no way that EVOS SG is going to lose over to the team at the bottom of the brackets, right? That is what a lot of you guys has been thinking. However, this game kinda be looking that way. With Almighty, with the first Lord marching up to the top lane, Sela as well as Jox are trying to do their absolute best to bring down the Lord, but here we go, the first team fight up to the top lane.
Jox is trying to get away, they've already gotten the turret and pushed their way through. No deaths, but Almighty, they're slowly chipping away at the defenses of EVOS SG.
We did manage to see that Jox HP dropped all the way down low, right? Dwindling down to a critical and dire state. But he did not manage to go down, and that is really unfortunate for Almighty. They need to continue to bring on a barrage!
JPL that concealed gets him one, and he presses on with a hook on to kill the Love and just decapitates him. EVOS SG getting this advantage off of the back of that lost Lord, and now Almighty, they look like they want to fight back. They're trying to go on to Jox as well as JPL. Sailor comes in for the damage as well, but Sky is just way too tanky to be able to take him down. Stun onto Jox, looks like it will successfully disengage this fight.
The tanks are definitely insane from the side of EVOS SG. Nothing is going to be stopping them from absorbing damage after damage. It kind of seems as though JPL has been tanking for the longest time ever, and it somehow is just not going down. The only items that he has to his name is a Dreadnought armor as well as an Athena's shield. Doesn't seem to be much, and he doesn't even have any form of physical damage reduction except for the Dreadnought armor. Nothing to comes in store when it comes down to tier 3 armor for physical defense. So how is he still alive after all of that? That is going to be the unknown factor of JPL.
The teams now, Almighty and EVOS, are grouped up at the top. The Luminous Lord is now available for the taking by both teams, and now EVOS SG is in the position to contest this one. Both of them will want this because they're on pretty even ground now once again, and this might be the factor that turns the tables.
The big fight, the calm before the storm. As both sides are waiting for the perfect opportunity to jump in, JPL is still looking for that. He didn't manage to see the exclamation mark at the top of his head, and that is going to be signaling where Natalia is, and that was around his vicinity. But JPL though is currently right in front of the face of Azura X. Azura X becomes the first person to eventually start out the fight onto EVOS SG. Poking just by a little bit, he did not overextend though.
They're trying to start up the fight here. You can see QDX Love going for the flank and trying to pick off someone in the back line, and he goes actually for Jox right in the front line. Donnerlight comes through to put out the damage, and it's a full retreat for the side of EVOS SG. They're spread out. JPL puts the suppress the bloody hunt onto Azura X, manages to close off the kill.
Bad.
But in the meantime, it's also one. I mean, Almighty, they've survived. 4 members still alive, but it's going to be the numbers advantage to EVOS SG.
EVOS SG was looking for that one. They're waiting for Azura X to get greedy and try to rush down onto Jox, because Jox is the one that has the shield unity and he can just run away like no one's business. And if Azura X were to follow through, then he will be heavily out of position. And that is the perfect time for JPL eventually go for the bite and bring him down to shame. EVOS SG has plotted that out pretty nicely. Even though EVOS SG has lost 3 turtle and a single Lord, the Luminous Lord is what they are after for the entirety of the game. Everything else before, give it away. But the Luminous Lord, they gotta have to fight for it. And indeed, they did. And now, the Lord marches down to the bottom.
You pay the price for sending Azura X to be the one that's aggressive, right? If Sky goes down, that's not so bad. But the fact that you lose Azura X, you lose that Lord because you don't have the ability to use the Retribution. And now EVOS SG, they have the Lord. They're coming down onto the mid lane as well. Gonna easily be able to take down this bottom inhibitor with the help of this Luminous Lord charging in. Actually, it doesn't do too much damage. Here is
Oh, no, Adamir.
field coming in. It mobilizes Adamir as well as Jox, and the Dawning Light puts enough damage to disengage Almighty, somehow being able to defend this.
I'm surprised that EVOS SG was actually okay. I thought that Almighty had a pretty good start of the team fight. They did manage to pop Adamir's HP down to half HP, and that was actually a pretty long stun that Ryzen actually gave to his team. None of the players have decided to jump right in and deal with EVOS SG. Do note that the only tankier player from the side of Almighty is technically Sky. Azura X is not the kind of player, or rather not the kind of hero that wants to jump in first, being the Karina. So Sky has to be the one to make the to be the start of the fight. He has to be the one to move and create space. He has to be the one that absorbs the damage. So how is Sky exactly playing this out as the lone tank of the game?
EVOS, they spot out the...
No!
Oh
no!
Oh no, they get Jox actually across the wall and just blow him up immediately. Oh,
That was a big mistake. That was a wholly big mistake. JPL, he caught one person, right? He flickered backwards because so that way they can pull him further, right? But what happened and why was that person being dragged? Stop. It was Jox. Jox was charging with his shield unity. He crashed on the players who got hooked. As such, the player that got hooked was unlatched inside of their base, and Jox had nowhere to go.
A little bit of maybe miscommunication there, or a misplay.
I think that was a misplay, kind of micromanaging wrong, you know, small little problems here and there. But that small problem may actually cause a huge stir. Keep your eyes on Jox. Keep your eyes on Jox.
Oh, that was a tough one. Yeah, unfortunately, that went the way of Almighty. Pickoff just handed to them on a silver platter, actually. But EVOS SG, definitely not out of the game yet. Unfortunately for Almighty, there was no Lord available, no objective for them to be able to convert that and translate that into any form of a lead. So EVOS SG, they're just back to square one now, contesting for this next Lord.
Well, at least they have the gold advantage. They have about 2,500 gold advantage on top of Almighty. So if we're talking about gold or anything for the position 1, 2, and 3, very likely they already have them all running. Almighty though, they may probably have the same idea, right? They probably have the same position 1, 2, and 3 to be pretty nice and dandy. EVOS SG Sailor has immediately popped the power of the Chaos Darkening, and JPL starts with a hook.
Oh, it gets onto Azura X, hooked and stunned out, unable to steal the Lord away. And now EVOS SG, they managed to take their objective, but are they going to pay the price? Adamir is trying to run away, manages to flicker over the wall here. Azura X now land up against 3 members of EVOS SG in the backline. They do manage to get gear, but traded out for Azura X is A-okay. They got the Lord on top of that as well.
1-for-1 trade, a roamer for a jungler. EVOS SG will take that any day. And with 30 seconds on the cooldown time on Azura X, Almighty have got a huge problem that is going to be marching down to the middle lane. Let's not forget that the inhibitor turret in the middle lane is left with a sliver of health. And if EVOS SG is able to bump that small little damage onto the middle tier inhibitor turret, it will be perfect. That way, they would not waste the charge from the Luminous Lord. But it doesn't seem like they will be able to do that. They will just let the charge go in onto the inhibitor.
Yeah, but they do get the bottom inhibitor as well. So both of these turrets have been taken down from EVOS SG. Now Sky just trying to disrupt them a little in the front line. Dawning Light comes through to put out damage. Adamir takes out half a chunk of his HP, and that's enough for them to back away.
With JPL not having much health to work with, they can't go overly aggressive. Remember, at the end of the day, if your space opener doesn't even have enough health to work with, your entire team cannot proceed. And Almighty understood that. They knew that if there's anything and if there's any way to stop the players from starting EVOS, it will be to deal with the person who starts the fight altogether. And that is going to be JPL. True, he can stand behind and go for the iron hooks. However, other than the iron hooks, JPL can only be good for the bite down with his ultimate.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a really critical hook, right? Oh, now JPL going for the conceal, looking for their target. It's gonna be...
Oh no, Adamir!
Oh, Adamir! The one in the back line, it gets blown up. They trade out. Actually, no, haven't traded out yet. The Dawning Light comes through to put the damage onto Sailor, and they will be able to take 2 kills off of EVOS SG. Risen somehow gets away with a sliver of health, and then they make EVOS pay back with that kill onto Gear.
Oh, what a massive mistake from the side of EVOS. They completely glanced away from this Marsha. I think that EVOS SG probably had an understanding that and thought that Marsha is just a position 5 hero, but no, Marsha is a damage dealer. And in fact, they actually allowed QDX, they allowed Sky to just go ham onto the side of Adamir. He was completely out of position. And now, EVOS SG, with 2 men left, they are only the tanks on the team. They don't even have any form of damage to work with. The immortality is popped, and the entire of Almighty, they may want to just end this game once and for all, right through middle.
Adamir is spawned. Can this make the
wow.
It's enough for Almighty to back off, but just with that one fight, the turn of events onto EVOS SG, just that one mistake.
Oh, Jogs have 35 seconds to his name. They don't have the retribution. The entirety of Almighty is making full use of the fact that they have a full team lineup, they have the retribution, and they will make full use of the fact that they managed to make such a massive opening for themselves. 21 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, Almighty have regained the lead. Not like it makes any difference though. The only difference is going to be on the heads of the position 5s. The position 5s are the one who don't have enough items. And QDS Love, being the position 5, is starting to whack up all of the damage as much as possible with the Heaven's Halberd, the Hunter Strike, Blade of Heptases, as well as the Malefic Roar. So Almighty's damage output, they're going to be scary.
I mean, they are scary, and we said that, right? We've Risen in the late game is going to be an absolute monster. That Dawning Light will take out immediately Adamir out of the fight with half of his HP at least gone. And now Sailor a bit too far forward. Sky manages to chunk him out. This is the enhanced Lord, I believe, coming down onto EVOS SG. Can they make this defense? The Dawning Light comes through with the damage. And EVOS SG, the square to take the base now. Will they be able to take down this Lord? They do, but they lose JPL in that process. They still manage to hold out. But Almighty, they turn their sights to the bottom inhibitors. There's nothing that EVOS SG can do to save this turret.
Completely neck and neck, toe to toe. The rest of the members coming from the side of Almighty just going to be jumping right into the soul on the side of EVOS SG. And Almighty, the team at the bottom of the leaderboards, they found themselves the opening, and they managed to break the walls of EVOS SG by taking the glue, or rather the cement, away from this brick wall, and a soft little push is all that's needed to break EVOS down.
This is Mobile Legends at its best. You can play extremely well in the early game, but make one mistake in the later parts and you get completely overturned. We're gonna look at the match highlights here to see what exactly went down. As you can see, Almighty had actually an upper hand in the early game. They dropped some kills, yes, but they were doing pretty well.
With 1 minute into the game, Almighty and EVOS SG was neck and neck. 7 minutes into the game, they were both equally neck and neck. But fights started to have a lot more in terms of frequency. And Azura X, he came downtown. He is a man on a mission, like pretty much possessed, I would say. And in the end of the day, Almighty, they found the opening because of EVOS SG's mistake.
Oh, this was the mistake.
Yeah, this is one of the big mistakes, right? It could have been the end of the game just from that. However, Jogs just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And that was very likely one of the small little mistakes that they made that enabled Almighty to floor it all over EVOS SG.
Yep. 20-ish minute match. It was difficult for Almighty to pull off, but I think because of EVOS SG, they try to conceal and go for the gang, but you forget there's a Natalia as well as an Azura X that can come from behind and split up your team as well. So, item builds wise, anything that kind of comes out at you?
Everything is pretty much fine and dandy. They have got all the items that we pretty much expected. Beatrix, which is played by Adamir, does have the He does have the sorry, not wind. He's got the force of nature, but the force of nature. Goddamn. I forgot the name of it. Truncheon, wind truncheon. No, wind of wind.
Winter?
I am just goofing up right now. But however, on the other side though, Popple and Koopa doesn't even have it. So, wait. Yeah, okay, yeah. Popple and Koopa doesn't have it. But they still manage to work it out. It is all about the sheer amount of damage that they are able to bring out. And one thing that, okay, that's one thing that surprises me. Popple and Koopa, they do have a Guardian Helm. The main part of Almighty is all about the tech. Did Masha have 3 Guardian Helms? Okay, yeah, that's 4 Guardian Helms. No, that's 3 Guardian Helms.
Yeah, I think we've seen this before. They put one just Guardian Helms again on Masha. I think it was a previous game.
Yeah, I think this is just a recurring thing that we are expecting because of the Masha change, right? Every single health that you get is based on the items that you get. So Masha now, you can even go full Guardian
Get more
Helms.
damage based on your HP. So I mean, stack up your HP and you can also deal more damage. So yeah, Sky going for that build once again. But I think overall, well, it was still kudos to Almighty for taking that match, even though it went slightly longer into 22 minutes. But here we have the post-match statistics available for us to look at the breakdown.
Total damage dealt is going to be a difference of about 5,000. No, never mind, I can't math. 3,000 plus another 400. No, okay, never mind. Let's move on from the math. My brain is just not working for the math at this point in time. The main thing that we should be looking out for is Almighty's total damage dealt, and that is going to be Xavier with total of 87,000. The Masha with 78,000 damage. Okay, that is insane. We saw that the Masha had like a very small window to deal damage onto the Lunox, and indeed, he made full use of the time. Half HP gone just from an instant. And EVOS was definitely scared of it. Masha is no longer a roamer that we can see. The EXP lane is perfect for her.
We're going to see who the MVP of the match is in a moment. Any guesses for who's going to be an MVP?
Oh, it must be Azura X, right?
I mean, yes, he went a little aggressive, maybe too aggressive in some of the fights, but overall still did a lot for his team in terms of both damage as well as being able to soak up some of that. So 9, 2, and 5 KDA.
I would love to see Azura X doing something like this again. Unfortunately, in the next game, they are playing on second pick. So they would not be able to draft out the Karina again, because if the Karina were to be leaked out, I am pretty darn sure that EVOS SG would either ban it or they will pick it for themselves. Karina is a very hot commodity when it comes down to first picks, unless Almighty would want to pick a gamble, and that is to open a lot of heroes and force EVOS to think which are the heroes that they truly want.
Oh, I'm still reeling from this game. I mean, no one expected Almighty to take one off of EVOS. And this is, remember, this is the actual EVOS lineup. I mean, there is JPL in this as well. So they are going full strength up against full strength of Almighty.
Genuinely amazed. I am happy for the fact that Almighty managed to show all of the audience that they can take 1 point away from EVOS.
They might be able to take 2, you never know.
Maybe. That would be scary to imagine.
That would be an upset, a big upset for EVOS.
I'm trying to imagine that happening, right? Even right now, EVOS losing 1 point over to Almighty is already a big deal. That means that they are 1 step behind of RSG. Because RSG has had a pretty good run so far, and there is no way that EVOS SG will be able to keep up to RSG just from this one game alone. They will need to hope that RSG makes a mistake somewhere in order to go even higher than them in this leaderboard. Not that it makes super big deal, because no one is going to get eliminated off of this current playoffs. Oh, sorry, not playoffs. This entire series, right? It's only at the playoffs where you will start to see teams getting eliminated. It is all about the seeding when we are looking at games where we see today.
Yeah, so Almighty fighting for a chance to get, advance their placements in the seed as well, to be able to advance their standings. But it's down to this game whether they can take game number 3 from EVOS's hands as well. So we'll be back with that game after this break. So sit tight, don't go anywhere, and we'll come back.
The 5 hiders need to avoid the Seeker's attack, assemble as fast as possible, and eventually take down the Seeker together before their base is destroyed. Who will be the last one standing? The exceptionally strong Seeker or the 5 hiders united as one? Go and find out for yourself. 2. Zero cooldown blitz. Now this is something you can't experience in regular matches. With the cooldowns removed, many of the heroes are bound to offer a fantastic experience. The configuration is here. The most important is to set the cooldown reduction and battle spell cooldown reduction to 100%. You can also limit the available heroes and adjust some of the other attributes. I, for one, particularly like to disable basic attacks for a competition of skills only. Spam skills throughout the game and get familiar with each hero during the process. Can this deal get any sweeter? 3. Go, Franco, go! If you like mischief, you must not miss this one. The rule's simple. Hit the opponent with your hook before they hook you. For the configuration, set the available heroes to Franco only and adjust the hook's range. Ooh, caught you again. Think you can run away from me? All right, that's all for today. Be sure to check out the system after its release. There's so much more fun gameplay awaiting you to explore. Customize your own gameplay, team up with your friends, and don't forget to share your lobby codes. This time, everyone is a game designer.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonate from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Again, this is MPL SG Season 3, and we've just witnessed an upset in the games between EVOS SG and Almighty. Almighty actually taking a piece off of EVOS SG.
Definitely not the results that we were all expecting. But when it comes down to the lineup as well as their draft, the draft was definitely equal. They both have the same kind of breakpoints. They both have the same kind of the same time whereby they would just have their power spikes. As such, it really boils down to their executions. There were definitely some glimpses of time whereby EVOS SG just couldn't close the game because of small little mistakes here and there. Some hooks by Franco was unfortunately disturbed by Jogs for being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
One hook, yeah.
The unfortunate stealth coming in from the three members puts Adamir in such a bad spot to the point that he literally had nowhere else to go.
That was the game-changing fight, right? I
Yes.
think they lost it at that point. From there, Azura X, the team of Almighty, managed to take down the Lord and basically close out that game.
They for the side of Almighty, they are just one more game away to sit on the chair right next to me and shove it at me.
Yeah,
And just
so
tell me that, you know what, you are so wrong, Abstract.
We're gonna jump right into that game, and this is going to be the match point between EVOS and Almighty. The make or break for them. EVOS SG definitely wants to clinch this. Everyone's expectations are on them, but Almighty, can they prove that they are worthy of taking the set away from EVOS? First ban going to be on to Valentina, and EVOS SG taking out the Angela as well. Karina, ban worthy or not?
Karina is definitely ban-worthy from the side of Almighty if they do want to ensure that EVOS doesn't pick it out. Due to the fact that due to the fact that Karina is always first picked whenever it's available, that is a very important to see. And I don't think that Almighty would want to risk it going out, especially since Almighty already had a good run with it. They wouldn't want EVOS to pull a game changer and say, look, you can do it, Karina. We can do it even better.
Yeah, but I think this time the first pick going the way of EVOS SG. So Almighty actually doesn't want EVOS to be able to pick this hero. Going to be the ones to ban it off of the table. EVOS are choosing to ban out the Deroth.
Deroth out of the way. Almighty is going to be the next one to take up with the bans. With Grok still available on the lineup, they would have to go for a ban of the Grok just so that EVOS would not be able to pick that out. EVOS have experienced the fear and the power coming in from Marsha. As such, they do not want to see the Marsha in the game from the side of Almighty again. They definitely do not want to see Sky rocking the Marsha time and time again, especially when this game is the match point.
Yeah, this leaves a lot of picks open for EVOS SG, right? There you go, the Grok immediately snap picked by EVOS SG. On the side of Almighty, they have the option to go into a Hilda if they want kind of something that's as aggressive early game as the Marsha as well. Baxia also still open on the table. So quite a lot of options for them to choose from.
Indeed. We still have Yves that's currently available in for both of these teams to pick out. Since Dyrov is gone, I would say that Yves is very likely going to be the pick from the side of Almighty. And it does seem like Baxia is going to be the case for Almighty as well. They still can flex it around. It can be a Baxia in the position 2. It could be a Baxia in position perhaps even 4. It could be 5 as well. So it depends on how EVOS will want to play. What kind of win condition do they want to go with this Grok? Do they want to play a Roam Grok, Jungle Grok, EXP Grok? Because Gear has been playing EXP Grok for many times. And with Hilda still available in this game, I have a feeling that JPL is still going to be picking the Hilda up.
Yeah, and what EVOS does very well also on the Grok is that not only does Gear play in the EXP lane, he also pairs it with JPL for an amazing setup onto their opponent teams. I think we saw EVOS SG actually gonna lock the Hayabusa as well as the Lilia in.
Very different. This is a very different kind of play that I'm expecting, especially since EVOS, they do have the opportunity to actually go for the Xavier, but something just rang in the bells of EVOS, whereas they believe that having a Lilia in this game would be a lot more beneficial than having a Xavier. And what was it? Is it really just the fact that they would want to clear out middle lane? If they want to clear out middle lane and have enabled mobility all across the map, EVOS would want to be on a hyper-moving strategy.
But preventing that, Almighty is going to pick up the Cho instead, so that's not going to be available for EVOS. And at the same time, they're taking out the Hilda.
2DX Love, I'm not too sure whether he's going to be locking down as a EXP Cho or not. So when it comes down to positioning, where are they going to go? It is still relatively open. I will still hope to see the Cho onto Rome as a position 5. I'll still want to see Baxia in position 2 as the jungler. And that is going to be leaving out position 4 on the EXP lane, as well as a position 1, which is going to be the gold laner.
Yeah, assuming QDX Love is a roamer, Baxia goes into the jungle, and Eve in the mid lane, you still have the 2 side lanes to account for. So you have both the EXP as well as the potentially marksman if you want to go into that gold lane. They're going to take out the Yuzhong here for EVOS SG as well.
I don't think that there is an entire need for them to actually go for the Yuzhong ban due to the fact that Almighty already has a Baxia, and with the Tortoise's Croissant, it makes this Yuzhong being able to sustain team fights a lot tougher. However, I think that this is more of a contingency plan. They do not want to have their ultimate from the side of Eve to go down. That is probably one of the main important things that Almighty is looking out for. So their team may be playing and drafting based on how Eve can be reliable.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that Almighty plays around Risen, but Risen usually also plays a very important role in the team fight. So making sure that that direct counter of Yuzhong is taken out as well is important. EVOS SG, their last 2 bans going to be on the Beatrix as well as the Hellcurt. Almighty actually did pull out the Hellcurt yesterday up against this team, so I guess you don't want to be prevented from engaging onto the team of Almighty, especially when you are setting up something with the Grok.
With the Clint being immediately picked out from the side of Almighty, they didn't even think of getting a Brody, nor 1-1, nor carry. They are looking for that in early game initiations, or rather the early game fights that they are hoping out for. Due to the fact that EVOS did manage to pick up a Lilia, it does show that EVOS wants to play hyper-aggressive in the early stages and really just involve the Lilia in every single team fight. That is when they need the Clint to pop off earlier into the game. And with the final pick for the EXP later, that is going to be the flex. That is where they have to think how else they can counter the side of EVOS SG.
Yeah, well, I think Almighty has taken out the options for EVOS, right? They banned out the likes of Karina, the likes of Hilda, more tanky heroes. And with Hayabusa going on the jungle, it's not going to be as tanky a lineup for them to need to shred through that with the 1-1 and carry. That being said, though, they actually give that over to Adamir on the 1-1 and round that off with an Esmeralda. And yesterday, my goodness, we've seen Adamir just dancing around on this 1-1. Insane. And he was able to just kite around so much.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, the final picks coming in from both sides when it comes down to Almighty versus EVOS SG. EVOS SG, they're going to be working towards a hyper-aggressive and, of course, very mobile team with the Hayabusa as their jungler. They have a Lilia to enable movements by clearing out the waves in the middle lane fast and dandy. And let's not forget about the fact that they have one entire team that has movements as well as CCs. Because of Esmeralda, we should look out for the falling star moon that this Esmeralda is capable of.
We are jumping right into game number 3. Match point, final game between EVOS SG as well as Almighty. Ladies and gentlemen, the land of dawn.
Looking at it with a 1-1 fighting against with a Clint up in the top lane, they are probably gonna end up pretty much rivals against one another. QDX Love and Ryzen in the middle lane against JPL as well as Sayla. While down to the bottom lane, it is going to be the Paquito versus the Esmeralda played by played by Sky and Gear respectively. JPL makes his first move up to the top lane, trying to divide more attention over to the side of Almighty. And I believe that will be more than enough to help EVOS to gain a small little lead on top of the Clint.
He needs to babysit Adamir a little bit, right? Because Adamir needs that time to get online with the 1-1. So in the meantime, JPL putting that pressure on to create space. FMM actually had to burn his flicker to get away from that fight as well. So now EVOS actually knows that it's going to be down. It's going to create more space for them to do to have the initiation and engagement onto Almighty. Almighty also recognizes this fact though, so they're sending more people up to be able to defend FMM.
As we slowly move right up onto the early game whereby teams are starting to make a move on top of each other. EVOS SG is going to be the first victim by Almighty because they literally had Azura X as well as QDX Love move up top. They wanted to get a kill on Adamir, but unfortunately that didn't quite work out the way that they wanted it to. They moved down to the middle lane now, trying to catch up on Ceylan. Did not work out once again. Almighty's movements may seem very calculated and of course it may seem very expected. And that is why EVOS SG, they have yet lose a single head.
Yeah, Almighty, they're rotating down to the bottom because the turtle has spawned as well. So they want to be able to take as many early game advantages as they can. This is going to go free the way of Almighty. But I think that's a given. You know, you have Baxia on the jungle, Paquito on the EXP lane. You're naturally going to have a lead in the early game as well. EVOS SG needs to just keep pace with them for now. When they hit their power spikes is when they can fight back against Almighty.
I am relatively concerned with an assassin versus a tank when it comes down to the jungle. But when it comes down to Jox that is playing as Hayabusa, it does have a couple of heroes that he can actually look out for. He can actually go for a kill on Ryzen, FMM, Sky, got a lot of targets for him. So it's not too big of a deal when it comes down to a war of jungles. The only thing that he has to look out for is to not deal any damage onto Azura X. But Azura X being a tanky jungler, he can actually stick on to whoever that is receiving the Ogi Shadow kill in order to just separate the source of damage.
At this point, EVOS SG and Almighty taking rather the slow pace of game.
Right? Yeah.
Not wanting to pull the trigger either way. I think it's the onus is on Almighty though to be able to try to create more of a gap between the two teams, especially in the early game.
Doesn't it seem like kind of like a mental game coming in from both sides?
I mean, there definitely is a psychological component, right? This is, after all, you know, a lot at stake. This is the last match, last game that's going to decide the outcome of this match between EVOS. EVOS, they have a reputation to protect, and Almighty, they have a game.
They technically have a reputation to protect too. For the side of Almighty.
I mean, them being at the last place has already tainted that reputation a little. So I think what they want to do is to be able to renew their reputation.
Yes. That is exactly what I was looking out for as well. But EVOS SG, they are just kind of working their way around the place and they're not exactly being overly aggressive. Despite the fact that I thought that Sayla playing as a Lilia would want to bring out, would want to clear out the waves in the middle as soon as possible so that they are able to create more space. JPL this time, it doesn't seem like he's doing the same thing that we've seen before when he's trying to play on the Hilda.
Oh, the turtle actually going the way of Azura X, and now Almighty, they press on trying to find the kills. The first blood is going to go on to Sky, though. He was already low on health, and now Jox in some trouble, going to be taken down by Risen. JPL in the backline, not much he can do because he is also dangerously low on HP. EVOS SG, well, they trade out 1-1, but the turtle does go to Almighty.
The early game has been captured by Almighty. This is kind of like a deja vu moment, if I may, like the previous game, where Almighty has gotten the lead in the early game with 1:1. They even have two turtles lead. EVOS SG may have lost a lot of turtles in the previous game, but somehow they still managed to keep themselves and their heads above the water, breathing well. Almighty, they focuses on objective all the time. But are they able to make full use of the fact that they've got the objective and they have the gold lead.
I mean, Sky earlier on, he actually got pressured too much by Gear in the EXP lane, and by the time he was entering that turtle fight, he was already less than half of his HP.
Right.
So it was easy for EVOS SG to take him as a kill. I think that was maybe unnecessary on the part of Almighty, but they kind of needed him also to secure that turtle. So a bit of a trade-off there. Almighty now looking for even more kills to be able to get themselves ahead. Adamir in some trouble here. Meets Azura X in the bush, as well as the real-world manipulation to the face. JPL nowhere to go for him as well. He's going to be put in a bag and sealed. Sailor is the only one to defend this. Jock's here for the defense, but too little too late, and the turret has already lost half of its health.
Let's not forget JPL and Adamir was the casualty. And Almighty, they didn't even lose a single person. Now that is intense and that is scary. The main thing about Almighty is that their composition allows them to literally dive right on top of EVOS SG. And most of the players from EVOS SG, they're actually pretty squishy after all. The only one that is not that squishy is of course going to be JPL as well as Gear. But Gear being the Esmeralda, if he doesn't build up tanky in the as early as he can, that is going to be quite a big of a deal and it will be tough to play around with. In the meantime, EVOS SG, 4 members, down bottom, Almighty, Manny.
JPL already in trouble, gets stunned down on the way out, but does manage to preserve his life. It's going to be Adamir that falls down though. Jox is the next to go, does actually survive with the shadows. He escapes, but then Almighty, they don't actually drop any kills. So EVOS SG, they lose again in this team fight.
They lost Adamir again. It kind of seems as though the positionings coming from the side of Adamir is just not working for them. Jox did manage to finally get himself a single kill to try to balance things out just by a little bit. There is a 2,000 gold deficit onto the side of EVOS SG, and they are definitely disappointed about it. However, EVOS SG, their power really lies over in the later stages of the game. 13 minutes onwards, when Adamir is able to pick up more items, especially on the corrosive side, that is where EVOS SG will start to become a lot scarier.
Yeah, he needs to continue pressing on though. I mean, at this rate, if he keeps getting shut down, it's dangerous as well. EVOS SG trying to claw back a little bit of that gap. They did get that turtle there, so I think a little bit of advantage, but losing Adamir, not sure if that was worth it.
Lane swap.
Yeah, lane swap between EVOS Gear as well as Adamir.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how Sky has reacted to that as well. So the EXP laners originally being in the bottom lane have decided to make their way up to the top lane, and vice versa. The gold laners are now in the bottom lane. The main point is the fact that Paquito did manage to beat down the first defense turret in the middle lane, but in the meantime, 2 versus 2, never mind. It's very likely it's going to be a 4 versus 2 as we do have Adamir. Popping up the crossbow attack right in the nick of time. But unfortunately, that is just going to escape, or rather extend his inevitable doom, only to find himself taken down by Almighty once again, as FMM as well as the rest of the team continues to rain a barrage of arrows and damage down onto the second tier defense turret, leaving it down to half HP.
Yeah, they lose Adamir as well as, I believe it was Jox in the bottom, but at the same time, EVOS SG does get a bit of a consolation prize. It was Gear on the top trying to split push and take down that turret.
You know, looking at this early start, this is kind of looking scary. Almighty may actually be the kryptonite of EVOS SG. But what exactly is it? Why are they the kryptonite? I don't know, but making Sky going right in, getting the kill down on Lilium, that is a very big deal.
Now Almighty, they even get the Lord along with it, unless EVOS SG can pull off some steal over here. That takes away the objective from Almighty, and now they have the opportunity to contest. It actually Jox and JPL. They sacrifice their lives in order to make that play. Almighty still standing strong at 5.
But at what cost? Technically, that's quite a lot of cost in that. Instead of losing 2% and a Lord, they lost 3% and no Lord. Because now the Lord is just going to be pushing right up to the top lane, but nothing is going to be stopping the members from the side of Almighty to continuously take down turrets after turrets. The Lord, in fact, will be taken down before he even reached 1 kilometer's mark. Or maybe not. Gear is here. So at least he'll be able to send the Lord a little bit further. But at this point in time, 10 minutes into the game, the Lord is not exactly the main thing that we should be looking out for, but the mega creep that flows through every single wave. And that is going to allow Adamir to push down the bottom lane.
Yeah, looking at this replay here, we can see, I think EVOS SG, well, they wanted to take the Lord, but played right into the hands of the real world manipulation. Unfortunately, that was enough to take them down. They did get the Lord and prevent Almighty from pushing even further into their turrets. So I guess there's a little bit of a save there. But Almighty pressing on gear, trying to save Sayla from the damage by Azura X, and manages to disengage for now.
There's quite a lot of questions popping onto our heads. And one of the biggest questions is if whether Almighty will be able to hold on to this lead and continue with their pressure onto EVOS SG. Because they managed to bring down 2 turrets in the top lane, 1 turret in the middle, and 1 turret in the bottom lane. The rest of the members from the side of Almighty is taking the control of the enemy's jungle, but Azura X is not in a very good spot at all. They would want to steal the purple buff, and I believe that Azura X, oh yes, they did.
Yeah, but I mean, he was fine and dandy, being blocked off by the Grog wall, but that actually allowed him to stay there. He popped the Retribution to take the buff away from EVOS SG. It's still going to be up in time for the Lord. It's 15 minutes away, so no loss there, in fact, and denying EVOS SG off that farm.
11 minutes in, 2-9. We've got quite a kill lead on top of Almighty. And the highest gold player from the side of EVOS is going to be Gear, with a total of 7,100 gold, and they're just going to be pushing right on top of Gear. Almighty, they're not going to be stopping on Gear despite him going to have a half HP. They're trying, but they are not able to do that damage. Why? Because QDX Love as an EXP laner doesn't have damage. It's just really out there for the utilities.
I mean, Gear is also not the one that they really want, and he has so much gold because he has been split pushing out of his mind, taking down the turrets as much as he can as well, to create space for, the likes of Adamir as well as Sayla to farm themselves up. You can see, again, just providing that vision for his team and healing for the members. EVOS SG, though, they do have the Lord up now. Are they going to be able to contest this one?
Adamir's attack speed is starting to look a little bit scary. And Almighty, they must know about this. They definitely know that Adamir can pop off any time now. I believe that he's reaching the power spike. Anytime will happen. And you can see that Almighty, they do not want to be overly complacent as well. But unfortunately, they did manage to find Gear with the Weight of the Dragon just going to be landing on top of Gear, and Rise right out with the ultimate. And one Jock still managed to go right in. JPL was hoping that he would be able to land a couple of shots, but unfortunately, it did not work out with the wild charge.
Yeah, unfortunate for EVOS not being able to take that fight, but they invested so much just to bring Gear down in that fight on the side of Almighty. They're still gonna go ahead to start out that fight because EVOS SG is a number down, but QDX Love coming in the way of the Dragon onto JPL. Does the damage, not enough to secure the kill just yet. JPL goes in deep into the backline. It's gonna be him trading out for Azura X, but they also get Gear as well. They're still going on. Crossbow damage. Enough damage onto Risen as a securing himself a maniac.
The Maniac coming in from FMM. Now that is what we're looking at from Almighty. A total of 3-14 and 11 kill lead. The instant replay is just gonna show us a massive gratification as QDS Love started up the fight down on the JPL. But looking at FMM, he's completely untouched. The only one person that really wanted to go for him is going to be that Grok. Adamir, he did activate the crossbow of Tang. He did manage to get a kill onto Ryzen. But from that point in time, every single one of the members from the side of Almighty were just way too healthy.
Gear went down earlier when Almighty invested so much. They didn't have the peel that they need. It was only JPL. But you're one person. You have two jobs. You initiate and to peel for the team. You can't do that. Because of that, Almighty was able to capitalize on that. And now they're charging in onto the mid lane, trying to get this turret. It's going to be Jox in the middle of everyone. And he gets deleted by FMM. And they secure the mid inhibitor turret as well. Almighty, they're starting to charge into the base. They're trying to get JPL here. He's low on HP. Huge damage on the Sailor. Will be able to secure the bottom inhibitor turret as well. Azura X stunning out Adamir. JPL trying to distract them by going in the backline, but he's in no man's land. They're fighting back. Adamir gets one. They get two as well, and now he gets a double kill. It's 3 people down on the side of Almighty. EVOS SG manages to defend.
As much as I want to say that the game is over for EVOS SG, right as I wanted to say that, EVOS SG turned the game around, or rather turned that fight around. They do manage to keep up with a little bit more of that gold advantage though. They only have a 2,000 gold deficit, and they're just going to be moving right onto the middle lane. They would want to break through every single one of these turrets as soon as possible, because this is the point in time where EVOS SG will be able to capitalize on every single win that they get due to the fact that 1-1. His amount of damage is insane. His mobility is insane as well. And in this short amount of time, Adamir pretty much almost brought down 3 turrets.
Yep, Adamir is online already, and this is what we said EVOS's insurance is there for. He even skipped the boots again in his build, so he doesn't need that, and he has that extra slot. Yeah, I mean, just go for more damage, right? Why not?
To be fair, as a 1-1, you don't really need to boost.
No, you don't. Yeah, you don't.
You just hop and a hop and a hop. If you look at the mini-map all the time, you can literally see that he's just hopping all the time. Like, even there's no creeps, his movement is hopping. And it does not, and your boost does not affect how far you're able to hop. So his mobility is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
However, will he be able to stay mobile when the Lord is here? If he wants to defend the Lord and is around the Lord, that's the biggest question.
He has that advantage over FMM though. So yes, as an FMM 9-1-4, he outputs the damage as well. Got a Maniac earlier on, but that's not to discount Adamir's kill and his potential and his kill potential as well. Sky needs to be looking for Adamir as well as Sayla in these fights.
That was an interesting moment where JPN and QDX loves just hiding inside the same brush and just be like, you stay there, I'll stay here. Let's not just touch each other, truths, we do our jobs and the rest can do whatever they want. It was a very intimate moment, but EVOS SG, within such a short span of time, they did manage to catch up. And now, Almighty, they no longer have any more leads. The only lead that they are proud of and the only thing that drives them to victory is the fact that EVOS SG's base is absolutely barren. It is a barren wasteland. Sahara Desert lives within the hearts of EVOS SG, and one wrong move is going to be the demise.
You can see the tension building in the air. Like one wrong move, one mistake, you know the other team is going to capitalize on that. So both teams unwilling to pull the trigger just yet, waiting it out to see, here we go, an evolved Lord. It's going to be EVOS SG trying to start it up, but I don't think either team's going to commit yet.
They definitely do not want to overcommit this. They know for a matter of fact that one person of each team is down south in the bottom lane. Paquito is important, Esmeralda is important. Without either one of these teams, anything could happen. So both sides, they're just testing the waters. They're just throwing out a test punch. They're gauging the distance and understand how far they can lead on, how far they can go, and whether they can even do certain stuff right now.
I mean, both of the teams, Almighty, they need to look for Adamir as well as Sayla, but likewise, on the side of EVOS SG, they need to look for Risen as well as FMM. But all that being said, you have to be careful of the flanks coming from, or potentially QDX Love as well as Sky. If they can isolate you and dive and take one out, that's going to be extremely fatal.
Almighty, they are just reacting based on what EVOS SG have showed them. Almighty knows that they can't go overly aggressive anymore. They lost the lead, and that is the lead was the main reason why they are able to just collapse themselves down on their opponents and connect a lot of those shots. But this time, that doesn't happen anymore. The rest of the members from the side of Almighty really wanted to get a catch down on the Adamir and his HP.
Oh, the Winter Truncheon mitigates the damage on the side of Sky from the crossbow of tank, so he doesn't go down, does pop the immortality and gets away scot-free. Adamir, though, is low, has to back away for a bit. The damage is out on Azura X. He's trying to make his way slowly out of that fight. Here comes the Shield Unity to be able to enable his escape. So far, just trading blows. None of the members on either team has fallen yet.
It is an expected outcome coming in from both sides of EVOS versus Almighty in the middle late fight. You can pretty much tell that none of them are very willing to go ham and all out. True, yes, there has been a couple of autobuses being thrown right out, but those are not exactly the reckoning of the opponents. They are just there to stop something. They're trying to slow something, and they are trying to defend each other instead of being out there, smelling blood, and hunting for people.
Well, it's difficult to hunt, right? Because the moment you overcommit to the backline, it could be a repeat of the previous game.
Well,
EVOS
yes.
SG, they committed so deep into Almighty's backline that they forgot their own backline, right? And they couldn't peel in time for them. If they don't want to repeat that, it's also hard. So I guess this is why, it's a little tentative on who wants to pull the trigger first.
Well, this is quite a game, and of course, this brings back memories. The e-pause going on. But I don't know who's the one that actually went out for the pause. Both of these teams, they're probably right at the edge of their seats. Right at the edge of their OSIM seats. Just kind of like, it's still comfortable anyways.
Yep.
Actually, I don't mind sitting like this the whole time, but
I mean, shout out to OSIM. We're definitely, players and crew alike, going to need a massage after this intense game between the two teams. But right now, just bear with us for a moment in this technical pause. We are at a point in the game where it's very, very crucial. Any fight, any single mistake is going to turn the tables, and they are so dead even across the two teams that they want to make sure that they get everything right.
What have been your thoughts so far about this game, especially when it comes down to Almighty?
I think Almighty didn't get as much of a lead, I guess, as I wanted in the early game, and I think that gave EVOS the ability to also get online. That being said, I think all that is, it doesn't really matter now that they're so late into the game. Adamir is back, is online as well. So I feel like the crux is really, if you can get Adamir, then EVOS doesn't have the damage.
Yeah. All in all, target their position 1. If the position 1 is out of commission, then that is pretty much the end of the day, because position 1 yields the most amount of gold, and that is usually where they have the most amount of damage. When it comes down to position 2, things are starting to get a little bit different, because we're taking a look at Azura Access playing onto the bugs here. He's slightly more tankier than dealing more damage. However, it doesn't mean that he has no damage at all. He's a tank, and if he's practically going in head-to-head with you, right? You deal massive amount of damage to his massive amount of health, while he deals meager amount of damage onto your meager amount of health. So they both deplete at the same time.
Now we are back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. 20 minutes in. You can feel the tension. I think Almighty has had the upper hand in a lot of the ways. You can see that their kill count is up, but right now, at this point, it's pretty much equalized, even though they still have a gap in terms of the gold. They have gotten their items online. It's all down to the execution of these team fights.
And right now, JPL is just going to be working his way around the place, making full use of the fact that he does have his passive to keep himself away from CCs. He's not particularly too afraid, but the entire team, they are afraid. We're 21 minutes into the game. EVOS SG and Almighty, they are all just hanging in the balance, and of course, hanging right on the knife's blade, ready to be imploded with the wrong rumble. EVOS SG is just gonna be going in and out. They're clearing all the waves, because now it is all about a macro play. With their base completely barren, they need to ensure that every single lanes are thoroughly dealt with before even taking up the Lord.
Yep, you can see both teams are unwilling to start the Lord. Just sussing out the opponents, taking whatever farm they can get, and on the bottom side, Gear as well as Sky going head-to-head against each other in clearing up the lanes, because this is an important part if you want to force a fight. Azura X, though, taking some damage. The Guardian's barrier is up. Doesn't prevent him from escaping, of course, but that does put him out of the fight a little bit.
Pretty much a Resident Sleeper kind of moment here. As much as we don't want to see Resident Sleeper, but both sides, they know that they gotta have to be careful, man. Adamir joins into the fray right now. He can deal a little bit more damage onto the Lord, but it's not something that we should be expecting right now. We've got the Esmeralda. They're just going to be heading on down to the bottom lane. They are trying to go for phantom pushes all across the map. Esmeralda is in charge of bottom lane. They would want to divide the attention from the side of Almighty. But despite all of this attention, despite the fact that Paquito managed to push himself all the way down to the bottom lane, they are not using this time to actually do anything about the Lord. They're not trying to kind of fake a Lord or anything and try to force Almighty in. Because it seems as though Almighty, they're not taking the bait.
I mean, neither of them are taking the bait. The moment you try to commit to the Lord, even the Lord is going to do some damage to you, right? So I think both teams, they need to be at their A game at this point. You can see, even though JPL is trying to take the more aggressive positioning, they're really not committing to anything just yet, and it's a complete stalemate.
I gotta say that the toughest player, or rather the toughest role to play right now, is going to be position 5. JPL's role is going to be really difficult. He would, as much as possible as a position 5, he would want to open up the map. He would want to go into rushes. But one single move, your entire team implodes. And JPL, he can't afford to lose any health for no reasons. You can see the entirety of Almighty. They're just going to be collecting themselves towards the northern side and ready to roll. JPL senses that. They're just going to be waiting for the perfect time for Almighty to actually overextend themselves. And I believe that this might... No, okay, that's not the time.
Yeah, just fake. I mean, Azura X tried to initiate something, but they only found JPL in the bush. Guardian's Barrier used to prevent him. And I think Almighty was good that they pulled the trigger at that point, because actually Jox was going down to his purple to be able to clear that. If they had pulled it off, they would have been one man short under of Almighty. But I guess thankfully for EVOS SG, also still holding that out, so they are back to another reset.
Game's going slow. Both teams, they're testing each other. 24 minutes.
The thing about EVOS SG though is that all their inhibitors are down, and it's harder for them to clear out their lanes. So it's more imperative that they send somebody down, make sure that their lanes are completely pushed out.
Exactly.
Otherwise, Almighty can easily just pull a backdoor on them as well.
Almighty, they cannot lead to CCs on the JPL. They can only lead to damage, but never mind. You gotta see that QDX Love, he's actually a little bit out of position, but there's a small little gap in between, which is unfortunate.
Adamir trying to chase down the kills, but I think just going a ring around the roses in the jungle for a bit. That being said though, that was important for EVOS SG, because FMM, he actually burned his flicker to get out of that fight. This is dangerous for him.
Worth it.
Because I mean, they are on even ground. Adamir doesn't have a flicker either, but he has that Inspire as well. So FMM needs to be careful despite this immortality. You can see EVOS SG just pushing their lead here. Adamir actually being the one to zone them out. Little dangerous, but I guess with the dashes, he should be rather okay. Note Sky, though, is coming in at the back line, trying to go in for the flank. EVOS spots that out and will prevent that from happening.
It is imperative that Adamir finds a way to actually pop off every single one of the weakness points on at least one person. And from that point on, he can start to play a little bit more aggressively. But who is going to be the one person that receives to get all of his weakness points? It is going to be Ryzen, as Adamir, he can pop the crossbow of Tang anytime soon. But unfortunately, it is not Ryzen that receives the damage from the crossbow of Tang. And now Ryzen all the way back. He's just going to be working with the real world manipulation. But this is just going to be a shroud around his teammates, ensure that the rest of members from the side of EVOS SG would not be able to push right through.
QDX, the force back. I think the crossbow of Tang had popped his immortality. Risen actually taking the damage and using this ultimate. EVOS SG, now they have the advantage to try to take this Lord, but they're not fully committing to it yet. I think they still want to be able to get a pick off, because after all, they are 5 on 5, still 5 men strong.
I thought that it was kind of a huge pity that Adamir did not immediately pop off with the crossbow of Tang, because all of the weakness points from Ryzen has been unlocked. And if he immediately went for it, I'm pretty sure that he could have been able to get a single kill.
QDX Love going all the way in the backline for Adamir, and the real world manipulation was committed to that as well. But no kills off just yet. You're going to be able to come in and try to engage with the team, but it looks like once again going to disengage both of the sides. EVOS SG does need to be careful of their minions and defend that, sending Adamir to take that on the top lane.
Both teams are crazily disciplined. They know when to back off, and they know when they should be engaging. EVOS SG's caveat is just the fact that every single lane cannot be pushing past a certain point, and the certain point happens to be on the river. So as long as the creeps can be able to be pushed past the river, they are pretty much happy. They can start to show themselves around the vicinity of the Lord to poke a little bit, to force a little bit, and to bait a little bit. In the end of the day, it is all about who is the master. Well,
Who has
who is the master of baiting? Yes.
Who has greater patience as well to wait this out and not step into any of the traps laid out by the opponent team? You can just feel that, this is such a nerve-wracking game because both of these teams, they know that this is the game-ending fight. This is going to be the be-all and end-all, and they cannot sacrifice. They cannot make a single mistake. If they let it slip, that will be the match decided.
You know what? At this point in time, as much as I don't want to see any of these teams lose, someone please just kill someone, man. Someone just kill someone at this point in time. EVOS SG as well as Almighty, both of these teams, like I said, they are very disciplined. It is imperative for both teams to play safe. It is imperative for them to know what is going on around the map and when do they do specific things. But JPL, well, that was a risky move. Not too sure what he was doing right there and what he was trying to go for. He did use the wild charge. Almighty will use this chance that JPL doesn't have the wild charge anymore to regain whatever control that they have onto the river.
You can see that they're pressing their advantage here onto JPL. Sky and Gear are also back for the fight as well, just in the mid, hanging out. This is teetering on the edge here, hanging in the balance. This game is so nerve-wracking. Almighty is going to be the one to try and leash the Lord, but again, giving it up. This is the absolute game of patience, but Sky, he wrecks Adamir in the top lane, asleep there by Adamir. Oh my, Sky managing to catch him out and Adamir in the wrong place at the wrong time. This is it for EVOS SG. Unfortunately, I don't think this is the way they wanted it to end.
They were teetering on the breaking point, and the breaking point was when Adamir goes down. The entire lineup from Almighty, they are ready to take on to the Lord, but it doesn't seem like they are putting their all onto the Lord. As you can see, the HP is slowly dwindling down. Gear takes the chance to jump right in, but only for a massive amount of damage, only to just pop off on the Gear. The real manipulation is just going to be popping right up, but unfortunately, Johnson's going to be running right into the face of Ryzen. But we're just going to be moving on around Sailor. He's just going to be hop, skip, and a jump around. He wants to evade himself away from QDX Love.
Sky,
the Lord has been reset. That's the main thing. How about the base?
Sky goes in for the back door and manages to pull it off. No need to fight the Lord. No need to fight with the team anymore. It is going to be Almighty securing the game 3.
What happened? EVOS SG, the one at the top of the leaderboard, going down to Almighty in a 2-1 fashion? This is unheard of.
This is upsetting. This is definitely not the way they would have wanted to end it. They hung on so patiently. But it only took one mistake for Sky to catch him out on top for all this to crumble.
Well, EVOS SG, they have just the rudest awakening from Almighty. It kind of seems as though JPL, as much as he's able to drag on the game, as much as he's able to create spaces for his team, in the end of the day, it still boils down to position 1 and position 2 players as to how they control the late stages of the game. JPL has got the enemies hanging on the thread when he's able to control the early to the mid stages. And with those lead that JPL creates for EVOS SG, everything comes off very naturally. But when it comes down to a stalemate like this, EVOS SG versus Almighty, 30 minutes into the game, who wins the game? The question is, who has the most experience playing at their role? EVOS Adamir playing on the 1-1. Unfortunately, he's got quite some work to do.
I mean, he did a lot of work. To his credit, he definitely did a lot of work. But, when it comes down to these sort of games, one mistake, your game's hanging in the balance, but one mistake is going to cost you monumentally, and that's exactly how it played out for EVOS. Match time of 30 minutes. I think that's by far the longest game that we have had in this entire MPL season.
Let's not forget that this is just the second match of today. We still have one more match to go. Well, we will talk about the third match in a while later. But celebrating the victory of Almighty is something that takes precedence. As now we're going to be taking a look at the post-match statistics and see what exactly went on. As Almighty, their highest amount of damage dealt is going to be Clint. And without that's for sure, right? FMM, in the midst of the game, he managed to rip through every single one of the players, and like as though he's a Green Reaper with a scythe on hand.
Yeah, I feel like just looking at these statistics now, I'm not even sure they matter, because everything boiled down to that one last fight and that standoff between the two teams. Unfortunately, they were even until that point, but it just tipped the scale. So victory going to Almighty, but EVOS definitely putting up their end of the game.
Almighty, they started the season as the dark horse. They dropped off as the underdog. And I think that this win towards the start of EVOS have just managed to help them redeem themselves back as the dark horse. Now, this is amazing. And I'm pretty sure that FMM is the MVP, isn't it?
Well, I would suppose so. Although you can say that Sky was the MVP for closing out the last kill. Also Adamir as well. But let's take a look at who the MVP of the game was. Gonna be 9-1-5 KDA onto FMM.
The sheriff is in the town.
He didn't get a maniac.
I mean, he did
get a maniac.
He didn't even got a maniac. He's the one that gave everyone a free item because of his legendary. 9:1 is to 5 with a total of 88% kill participation with an average GPM of 604. Wait, average GPM of 604 despite the game going on for like 30 plus hours.
Well, it's goal per minute, right? So if you take the goal and you divide it by a really long game, then I guess your GPM kind of decreases.
I mean, that means that even when we were looking at the Lord situation the whole time, right? He's technically still farming.
Yeah, I mean, there are a little bit of jungle creeps now and then. And, you have to push up the lanes as well, right?
Yeah,
so that gives you some gold. But yeah, that concludes the game between EVOS SG and Almighty. Really, really big dent, I think, in EVOS SG's morale, I would think, but a huge boost for Almighty. Not the result that a lot of people were expecting, but I'm happy for Almighty because, this is what they needed. And to be able to defeat a giant like EVOS SG, kudos to the team.
Titan Killers, they are the only team that actually broke EVOS by their main
actual lineup.
roster.
Yep.
All right? EVO, they did win EVOS, but not exactly their main roster. So let us move on by and take a look at the interview as I pass on the microphone over to Yuno and listen out to what Almighty has got to say.
And you're back here at the Throne for Champions, the winners interview presented by OSIM. I'm Yuno and I'm here with Ryzen from Almighty. That was a crazy long game and I'm sure everyone would like to know who caught Adamir and how do you guys know that he was going to be there at the last game?
Actually, we didn't really know that he would come bottom to clear the wave. But then Sky walked into the long bush, then he caught that Adamir was alone. Cause they show 3 and mid array. And we presumed that Gear on Esme will be at top clearing the wave. So we just, Sky caught, hey, look at the Adamir, and then you can kill him. Then we just killed him, yeah.
It was Sky who caught Adamir. Right. All right. Okay, so, the first game, you guys were stomped pretty badly. So, why did that happen?
Firstly, we were trying out some jars, especially the Camilla pick, cause we were thinking like got 3 tanks, then like one Camilla can cause they had to come to us, then we just pick the Camilla to try to dissuade them to come. But then it didn't work out as planned and our early game was quite bad. But then after some good pep talk, we managed our early game well, then we were able to hold up for the next 2 games. Yeah.
Good pep talk. Okay. So, did you guys expect to win EVOS later?
Actually, our morale was actually quite high, even though we lost to Xeon. Because actually, we could have won Xeon, just that we had a lot of misplays. However, our our morale still high, cause we knew that as long as we cut down on the mistakes, we can actually take down any team in the MPL, any team there. Yeah,
So even before the match, you guys were still
we're actually quite confident.
quite confident. Okay. So who do you think is the toughest team that you guys faced this season?
Guessing it's RSG, cause their macro plays and micro plays are actually very good, and yeah, actually they are the team to look out for.
Yeah, the team to look out for. All right. I think we should all look out for that. All right. So can you describe the preparation before today's game?
Actually, we didn't really prep much. We were just discussing about drafts, what to ban, what to pick. Had some like small competition, try to relieve the stress in the whole atmosphere. Then we just play as though it's like a normal scrim game and try our best. Nothing really much to prepare. Yeah.
So actually the last time Azra was here and I asked him what did you guys do the day before the match, and he said you guys watched a movie. Like you guys went to watch movies together. So did you guys do that?
We actually stay over at our office, and some of us actually watch some movies, and actually we slept quite late. We slept like 5:30 a.m. before this game. Yeah. So actually we're all quite tired, but then like, when the game starts, we all put on our game mode and try to do our best.
So that's how you guys like release stress and
yeah.
Okay. All right. So the last question, Almighty isn't having like the hottest regular playoffs, and do you think there's a reason for this? Like, do you feel like maybe you guys are out of meta? You guys are trying too much unorthodox picks? What's the reason?
I feel that actually we actually can play well. Just that as we don't really have that much trust in each other last time. But then after a while, we started to get the chemistry, get the confidence. Actually, that to actually push the engage and all. So actually, maybe after this win, I think our morale will be quite high, and then we'll be able to perform better.
So you think that what makes you guys stronger is not really training more, but more of like the chemistry between you guys?
Because actually, we are all individually very talented. Just that we have to train our chemistry. Yeah. Right.
I see. Okay, that's nice. All right, thank you so much, Ryzen from AMC. Once again, we are at the Throne for Champions, the winners interview presented by OSIM, and we will be handing it back to Scrubby Chicks and Abstract.
Well, Almighty, they managed to take themselves the win for this game, sat on the throne, and tell us more about their chemistry. I'm looking forward to see what else that they have got in store for us in the coming few weeks, I would say, even though we are coming in close to the end of the regular seasons.
Yeah, I mean, Reason said that as if like, he seemed a bit dejected, but I think after a 30-minute game, that's probably what you look like. But really props to Almighty. I guess all those team bonding sessions, building of their chemistry really finally paid off in this game, and the game that counted.
Well, I'm excited to see what kind of change we're going to see in the leaderboards, or rather the standings. So let's just pull that right up and see if whether Almighty has went up yet. That's a yes.
Well, they have moved up one position. EVOS SG still in... Actually, no, they dropped one position, I believe.
Almighty was all the way down at 7th place before all of these.
Yeah, but EVOS dropped the game.
Right,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, so EVOS was sitting, I believe, in the 2nd place now, being overtaken by Zion Esports because of that loss. That being said, though, they have a different number of games being played. We're still going to see Zion in the next match to equalize that number of games. But props to Almighty, they've brought themselves up to the 6th place, so congratulations.
Ooh. Now, the next thing that we're going to be looking out for is SMG versus Zion. The biggest question now is pretty much the same thing. If whether SMG will be able to get this win against Zion in order to get themselves on top of Almighty and just kind of flush them down again.
Yeah, but interestingly, actually, it's now back to number 2 up against number 7 because of how the standings have shifted. So you do want to stay tuned for that game. It's going to be the next match, casted by Physicast as well as Vertigo. It's been a real joy having you. Thank you, viewers, for staying on with us despite all the technical pauses. So glad we went through and got to witness all these exciting matches.
We shan't bore you guys anymore, and of course, we shall not drag on anymore. My name is Abstract. With me here is Grubby Cheeks. We'll see you guys again another day, and of course, Fizzy as well as Vertigo, take it away later.
Attributes. I, for one, particularly like to disable basic attacks for a competition of skills only. Spam skills throughout the game and get familiar with each hero during the process. Can this deal get any sweeter? 3. Go, Franco, go! If you like mischief, you must not miss this one. The rule's simple. Hit the opponent with your hook before they hook you. For the configuration, set the available heroes to Franco only and adjust the hook's range. Ooh, caught you again. Think you can run away from me? Alright, that's all for today. Be sure to check out the system after its release. There's so much more fun gameplay awaiting you to explore. Customize your own gameplay, team up with your friends, and don't forget to share your lobby codes. This time, everyone is a game designer.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Holds infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonates from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Astrology is my craft. Diggy is my name. First blood. Late? Just slow down the time. Reload time is science. You have slain an enemy. Time is science. Time is science.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband. Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
This will sting. You have my word. Saber Dietitics can't stop preaching. thing looks cool. Well, who's the hero now?
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband. Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the third hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance.
Crumble into dust.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area.
Pathetic.
Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill.
Not even close.
Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So let's get what's allowed.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring the second hero of the Forsaken Light series, Melissa. With the help of her beloved dolls, Melissa can easily melt her foes from an unreachable spot. Hero skills. First skill, falling. Melissa dashes in the target direction and gains extra attack speed for a while. She'll also pull Muddles and Cuddles toward her when the two are on the field. Falling is Melissa's mobility tool that allows her to maneuver around the map and adjust the position of her dolls. The extra attack speed, on the other hand, grants her decent burst potential.
Here we go! The phone is calling your name. Sounds alarm can contain all the strength is coursing through your veins. 刺激で必殺打ちのめされ Legends they rise from the earth. 駆け抜ける We break through to show our worth. 負けてない止められない Never back down, never fall till we make it to the top. Come on, let's light the sky with our spirits burning bright. くじけぬ together, you shall forever. 力出して we stand and fight our hearts out. 炎決して絶やさないで Calling our name, changing the game, setting the chains ablaze.
I am excited, man, guys. Welcome back to MPL SG season number 3, week number 3, day number 2. My name is Vertigo, and with me, the man himself, Fizzy. You know, I'm so excited to see you today. It's been a whole week.
Yes, of course.
You know, but I am so excited for this game. It's been a long day today. It's been a rainy, gloomy day. You know, Almighty suddenly fighting back against Evils to take 2-1 the game. You know, we've seen how Abstract and May, Abstract and Scrubby Cheeks, we've seen how they, they carted the game well. You know, it was so exciting. It was so, full of energy.
Exactly.
I'm going to be so ready. But you know who is ready? My internet for ML.
I knew it.
Singtel 5G, unlock ultra responsive gaming with 2 times lower latency on Singtel 5G. Singapore's most powerful 5G network. Get the edge you need while gaming on the go with Singtel 5G, Singapore's most powerful 5G network. Stronger than me.
Of course, but what's the use of a powerful 5G when you don't have any tournament organizers? So a huge shout out to PVP as one of our sponsors. It's the ultimate regional platform where gaming lives. So guided by its core values of passion, sportsmanship and healthy gaming, I call it the 3 tripod of success.
Let's go.
PVP Esports seeks to continually grow the regional esports ecosystem through its initiatives and tournaments like this ones.
Oh, I'm so excited for that. But we do have the milestone giveaway, if I am not wrong. Yeah, and it should be it's the giveaway right there. And I think we are almost reaching that 47,000 followers to give away that epic skin chest. I am so excited for that, The moment that comes out, so far, season 1, season 2, season 3, I haven't redeemed any rewards. I haven't received any rewards. At this time, maybe when we hit that 47K, I might screenshot and, redeem the reward for myself. For the first time, I'm actually redeeming something and, receiving something in return.
Of course, and that's good. And not forgetting the in-game giveaways.
Oh!
Right, so don't forget to stay tuned to the games and keep your eyes peeled as we have First Blood, Triple Kill, and even Legendary this
8 kills in a row.
So when those happens, redemption code will appear while stocks last. So be fast and be alert to catch that code before anybody else.
That's right. And guess what? Speak about anybody else. These are humans, right?
Yes.
Where do humans go? Places.
Yes.
So let me tell you about the place that is going to be our playoffs. Our official venue partner is going to be at Grid. GRID. Nearest MRT station will be Dhoby Ghaut. You get take down exit B, come out, go turn right, turn left, and then turn left again. Yeah, it's near Princep Street. It's near Princep Street. It's near one of the private university. I can't remember the name, but it's near Kaplan. Yeah, it's very, very near Kaplan. You can't miss the GRID sign, right?
Yep.
You can't miss it. But as we speak, we are gonna go into the player profile right now. Take it away.
Yeah. Standings first lah.
Oh, okay. I mean that works too. The standing works too, man. I mean, I'm not sitting, but we get to see the standing, right? Okay, it works too. You know, we go along with the flow. RSG sitting at the top of the line with 11 points, 4 matches won, 1 matches lost. Zion is 3-1. But if Zion can win this, oh, this would be big, right? That will put them if Zion can 2-0 this, it will make them 8 wins and 2 losses game-wise, and then a 4-1, taking over RSG, putting them at the top seed. But next week, you know, we do have games too. But speaking of Zion, there is EVOS just below, you know, standing at 3rd place. They had a loss against Almighty, you know, but there was a pretty solid fight from EVOS and Almighty. Definitely. Just below them is my baby boys, you know, my heart supporters. I'm a biased person. I like to be biased. We have Evil. And then after that is Flash, followed by Almighty, you know, and SMG.
Yep. Now, when we talk about the standings, right, Zion is at 2nd place, and they are going to face off with SMG, which is currently in the last place.
Oh, SMG can literally just stop Zion from doing this, right? Like, hey, you know, RSG, you want to stay at the top? I'm going to fight them. You know, I'm going to not let them take over your 1st place, your nice little throne that you're sitting on. You know, not a OSIM throne, segue there, but you know, still something. So, you know, if SMG wins this, I feel, you know, they could go up. But I feel Zion has a lot of things to give to. So
yeah, of course.
We need more information on them, right?
Exactly. I mean, for both of them, right, they need a win. Even though Zion is up there comfortable in the upper brackets, but SMG needs to win as well. So whoever is hungry in this particular game will be winning the entire series. But with that being said though, let's go to the team profile before we go into series number 3.
I think probably we didn't convince him because I think he wanted to build a team for himself, I guess. He find us lah. It's not we go and convince him.
It's quite new to me lah, so I'm quite nervous also. Because it's my first time. But actually, competition and rank, there's really a huge difference. Because competition play as a team. So there's a lot of synergy that needs to be in place for it to work out. Unlike rank, as long as everybody know what they need to do, can already. Throughout these 2 to 3 months, I think we bond quite a lot already. Then I think we also build out some synergy within the team. Because it's a new team. Everyone is like, you know, like sort of like new face to each other.
They are younger, but can train. Because when you're young, you got a lot of potential. So with Potato at helm, probably can pass a lot of knowledge to them. I think they are very high mechanically skilled, but maybe sometimes a bit more stubborn. But it might be a good and bad thing, you know. They got their own point of view, and maybe they can show us something new, something better. They are more willing to experiment with things.
For our side, because we are sort of like a new team or old team, right? We just wanted to try if we could make it into MPL without a help from the organization. Just nice for us when we qualified, then Team SMG actually reached out to us. So I thought it was a new opportunity to experience a different kind of maybe culture under SMG. So I decided to go with SMG instead.
My team's energy, I'll say, is pretty chill. It's like, you know, we just go in, we have fun together. We win, then, you know, we win, we celebrate. We lose, then, you know, cannot be that fun anymore. No one likes to lose, so we'll just work a little bit harder and show our best.
When it comes to training, we don't take any nonsense from our teammates. So whatever excuses they give, we'll just like double down on them and then like, you know, are you serious? We are more focused on objectives, so we don't really get emotions get in our way.
I would say that we're pretty confident as we are now. I mean, we definitely have confidence in our own abilities and our teammates' abilities and being able to work together as a team. And I'm sure that coming from qualifiers, we were in the lower brackets of the qualifiers, so we had the experience of actually facing the lower bracket climb. You know, when it comes down to mental strength in the lower bracket, you know, we will have it. If we are in the lower bracket, you never know, we might be in the upper bracket.
And there you have it, the team profile for Zion SMG. Now let's look at the player lineup for Team SMG. We have Rum. Too easy for Angelo will be the jungler. Dairy will be the front man. The roamer, KX Springs. Okay, so KX Springs is going to take over Ash. So he's going to be in the goal lane. And then, of course, Mr. Pebble himself is going to take the mid lane.
Big boy Pebble. And we do, if I'm not wrong, right, Supergirl is going to be the goal lane. Forza is going to be the tank. if I'm not wrong, Vanek is going to be the jungle, and then Glory will be your roamer,
Yes.
and then Chris.
Mage.
Mid
lane.
That's right. Wait, then who's the EXP?
EXP should be Glory. So Forza roam, Chris will be Mage, Glory, EXP, Vanex will be the jungler, and Supergirl will be the gold lane.
Yeah, Supergirl gold lane is insane. I mean, I just did an interview yesterday with Hungry Cars, and he said, we both can agree that Supergirl has outperformed himself. Right? He has been the best performance. He's been doing great. He's been doing solid. The way he holds his waves and everything. As we can see on the stats here, on his most used hero is definitely going to be the Brody. We got a 3.6 on the kill, 1.5 on the death, and then a 5.1 on the assist. So that's the positive KD that we are all looking at. So after this, we are going to be watching the player head-to-head. There's going to be team head-to-head coming up on screen. 12 games against it. I'm not really sure about that. Is it a 12 game? Has it been 12 games for SMG so far? I'm not really sure. But it does seem like it's tilting more towards SMG favor, right, Fizzy?
Yeah, just a bit. But all this, for me, personally, it doesn't matter. But the most important thing is the turret destroyed per game and the turtle slain. As you can see,
objective.
7 to 6 is very objective. When you talk about Zion and SMG, right, they are similar in a sense whereby both of these two teams are new teams, but they have experienced leadership and also new blood as well. So both of these teams, as you can see clearly, that they are very objective-oriented rather than a team fight-oriented. So I would say pretty evenly matched these two teams here, Zion and SMG.
You know how to play the objective game? You just don't kill each other and just push turret.
Yeah.
Don't kill each other, just push turret. Then once everybody turret is done, you just start. Then after you start fighting.
Yep, that's
it's like a boxing match. And we do have Supergirl up against KX Springs for the player head-to-head. And look at that, it's all towards Supergirl.
Yeah, it's all towards him because...
But KX Spring played lesser games.
Yeah, I think KX Spring only played one game. The rest has been played by Ash. So, of course, definitely head-to-head, Supergirl is definitely leading in terms of the goal lane.
I mean, who do you prefer? Okay, I'm not trying to get you to give me a biased answer, but it's Ash, KX Spring. Which one do you prefer on the goal lane? Since you're a marksman, goal lane only.
Okay, I will go with Ash. Reason being is because Ash had played more games with them. And the thing I like about Ash is he has a wide variety of hero pools. We've seen him with the carry. We've seen him with the Claude. All these fancy heroes, right? So I will go with Ash.
All right, and with that said, we are going to go into the first game. It is going to be a Ling ban. Wow. A Ling ban. Okay, that's I would say pretty solid.
Yep.
I'm siding towards Zion here. Because we have Glory.
Yep.
I'm a huge fan of Glory's gameplay. Along with Vanex and with Supergirl's goal lane and Force's roam. Wow.
Okay.
It's gonna be something new, right? But at the same time, SMG, they are unpredictable, right? They are so unpredictable. And Zion respecting that Fanny ban. But you can just pull off Almighty and just I baited them to play Fanny.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Too Easy for Angelo, we've seen him play that Fanny before. Everybody went crazy. Even the production team, they went crazy when he got Fanny. But then he was shut down by Team Almighty, right?
Yeah.
So this ban from Zion is a bit, for me, it's not necessary to ban out the Fanny because there's a counter for it. But it seems like the respect ban
it's
is
just a
coming in
respect
from
ban.
Zion.
Since I'm Zion, I rather save, since Zion is second banning, second picking too, I feel they should ban more important heroes other than Fanny. Yeah, I mean, Fanny's strong, don't get me wrong, but SMG banning away Ram's favorite heroes itself, Dyrov. Wow, so we are not going to see Dyrov this time. So SMG is helping out Zion here. Okay, Valentina ban. Just as I said it.
Yep. Valentina, definitely a permanent ban. 100% ban so far. We've not seen Valentina in the Land of Dawn, at least for MPL SG.
Look at Pebble, man. He's just vibing. Pebble is just, I think, fun fact for you guys. Do you know what are the players listening to on the ground level there? You see this stage, you know what they're listening to? They are listening to each other's voice and the MPL music video. So they could be vibing to that or, some other things. And it does seem like SMG should ban out something more targeted towards Phoenix, right?
Yeah, they can go with Karina, they can go with Grok, they can go with Hilda. We know
Karina.
SMG likes that Hilda as well. So Karina will be banned out on the side of SMG. Now Zion, again, there's a lot of permanent bans out there. Hilda, Marsha,
Yeah.
Eve, Grok. So let's see where Zion is right now.
I feel, you know, if SMG is going to pick up Hilda, Zion is going to pick up Marsha, right?
Yeah.
If SMG pick up Marsha, Zion is going to pick up Hilda, right?
So they are still contemplating here, but I believe Hilda will be a very good ban here on the side of Zion because SMG, we know that Derry likes to use that Hilda, right?
He loves
and it's
it.
super annoying.
So
Hilda.
much information given to the team, right? And it's all about following up now. So with KX Spring in this, oh, they're going to ban the Grok. Okay, so is prior pick here, Marsha or Hilda? Which one you want?
Marsha, Hilda, or Baxia, depending on where they want to go for.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. So I would still go for Hilda.
And it's going to be a Hilda pick, okay?
Yep.
Mr. SMG here, Mr. SMG Reader, yeah, Mr. SMG Fizzy. You know, you can change your name to the SMG Fizzy.
SMG Fizzy, why?
Yeah, because you predicted what SMG did. You're just like one of them. You're literally like one of them. So Zion right now, I feel they should prioritize Marsha. That's one. I mean, it's a prio pick right now. 100% prio pick. And they should be securing the jungle for Phoenix, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, they like using that Baxia.
Oh,
okay,
that's
so
true. They
Baxia
love
is
the
still
Baxia.
open. They can go with Baxia and a mage. So Xavier is still open.
Oh no, the perma-ban Xavier is open. That's
Yes.
true.
So Xavier and Baxia will be good.
Oh, I hear somebody weird.
Oh,
okay,
there you
yeah,
go.
Baxia. That's the one, and it is going to be an Esmeralda. Okay, so Uranus is out of the equation right now, right? So yeah, Xavier instantly picked up because the Xavier was left open, but you do have a Esmeralda to cut the shield of Hilda. There's a direct counter. You have Tortoise Pourpoise. Tortoise Pourpoise?
Tortoise Poisson.
Tortoise Poissons. Yeah, my saliva just flew out, man. Oh my lord. Tortoise Poissons, right? To cut the shield of, and you know, stop the healing coming out from Hilda too. So that's great. 2 hero counter 1. That's very targeted towards Derry already, right?
Yeah.
But Pebble, you know, if he's gonna land big stuns, it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, and especially that dawning light. You know, from far away, you can just snipe anywhere you want. But
Why?
Ram will still go with the Uranus. He doesn't care. You can take the Esmeralda as you want, but I'm going to go for the Uranus. I mean, yes.
But you're picking into a counter, right?
I mean, in theory, it is a counter, but we've seen a lot of times, you know, Uranus going up against Esmeralda.
Oh,
So
I know
as
what he's going to
long-
use.
What?
He's going to take sprint.
It's either-
100%
Okay,
sprint.
it's either you take sprint, purify, or you don't, as long as you don't build Athena shield, for me it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, and Forza going with the Angela. Okay. I'm liking this is where this is going. So right now they are going to be, you know, covering each other. You know, because since the Angela is going to be squishy, right? So with that hard guard, she's basically you basically have one less liability on your team.
Yeah, I mean, we see now that Forza is picking the Angela, but you can switch it actually. But I've seen Angela playing in the EXP lane before, and she can play that.
We did see Aeon play Angela mid, right? And it kind of worked against EVOS.
Yeah.
So you know, who knows? But with Zion's lineup, I feel it's going to be an Angela support. Okay. And we have a big boy ban. What's it going to be? And it's going to be a Hellcat ban. Okay.
This is a very targeted ban against Too Easy for Angelo because
he
like
loves
I
high
said,
mobility.
What?
He needs mobility, man. He's
Exactly.
a very mobility dependent person.
Yes. And of course, when I see Hellcat, I like to say, whatever you can't see, you can't fight. That's the beauty of the Dark Knight Falls. Now, SMG will be targeting that Yve because Zion has not picked their mid laners yet. Now, both SMG and Zion, I did my research on this.
Okay.
Right? They like their Yve, they like the Kagura.
What about the Farsa?
And that, not really Farsa, but Yve and that Lilia as well.
Oh, yes, the Lilia. Okay.
And Sicilian is still open also.
Oh, that's true. So if Sicilian's banned, they could either pick up Farsa or watch Farsa or Lilia, right? But I'm not sure if Chris is comfortable playing it. That's another question we have to answer.
Well,
it's going to be a clean ban targeted towards KX Springs. Okay, I respect that. That was a very good, respectable ban. KX Spring plays a mean clint.
SMG should just ban out the Sicilian because I know for a fact that Chris plays Sicilian.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. So we will see here. They're still hovering. Still not secured yet.
I think it's going to be a Sicilian ban. I have to agree with you, Fizzy.
Just here, they already banned out the Eve, so they need to ban out the Sicilian here.
Oh, it's a Farsa. Okay. I think the Sicilian will be picked up by Zion here. It would be great for Zion, he kind of rounds up the whole team. So, if Forza on the Angela uses the hard guard on that Sicilian, that's free movement speed, free engagement. You're gonna burst everybody down, and Hungry Cars is gonna be happy because he loves scaling heroes.
Yeah.
He's gonna scale late games so much. He loves scaling heroes.
All right, Zion here is still contemplating whether they want to go for a goal laner or mid laner. So when you talk about goal lane here, 1-1 is still open, Brody is still open.
That's true.
There's a lot of, not a lot of choices, but a lot of pyro picks.
Oh, 1-1. Okay, let's go. We're gonna get to see a Supergirl 1-1 with a crossbow tank.
Yeah. You see what happened last game, right?
Yeah,
with
man.
Adamir.
Wow.
Dude.
I don't want to touch on that. It's a pretty touchy subject though. It's a pretty touchy subject. But you have to remember this. As a 1-1, you have a free debuff.
Yeah.
You do have a free debuff. So that's an extra skill for you. Look at Pebble. Pebble is enjoying it. He's smiling left to right. And then we have Fenrir there trying to make the jokes. And okay, ram. I'm nodding in agreement. Yeah, sure. It works. Dairy is just yeah. Angelo is just what's wrong with my earpiece, man? And we do have a lock coming in. It is going to be a Beatrix coming out for KX Spring. And what is going to be the main hyper/jungle? Is it going to be a tanky boy? It's going to be Hayabusa.
Wow. Today alone, a lot of Hayabusa coming in.
Yeah, it's all Angelo's fault. No, I'm just kidding. No shade thrown towards Angelo. He's a really fast guy. We might see some item swaps. Maybe Immortality coming out, swapping out for a Winter Truncheon out of nowhere. And it's just shadow, and just shadowing away everywhere. It's a very good run away kit. But don't forget, if Supergirl locks down that crossbow and tank on you,
that's it. But the thing is about Hayabusa, I like this pick because Hayabusa has that early game power spike.
Wow, he clears waves like nobody's business.
Yep. And the good thing is, if you are going up against a team that is objective oriented as well, if you go into the late game, he can go for the back door.
That's true. And a Sicilian.
There you go.
Picked up. All right, Mr. Backdoor Diploma. Do you think Mr. Backdoor Diploma? Do you think Angelo is going to backdoor this time?
It will depend on how well they can scale in game because we know for a fact that Team SMG they will start strong, but they will choke in the middle. That's their problem,
no.
right?
Are we on this again?
Yeah, we are. Because even yesterday it's the same thing.
The same thing. I mean, history do repeat itself. Leopard never changes their spots. I'm never leaving my OSIM chair.
Well, you can sit down here. I can't cast the game with sitting down, so I'm going to stand up. But this is it. This is going to be the final series. We have Team SMG going up against Zion. Now, based on the draft itself, you got to let me know who you're going for.
Wow, I'm citing Zion here. But I have predicted SMG.
Okay,
I have predicted SMG, but looking at the draft, I'm going to change my mind. I think I'm going towards Zion here just because of Forza's Angela.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the final series of the day. Game number 1, Zion Esports up against Team SMG SG. My name is Vertigo. Beside me is going to be Fizzy. I am excited. No invade so far. Very normal.
Yep, no invade, which is a bit highly... Oh, there you go.
No, are we cursed? Are we cursed? Are we cursed,
we are
man?
not.
Are we cursed? Oh no. I think it's us, man.
Oh man.
No, it's us, man. It's always us. Always us. It's like like that, like last week, we and the pause is done. And then we stand up, and the pause is back.
Yeah, man. I mean, okay. It's of course technical difficulties is always bad. Yeah. But if it wants to happen, I rather it happen in the beginning.
In the beginning?
In the beginning rather than in the mid.
That's true. I have
Right?
to agree with you, right?
Yeah, because
imagine
once
like
you-
halfway and then like, and then just stuck, just technical pause again.
Exactly.
It's gonna mess up the momentum.
Yeah, just imagine if you are winning, so to say, and then game pause, you'll be like, oh man, you lose all the momentum and all that stuff. But it's okay. So we talk about the draft. You say that you are inching towards Zion.
Yeah,
right?
Because of the scaling late game from Sicilion, you have the hard guard from Forza on the Angela. It's gonna be crazy.
Okay. For me, myself, I go for SMG. Reason being is because it's very balanced.
That's true. I have to agree with you.
Yeah,
there.
you have Hayabusa, which is the early game aggressive hero.
Late game ram on the Uranus.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, good balance here. There must be balance to the world, and as we speak about balance, I am gonna be not losing my balance on this OSIM chair, and we are gonna go into the game again.
All right, so you can see here now for both teams, the junglers will be going for that level 4 first. And we can see Dairy is not being as aggressive as being in the Hilda, which is a bit of a wasted opportunity, I would say.
Yeah, it's kind of wasted, but I have to say, Glory up against Ram in lane as an Esmeralda, you're gonna succeed so much from this.
Yeah, and you can see here though, it's going to be 2v2. Forza is hiding on the bushes, trying to babysit, Supergirl, if you may, in this early game, which is a good strategy as well.
That's a new meta. That's the meta round. And Ram. I love what he's doing. That's why I do too. Use the Go Crab, get some hits, and and then here comes Angelo to clear it too. So you are basically securing that Go buff for your team. And Go buff goes to Angelo.
There.
Chris looking very, very low, and Pebble does not have his ultimate to snipe him down.
Yeah,
we love some Xavier snipes, right? We love some.
That's the thing though. We were talking about mages nowadays. They don't use flame shot, right? They like to use sprint now. So we can focus here. Supergirl going up against KX Springs. Now in terms of laning, I prefer Beatrix because she has that firepower to clear waves super fast.
She has the range.
Yep, she does.
She has good range, but you do have to remember Vanix has the mobility, and Pebble looks like he's gonna get caught here, and the third is gonna go so low. It's gonna go to a too easy for Angelo, but here comes the rest of Zion, and Zion, you're gonna collapse on this. SMG playing the smart game, just playing passive. They're trading blows. No one is low. No one was nearly dead. And then they're like, let's not give the viewers a first blood to redeem. Right? But eventually the first blood is going to be redeemed anyway, right guys?
Yep, it definitely will. Now it's going to be 2v2. It seems like Team SMG and Zion, they will go with that babysitting strategy, if you will, in this goal lane. Here comes Derido with that one. And look,
big
that blue damage coming in, but Glory will go down in the hands of Too Easy for Angelo. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen, the first blood code.
Wow, and the cross-map play from Sicilion. Chris himself rotating down to stop, to help out Forza and Supergirl. KX Springs along with Dairy. They put the damage, right? They put down the damage, and wow, Dairy literally with that two-man stun. Crazy. And Vanix is just nearby to help. It does seem like they want to secure this turret, but Team SMG, do they have a reply for this? Here comes Dairy along with KX Spring. They're trying to just chase them back a little bit, and Ram along with Too Easy for Angelo just clearing camps because they have the information that Vanix is on the bottom lane, and Dairy, that's the information that they need. Here comes Forza. Is he going to get the root down onto KX3? No, he does not. And here comes the high guard on from Supergirl. Crossbow of 10 trying to take down onto KX3. Vanix trying to chase him down. Is he going to be able to secure this? No, he is not. And Dairy with the emote.
Yep, well played here, Zion. They have 3v2 down in the bottom. They want to kill KX Springs, but KX Springs managed to escape, even though Supergirl has that crossbow of tank. But this is only the early game, right? In order for 1-1 to be effective, you need to have at least 2 of your core items.
I just noticed something, right, Fizzy?
Yep.
Too Easy for Angelo invaded the red buff.
Yes.
Right? The orange buff for Zion Esports. But Phoenix is still ahead of Too Easy for Angelo. I was like, oh, wait, what? The math does not add up.
Okay, so you can see here the second turtle is up for grabs. Too easy for Angelo to not
Derry.
one though, but here's coming to fight right in the middle. Too easy. Angelo trying to get the right fight. Now Vanix trying to get away from all the fight though. Here comes Ram though. But then again, Chris.
Oh, they're gonna collapse on this?
There's no ulti just yet. Look at the front lines though. Ram get caught in the middle. Here comes
the big
that
ulti.
Still, but no one goes down yet. But Chris trying to escape though. But there you go. Derry secures 1-2. His name is gonna be 1-4-0. And why not? SMG says that they're gonna go with that turtle.
Yeah, 2-0, and Derry pushing out the damage as the Hilda. Wow. And along with that, securing the turtle, Team SMG is going to gain this lead. But can they snowball it though? But here it comes too easy for Angelo. Trying to stop down onto Glory. Can he do enough damage though? Here it comes too easy for Angelo. He pushes out the Shadow. Here comes the Shadow TP and the OG Shadow kill onto Glory. Is it going to be enough? No, it's going to pop down onto the minion instead. And Glory is going to be able to survive this, but here comes Vanix with the hard guard, trying to take down too easy for Angelo. Ram tries to help him out, but no! Vanix is going to be able to secure down onto too easy for Angelo, putting him back, but as we speak, KX Springs snipes down onto Supergirl, giving him 50% HP. Wow. The item swap, the weapon swap from KX Spring is really crazy, but here comes the ultimate. Oh, from Pebble, he's going to take Supergirl down so early, but he should not stay this long. And here comes a killing spree coming out from Derry. What is this, Roma?
Okay, all right. This is where Team SMG strive, right, in the beginning of the game.
That's right.
Yep, they can do this because why? They do have that Hayabusa, they have that early game aggression. But before that, let's look at the instant replay. This is where the fight goes,
that was
either
crazy
side,
from
50-50, right? Look at Ram.
The flame.
Got immortalized, got in the middle. Chris goes down first, but Glory manages to escape. And there you go with that, securing the second turtle of the game for SMG.
Wow, Derry with the big boy flank all the way from the top lane, catches the rest of Zion Esports off guard. Wow. Okay, so that's the equivalent of the EXP, but here comes too easy for Angelo. He's going to get stunned up. Is he going to be able to get the Shadow away? And yes, he will. This is the power of Hayabusa, right? He's slick, he's fastest fingers first, right? Just like how, probably someone's going to get a triple kill later, maybe a legendary, and then, fastest fingers first. You can get yourself some nice rewards, redeem that code, screenshot it, share it with your friends, your grandparents, your auntie, your uncle.
Yep, and with that being said, Team SMG securing the first objective of the game. The bottom turret goes down. As you can see, Beatrix, with the help of KX Springs, will be switching lanes with Ram. Now, this is the third turtle of the game. 2 turtle has been secured by Team Easy for Angel though.
It's going to be a big fight here, but here comes SMG trying to beat this turtle out, and the turtle is going to go towards Zion. Oh my gosh, Vanix with a Rantry snipe, but too easy for Angelo. Is going to go back out right now, and because Zion, they do have the shield, can they engage on this? No, they can't, but a very insane snipe coming out from Vanix. His retribution button must be humongous.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's how some players play, right? Because, you can increase the size of your skill. I do the same thing too, right? My flicker button is so big. My purify button is so big. This time, I won't miss any of my skill. Or spell, rather.
All right, so now let's look at the items. Supergirl will be the main focus. No boots. I mean, it's perfectly fine for 1-1.
Yeah.
So you have that Corrosion Sky, you have that Demon Hunter squad. These are the 2 main items that she needs. She needs one more to be relevant. Just one more to be relevant here. Now, too easy for Angelo has that War Axe and probably going with that utility items with Endless Battle. Still relevant, for Hayabusa, especially in this early game.
It's still right. But it looks like it's going to be a cross-map reply. Here comes Ram trying to push some damage onto Glory. He could be overstepping this though. Ram. He can bait this. All right, no problem to that, but here comes Zion and SMG. They look... Ooh, Chris takes so much damage from Pebble, and look at the amount of damage coming out from Pebble onto Chris. Wow, this is why you ban Xavier.
Yeah,
you don't ban Xavier, you get things like this, right? Insane ulti, insane stun, and by the time you get stunned, you're dead. But here comes Glory with the falling star. He's gonna catch 2, and here comes Vanix from the other side, from the left side of the bush. He's gonna come in, but here comes too easy for Angelo. Here comes the OG shadow kill by the old crossbow attack. Gets the double kill. Is he gonna get a triple onto Derry though? But Derry's gonna pop the sprint. Is he gonna get away? Can he get away? He's running so fast, but Ram is there to save him. But too easy for Angelo. Is not gonna take anyone from Zion at all.
Nice play by Zion Esports, initiating the team fight there by Phoenix and Supergirl coming in with the support.
Again?
But here comes the fight, the killing spree for Supergirl being super at this moment. And there you go, Forza securing T1 turret up the gut, and they will be going for this first Lord.
This is why people draft Esmeralda, right? That falling star moon came from out of nowhere. Literally RKO from out of nowhere with that falling star moon. Catches everybody off guard, and then suddenly like, hey, what's this? I cannot stun. And then, it's dead. Oh, trying to snipe. Benix is like, no, my retribution button is bigger than your ulti.
Yeah, Pebble has the right idea with that dawning light, almost secures, or almost steals away the Lord from Zion. But then again, like what you said, Vanix has that fastest fingers on that retribution now. Zion has the Lord coming up the gut. They need to sync up the wave to have a 3-lane siege. That would be ideal. But if you have 2, it's still fine. But you need to secure an objective here for the side of Team Zion.
Team Zion, what can we do here? Team Zion, very much of a commanding lead, but let's take a look at the goal. Not much different. Glory finally picking up his Oracle. That's the healing that he needs. Too easy for Angelo though. As a Hayabusa, can he do anything here? He has the damage. The only people he can try to catch is Chris, Supergirl, and Forza. That's 3 members already, right?
Yep, he can actually catch members in the back line, or better still, what you can do is you use your shadow kill to clear the minion wave.
That's more better.
More better,
Yeah, man. It's more better. And here comes Glory trying to push down onto Ram. Can they get this objective though? Yes, they can. But here comes the Immobilize onto Supergirl. Pebble holding on to the Dawning Light. Zion forced to back, and they do see the back door coming from too easy for Angelo. Missed the back door diploma here. With his student.
Yeah, that's
the proud teacher.
Easy for Angelo trying to go for that back door, getting that lane advantage in the bottom lane though. But look at this.
No, Supergirl could be overstaying this, right? Oh, here comes too easy for Angelo. Supergirl gets him out. Here comes the high guard from Supergirl. He's trying to catch down onto Chris, but look at the damage from Chris. Is it going to be enough too easy for Angelo? Can he get away here? Not enough damage from Chris, though. Here comes the OG shadow kill, and the shadow is out. Here comes the stun, and oh my god. Angelo, gone.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Team SMG. They started super well, and in the mid stages of the game, they choked again. This is not a good news. Look at the goal right now. Anything above 35k, all of your teammates will have 3 items at least, and that's your core item completed.
That's 3 items.
Which means Zion is online right now. The longer they push this further, the better Zion gets.
Yeah, are they online or offline?
Or
are they playing? They're online, but they're playing offline.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry for the bad joke, guys. That was a very bad joke. I take it back. But Zion and SMG right now, not much of a difference. 4,000? Yeah, close to 4,000. And as you can see from the screen there, scan the QR code and power up your gameplay and be like the pro. But here comes Polly Samuel to catch down onto too easy for Angelo. But here comes the hard guard onto Phoenix. Is it going to be enough though? Glory, cutting shield, free shield, cutting service here. And no engagement. Yep, it's going to be balanced here. Too easy for Angelo keeps getting target locked here by Zion, right? They're very good targeting here.
Yep, it is.
Solid.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. This is the second Lord, the enhanced Lord, if you will. Now, the first Lord has gone to Zion Esports. This is their Lord for the taking. For the past 3 fights, they have been losing. Dawning Light was used. A bit premature, I would say, too early to the fight, but there you go.
Oh, the knockup though? Oh, okay. Big retry button here, right? Liberous Passion. Falling Star Moon catches nobody, and here comes the Conceal. So no contest. There was a contest. Too easy for Angelo. Did get caught out by the damage though. But no problem to that. Chill, take it slow, and go down to grid on the play of day.
Yep, this is definitely good news for offline events, right? Let's look at the items. Now, Dairy with that Athena shield against the Esmeralda, that's questionable.
He's going for blade armor to take to counter Supergirl here. 100%.
Yep, that's fine though, but the Athena shield is the one that I'm worried about. Now, let's look at Too Easy for Angelo. Has that utility with the Endless Battle War Axe. He's probably going to go for that BOD, but will that be enough, or will he be able to finish up that BOD unless Zion can close up the game with Enhanced Lord here?
Will the BOD be enough here? But as we speak, the Lord is going to come marching down onto the bottom lane here. It's going to go slashing away at the bottom tier 1 turret. Falling down, it's going to catch down onto too easy for Angelo, but the downing light is going to catch down onto Zion. But look at it, who's going to be rushing down onto the back line? It's going to be Dairy. It is going to be a 1-for-1 here. Team SMG, Team Zion, they're forced to play passive right now, but Zion got what they came for. He got a tank. In return, you are going to be losing your goal lane. No problem. I get one tier 1 turret. Tier 3, sorry.
Look at the goal deficit for Team SMG. 5k close to 6. Now we are heading into the late stages of the game, so this is definitely bad news for Team SMG. They do have a late game insurance with Beatrix, Rum on the Uranus, and Pebble. That's it. But look at Zion Esports. All of their heroes are late game monsters.
That's right. It's a late game tank slap already.
Yeah,
like,
it is.
And then, that's when the burst from Chris starts coming. And then, Supergirl, crossbow tank, catching out Angelo if he manages to complete.
Yep.
That's going to be the big million-dollar question there, but it does seem like a big collapse might be imminent here from Zion.
Yep, Rum is all alone. They're going up against 3 if he wants to, though. It's not a good fight to have, though. But look at Vanix using the sheer unity, getting that map advantage, trying to steal away the resources from Team SMG. Now, this is good for Zion, right?
Baxia's clear is fast.
It's super fast, especially with the jungler emblem. Oh my god.
Mr. Frisbee champion, throwing Frisbee for free. You get one. Tortoise Popons.
Yes. This is what Too Easy for Angelo needs to do.
Just
right?
push wave.
Push wave, go for the back door less than 10 seconds before the third Lord spawns. Now, if I'm Team SMG, I won't go for this Lord. Because again, when you look at the past 2 to 3 team fights, you lost it.
That's
okay?
true.
So
No
don't
point
go for this
contesting
Lord. It's super risky. Just defend your base as much as you can and let Too Easy for Angelo do his job.
Wow, Vanix. Okay, honestly, Baxia is so good. Look at the mobility. He clears out all 3 bush within 1.5 seconds. Yes, I counted it in my head. Yeah, that was a very quick 1.5 second bush clear, but as you can see, Too Easy for Angelo here. He might be trying to contest this. Zion trying to reset the Lord here, but Dairy is not giving them the reset though.
Yeah, okay. Most likely Too Easy for Angelo wants to snipe with the retribution. Okay, here comes Too Easy for Angelo.
The bait. They saw him. Yep, that was a very good reset. and it's back to half health again. Too Easy for Angelo. He might be trying to snipe this down, but here comes Dawning Light trying to snipe it away. But Supergirl is going to get the hard guard, and they are going to go down onto Too Easy for Angelo. Too Easy for Angelo is going to be able to pop the shadow and walk away. And the Lord is going to go towards Zion Esports here, but here comes the rest of Zion Esports. They're going to go in. Pebble is going to get instantly demolished here. Zion, Supergirl, he's going all in. He's going to be pushing hard. Foresight, though, not going to be able to pop the hard guard enough. His time is going to go running out. Pebble, the only victim of that fight. Look at all the spells on the side of Team SMG and on the side of Zion. All spells are used.
Yep, Supergirl went crazy on that team fight, right?
The aggression.
She was in the front line, so to say. Now look at that.
Again?
Inhibitor turret goes down, but here comes again.
Oh, Too Easy for Angelo.
Look at David. David's going to go down, though.
Reverse passion.
As I said, it's going to be 1. It's going to be 2 for nothing. They're going to go for this crystal. The crystal is going to go down, though. But look at that Supergirl raising havoc. And there you go. Game 1 goes to Zion Esports.
Oh my gosh. I think that was a triple kill, but it was so fast that the game didn't even detect it. The game was too fast to detect that triple kill, but the last minute crossbow of tank coming out from Supergirl. Wow. Honestly, I've got to say that aggression from Supergirl. I mean, I can hear it in my head already, when Zion's like, go, 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 go.
Yeah.
Like everyone is just start running them down. Everyone running down SMG. SMG's like,
Yeah, and that's Forza, right? Forza with that hard guard, on Supergirl with that 1-1. He can be aggressive and he went just go for it, and Supergirl just went for it.
Yeah, this one, Zion kind of got flanked because they didn't have that information. Let's take a look at the last fight. Falling Star Moon comes in. Too Easy for Angelo is going to get taken down. Neighbor's Passion by KX Spring. He's going to back off a bit, and then Shadows out, gets the healing. Ram. Supergirl, look at Supergirl. crossbow of tank and instantly demolished. Let's take a look at the items here, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing out of the ordinary apart from the no boots 1-1, because who even builds boots on one when you can buy one full item?
Yep, nobody built boots for 1-1. And
Nobody.
now that we are on the 1-1 subject, look at Supergirl, Corrosion Sky, Demon Hunter squad, Windtalker, Malefic Roar. There's
And Wind of
a
Nature.
lot of damage in
Look
there.
at the Wind of Nature though. It's specifically for too easy for Angelo and KX Springs or even Hilda, right?
To make it worse, he used Inspire as well.
Oh, it's going to be so fast, right? Along with Athena Shield, to soak a little bit of damage from that Xavier. But pretty solid items here coming out from both sides. Chris, wow. Ice Queen Wand, the Golden Lollipop itself, Lightning Truncheon. We have Divine Glaive and an Immortality along with a Mana Boots. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the Scaling Cecilion. And honestly, right now, I felt that, to me personally, I think the MVP is going to be Esmeralda for Glory.
For Glory.
For Glory.
PBA. I would say the MVP should be Supergirl to me.
Yeah, he made a lot of plays.
Yeah, he made a lot of plays and he was there for his teammates when they wanted him to attack. But before we go into the MVP, we're not sure yet who.
I'm just guessing at him, man. I'm just excited to see who's the MVP.
Okay, let's go to the post-match
Wow. Glory dealt so much damage. There's 60,000. As the Esmeralda, wow, that's I've got to say that's pretty insane because he cuts down on so much shield. You got a Hilda shield, you got the Uranus shield, and then you got that turtle buff shield from SMG. Zion is like, hey, free shield cutting. And on the other side too, we have very close in second place. It's gonna be Supergirl on the 1-1 with 57,000 and the highest goal per minute. Glory with the highest damage dealt. Dairy with the highest damage taken, and then total assists. Oh, wow. Very good. I love it. 9 assists. Could be more.
Yep.
Could be more. From is that Chris? Yes, it's Chris. Oh no, it's Vanix.
Yep.
Yeah, Vanix on the 9 assists. Okay, pretty good. But look at the stats here. It's all very red-sided, definitely towards Zion. And we do have our MVP ready. Let's take a look. It's going to be Glory.
Supergirl.
Oh, it's Vanix. Okay, we are both wrong. 100% kill participation. Wow.
Yeah, that should be the way.
That should be the way. Yeah. I mean, you saw how he cleared 3 bushes in 1.5 seconds.
Yep.
That's the mobility of Baxia. I feel, if in the next game, the Baxia would either be a prio pick or the prio ban. 100%.
Yeah, definitely. 209 KDA, match GPM at 634, that's super high. And the item build is standard.
Yeah.
For Baxia. So
Curse
well
Helm.
done to Vanix.
We got a Curse Helm, we got a Blade Armor, we got a Sky Guardian Helmet, we got an Immortality. Pretty solid, right? Pretty typical build.
Yep.
You tank for your team, you soak for them, you cut the regeneration from Ram's Uranus.
Yep.
Cut the regeneration from Hilda. Like I said, the draft-wise, it's siding. That's why I sided more towards Zion.
Yeah,
But,
towards the late game, they are definitely an absolute monsters, I would say.
I know you like to say late game is 50K. So what is that first number that comes at 50K? 5, right?
Yep.
We are going to go into a 5-minute break, ladies and gentlemen, before game number 2. I got you guys there. We are going to go for a 5 minutes break. I'll see you guys after the break.
See you guys soon.
Beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
That time of the year again, where the best Mobile Legends Bang Bang teams from the tropical region of Southeast Asia converge together. The MLBB Southeast Asia Cup or MSC 2022. Who shall conquer and who shall be conquered? Which team will soar above the clouds and be crowned as the king of Southeast Asia? Like the Zodiacs, a total of 12 teams from the region will compete in 2 stages: the group stage and the playoffs. Each group of 3 teams will fight against each other in a best-of-2 match, where the weakest of each group will be eliminated. That leaves the remaining 8 to continue their paths of glory. To facilitate the epic battles between the giants, the MSC 2022 arena will be held at the City of Contrast and Diversity, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Witness the clash of titans from the supreme MLBB region from June 11th until June 19th. Follow #SupremeAC for more updates. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, where heroes make history.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So not so loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Hey everyone, Dev Pow here. In this video, I brought fantastic news. MLBB is releasing a new system, Creation Cam. Without further ado, let's take a look at the system's 4 major features. Today, I'll be recommending a few of my favorite gameplay. Watch carefully and make sure you don't miss a step. 1. Hide and seek. This gameplay allows you to fully experience the thrill of one against many. Now that it's hide and seek, we first need to assign the roles of the 2 teams. You can configure the size of each team on the configuration screen. First, I'll set 1 player from Team A as the seeker, and 5 players from Team B as hiders. Next, I'll check the hide minimap avatar option so the 2 teams can't see each other on the minimap. And then I'll adjust the 2 teams' attributes. Since there's only 1 seeker, I'll give them a major boost on damage, defense, and HP, but lower their movement speed. For hiders, I'll increase their cooldown reduction and movement speed, but take a chunk out of their HP. The 5 hiders need to avoid the Seeker's attack, assemble as fast as possible, and eventually take down the Seeker together before their base is destroyed. Who will be the last one standing?
Welcome back, Mobile Legends Bang Bang fans, to MPL SG Season number 3, week number 3, day number 2, series number 3, and this is the final series. Zion.
3-2, 3-2, 3-2, and game number 2.
Game number 3. Series number 3, game number 2. Zion winning the first one and probably can win the second one if they are showing the same performance like the previous game.
I mean, if they're going to use this momentum, Zion can use it to advantage, right?
Yes.
We know Zion is good at using momentum, but SMG, could they give them a solid... Because, they're literally under gunfire right now, but they're still moving.
Yep, that's true.
They are still moving.
And SMG played a lot of 3 games as well.
That's true.
Based on their record. But if Zion were to win 2-0 clean, it shows RSG and EVOS, they'll be like, I can tango with the big boys.
No, it just shows that Potato is like, aha. Potato is, aha.
Oh, now that you mentioned Potato, right? Okay, let's say if Zion were to win MPL SG, okay? So, Season 1, Season 2, Potato win championship, right? And for 4th place, if Zion wins this one, which means, right, whoever had Potato will become champion.
Nah, I don't believe in the one-man show because this is a team game, right? This is a team game, but we are going to go into the draft pick really, really soon right now. In about 5 seconds, I'm going to count you down, 5 and go.
Let's
Just
go.
like you guys, man. I
So
love
this
people.
is it. Let's go. Zion on the left and SMG is going to be on the right.
Oh, Zion first pick this time. Oh wait, no. Zion was first pick just now too, right? Oh no. It was SMG first pick.
Yeah.
So Zion, I feel like they shouldn't ban away the Fanny.
Sir,
Yeah, they don't have.
You see, I say then they do. Okay, next one, you should not ban Kufra and Layla. And then they start to ban Kufra and Layla. Oh, that's going to be scary. But SMG with the replies, it's going to be a easy Valentina ban because Zion is first pick. Red team is definitely able to ban away Valentina. But if you're going to be on the blue side, for Zion, you know, you don't have to ban Valentina. If they leave Valentina open and your first pick, free Valentina for everyone.
Yeah, that's true. Now, we know that, Zion will ban out the Grok, which is a priority ban in my books. You know, there's a lot of not a lot, but there is a flexibility in the Grok. You can put him in the EXP lane or you can put him as a roamer.
This is kind of hypocritical, right? Because rocks are stiff, but this is a movable rock. It's a Grok.
It's a good rock, and that's why he probably gets his name.
He's Dwayne. It's Pebble and then Grok. That could be his next evolution, right? That could be Pebble's evolution. But as we speak, SMG is going to reply with a Xavier ban. That's a must. You know, what are the 3 codes you live by for Xavier?
Ben Xavier, Ben Xavier, Ben Xavier.
That's right.
Yep.
That's the code we all should live by, even in ranked games, even in MPL games. No matter what stage you're on, you should always ban Xavier. But you have Sicilian, you have the Eve, you have the Fasa, you have the Kagura. These are the main priority mages, or even Lilia too. Yeah, forgot to left out Mr. Sela's comfort.
Yeah.
Yeah. And,
I mean, for mage hero pool, it doesn't matter, right? There's a lot for you to choose from.
Who
So
knows,
it's
next
still
time
fine.
it might be a physical damage mid. Ooh, controversy maybe. And we did see Beatrix mid before. It was like for a brief while.
Your team is banning.
Oh, it's gonna be a Baxia ban from Zion here, banning away the Baxia, not giving it away to SMG though.
Okay, so if SMG were to ban Karina next, most likely we can see either one of these teams going for the assassin jungle. That has been a trend, right?
That has been.
You ban Karina or you ban Baxia, one of the teams have that tank jungler, and then their opponents will get assassin jungler.
It's just going to completely destroy the assassin, right? Because you're going to soak up all that damage, and by the time I'm pushing out damage to you, we're going to be almost like equal already.
Yeah. And you gotta play well though. If you want to go for the assassin jungle, you need to play well.
What do you mean? They can play well. They're in MPL, man, when we are not.
Yeah, but they're going up against another pro team.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. So you do have to perform well. Okay, point made, and SMG, very respectable ban towards Supergirl here, leaving his Brody or Clint open.
Yeah, I think now 1-1 is a permanent ban. You have to permanent ban 1-1. It's just, annoying.
I mean, she's aight to me, right? She's aight. She's aight. You know, she's not really strong. I would say she's not super duper strong, but her kid makes her strong, right? But as we speak, Zion is going to go for a first blind pick, and what is it going to be? I think it's going to be Hilda or that's what we thought. I was about to say Karina, and it is going to be a Karina.
Yep, Karina, which means Hilda is open, Marsha is open.
I feel they're going to take Hilda because it's Darius Comfort, and then Zion, they might pick up Marsha. Force Guy Guardian Helmet. Maybe.
That can work.
Yep, Ram on his signature Zyroth. Too easy for... Wait, what? Nah, they're going to straight it out, right?
They're gonna switch it out.
It's not a Hilda jungle, right?
If
it's a Hilda jungle, I'm leaving this set and you're going to cast alone easy. Nah, I'm just kidding. They're probably going to swap over.
Yep.
And a Zion answer should be the Marsha there to soak up from Ram, too easy for Angelo. And they might be using a Uranus? I think Glory can play Uranus, right? Uranus is pretty much brain dead.
Yeah.
You just need to maintain your stacks. You just need to get your 4 stacks, with the spin, and then pop Ionic Ace when you're low.
Yeah.
And a free healing.
Yep, that's true. But I would say Zion should go for a priority mage now.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Sicilian?
Sicilian or Lilia, I would say, or Eve. These three.
Oh, it's a Prio Beatrix and a Prio. Okay, we got a Sicilian, right? Yeah, we got 50%, right? Right? So, just pass. Just pass 50%. Give you a okay lah. Just pass. Supergirl with the Prio on the Beatrix, but oh, I hear some woes. It is going to be a Ling. Okay. And okay, that Ling is going to rush to the back line to catch Chris, trying to catch Supergirl. Because you do not have 1-1, there's no way to debuff out of Tempest of Blades. You know, and once Angelo collects all 4 swords, which he can, it's going to be fast.
Yeah, but here's the thing, the SMG is going with that same composition again, the assassin jungle. I would say the previous meta kinda.
Yeah, they ban away Angela though. They're so scared because they know Angela is the only person who can go inside a hero, use hard guard, protect them from any sort of harm. Supergirl or Chris will be that squishy liability. So very smart banning here from Fenrir on SMG. Good coach. I love it. Good drafting, I would say. I mean, that's why he's a coach and I'm not.
Yeah, speaking of coaches, right? This is also a battle of the coaches.
Ooh, that's
right?
true, that's true.
Yeah, you have Potato at Zion and you have Fenrir in SMG, and both of these two are veteran, I would say, in the pro scene. So it's a battle of coaches as well for these two teams.
I think they still can play, so they are player come coach.
Yeah, they definitely still can play.
The skill sticks with you, right?
Yep.
But Zion banning away that Eve, denying Pebble from the Eve. But Pebble do have a Kagura though. Okay. Banning away a Phoveus. Okay, because that Phoveus is going to hunt down on that Ling, is going to hunt down on, that Zyroth. That's going to be a very big problem. I think Zion should ban away the Kagura.
Yeah, I mean, Pebble plays a sick Kagura, I would say.
Yeah. Okay, I've got to say it's one of the best.
Yep.
I can't lie. I won't say Sayla, but yeah, I'm gonna say it's the best Kagura is going to be Pebble.
Yeah. So they should either ban a Kagura or a Lilia here for Zion.
LL? Lilia. Yeah, Sayla is the best Lilia. Pebble is the best Kagura. And it's gonna be a Fasa ban. It is gonna be a Kagura pick. Guess it or not, I am right. But
Chivalry is dead.
Oh no, it's gonna be a clean.
Okay, I mean,
they don't need to scare because the bans are already all out and Zion has already picked their mid-mate. So why not? I feel they need somebody tanky now. A Marsha would be great. Esmeralda, not so much. I think Esmeralda is okay. If she manages to catch onto Ling, that would be good.
I mean, if you wanna catch someone in the back line, like EX Springs, I would say EXP lane, you can go for Yuzhong.
Oh yeah, with the Petrify.
Yeah, and he's tanky as well.
He is so tanky. It's like the battle of the lifesteal, right? Dyroth, king of lifesteal, Yuzhong, with the Shao residue.
Yeah.
Suck your life away. Oh, I hear somebody. It's gonna be a Pupo support.
And Kupa tank. Yes.
Yeah, I love it. Good old meta. Good. Okay, Zion, I gotta give it to you, and it's gonna be Uranus. All right. So it does seem like it's pretty balanced for Zion. Okay, as of right now, it's gonna be a 6v5 because you got Kupa also.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's gonna be a 6v5. Then if you have the Lord, it's gonna be a 7v5.
Yep.
Ooh, big brains. Quick math, bro.
Then SMG should go for Misita lah. Like that.
I mean, a Minnesota would be weird though. A Minnesota mid though.
They are missing a mage. So they really need a mage.
They lack magic.
Kagura.
The murkiest water.
You know?
Purest water.
Kagura? Yeah, Kagura. And that's right. It is going to be too easy for Angelo on that lane. Mr. 4 Swords Collector here. Best of luck on both teams. They are going to be going into the second game right now. Okay. I can't tell.
I would say Zion.
Really?
And the key was Fossa picking that Popol and Koopa as a roamer.
Oh yeah, that's going to catch SMG by surprise.
Because the traps provides vision.
That's true.
How are you going to hide?
The Pupo and Koopa is going to provide it's going to be your body, your meat shield.
Yes.
Literal meat shield, standing there, soak everything. And if you build tank, Koopa is going to be so thick.
Yes.
Okay, wait. Once you pop the ultimate,
there you go.
Even thicker. Thicker than my arm.
and my belly combined. All right, now we're going to stop talking about your body parts and let's go to the Land of Dawn. This could potentially be game point for Team Zion, but knowing SMG, they are popular with pushing this to game number 3. They want to push this to game number 3 and have a fighting chance.
Oh, could they pull it off though? Oh, Chris doing a good job here, leashing away the purple buff, but here comes Pebble. He's going to be able to spot out Chris. Chris takes a lot of damage in the early game, right?
Yep, exactly. Now, as you can see again for the second time,
wow,
Derry is not invading any buff because 3 of the guys are there, so unnecessarily for me.
Oh, sniped away. Lethal Wanderer is going to go. Wow. It's going to go towards Zion. Vanix with the humongous retry button. It does seem like Glory is suffering a little bit in lane here on the top lane, but no problem. He is a late game hero.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the goal lane, right, there's a lot of debate going with who is better. Whether is it Beatrix or Clint. I would say in terms of firepower, Clint has it, but clearing the wave, I will go for Beatrix.
Yeah, 100%. She has 4 weapons, Clint only have 1. See the difference? Weapon diff. But it does seem like it's going to be a jungle versus jungle here. And who is going to get that snipe down? I can't tell. But Vanix puts a lot of damage onto Too Easy for Angelo. But Vanix, because of that... Oh, I was about to say he lost out on EXP. They are both level 4. No problem to that.
All right, so as you can see at the top half of the map, less than 10 seconds before the first turtle spawns. That's going to be the first objective for both teams here. That's where the team fight is going to be happening. Team SMG, Too Easy for Angelo is up there. So better rotation for Team SMG. But as you can see, Zion inching slowly up top. But we're going to focus here in the goal lane first, though. We're going to
Zion
up to top.
Zion have 3 sprints. The rotation is going to be no problem to them. Look at Force all the way from the bottom lane coming up to the top. But here comes the 7 Claw, going to catch down all to Derry. Too easy for Angelo. He's going to pop the Tempest of Blade. He's going to be able to get right out. But here comes Pebble jumping right in. Overtime is not going to get onto anybody. And Van is going to get instantly demolished here. Glory running for his life. He's going to get traded back. 2 for nothing here. But the desperation from Force is going to take down Rum. Derry, can he get away though? Yes, he can. And the Turtle, throughout that whole fight, untouched.
Yep, untouched as well. But that was a well-timed play by Forza with that traps, right? Stopping Rum.
Yeah.
He goes down. So,
oh, Derry. No, this is bad. Fight him down. Okay, and the Turtle is going to go towards Zion again. What a snipe from Vanix. Mr. Big Boy retry button here.
all right, Forza here trying to secure the Little Wanderer for the side of Zion, giving them their speed, their movement speed in the riverbanks, though. We're going to focus here up top, the battle of the EXP. Now, Rum have that burst damage going up against Uranus, but look at Derry. It doesn't matter because
he's tanky.
He's tanky and he's close to the bushes, so that's a passive for you, for Hildas.
Oh, that's the vision granted. Derry trying to get back the little lizard. I call it the lizard. Some people call it green. I call it the lizard because on my map, it is the lizard. Yeah, so it does seem like Lethal Wanderer is not very much contested apart from the lizard. But Derry and Too Easy for Angelo gets a little bit too much damage here. But here comes the dog. Is it going to be enough? Okay, Spring is not going to get any damage down onto Vanix. Vanix blocked all of that damage.
Yep, so far, Zion and SMG, they are fighting. Like, both teams are being very aggressive, as you can see.
They're being violent.
Right, there's a lot of violence going on. But look at the goal difference right now. It's at 2K, inching towards Zion Esports and BOD.
Wow.
For Supergirl. So that's
Golden Lollipop for Chris.
Yep.
Scaler. Scaling alert, but here comes Supergirl. He's going to get so much damage from Derry. Here comes Spring with a follow-up, and Supergirl, he's going to get down. The ultimate comes down. Supergirl, can he get away? No, numerous pressure. He's not going to bust him down. Here comes Force out with the ultimate. A desperation trade for Derry. And Derry with the sprint is going to be last name Allen, first name Barry. Yep, and he still dies.
Oh, what a play by Rum, securing the kill on Chris. And there you go, the second turtle will spawn. The first one going up against, the first one has been secured by Zion. So Team SMG would want to go for this second turtle
That's
of the
a
game.
huge bloodbath, PC. Here comes the dog and the Cash Nibber's passion burning away in just 1 bar, 2 bars.
Yeah,
Not too much.
Forza is playing super aggressive in this game.
He's alright, he's alright. I mean, that's what Pupo do. Send out Koopa, just bite people. Tank my damage, I'm just commanding the dog. Anyone come to me, I bring back the dog. I'm done. That's all I do.
There you go.
Wow,
Back
Vanix.
then, just now, Vanix has secured the second turtle for Team Zion. Look at how
Pebble.
tanky Vanix is. But here comes
Angelo.
that 2 for Angelo into the back line. Tempest of Blade has been unleashed, trying to secure their own. Chris goes down for the second time in this game. He's trying to go for Pebble, though. Pebble goes down in the hands of Vanix. It'll be 1-for-1. Too easy for Angelo, and Derry will be escaping.
Wow, that was a very desperation trade there, Ben. Oh, Nibber's passion! And a Bite Koopa from the bush from out of nowhere. Wow. That was such a crazy catch, though. He's like, you got no vision.
Yep.
Munch. You're dead. Nibber's passion.
Zion Esports winning that team fight, plus securing the second title. Now look at the goal difference at 2K.
Wow. But you know what else is not 2K? 4K, you know, the definition we're watching in.
Glory good up against here. Ram. And there is going to be 2-1. Glory doesn't care. Uses a consecration to escape though. But look at here. Vanix and Chris popping away that bad fist.
Oh, no damage taken from Vanix. Vanix is taking close to none damage, but look at Vanix here. Yin Yang overturn from Pebble. He's going to get so low. Here comes Derry. Derry's going to get stunned up. Where is the follow-up? The Nibber's passion is going to burn down onto Derry, but here comes the purple buff contest here. Do they want to get this? Derry is waiting for them, but Ram is going to get caught on the flank. No EXP flanks for you.
Yep, they're trying to steal. Zion trying to drain away the resources from Team SMG. So Team SMG was protecting that purple buff to the best, you know, of the abilities, and too easy for Angelo. They have secured that. Now going for that orange buff before trying to go for this third turtle though. They're missing on 2 turtles, but look at Ram. 2v1, Forza and Supergirl trying to get him, but manages to escape. Badface has been activated there. Now Derry get hit by this green paw.
Ram, here comes the confuse. Here comes the dog. He's going to go on to Derry instead. Oh,
wow.
Oh. Wow. What was that? The traps is going to spot out so many people here. Forza planting traps here, there, and there, basically all across the map.
Yep, that was it, right? I said it before just now. That was the thing that I went for Zion because of that Purple Koopa by Forza, that pick by Forza itself. But look at this, Pebble, Chris, it's going to be 2v2 up in the middle here. 8-minute mark going into the mid-seconds of the game. I would say this is, it's looking like Zion.
Yeah, look at the items, man. BOD, Malefic Roar for Supergirl. He's gonna start shredding. Look at Vanix, not taking any damage from KX Spring. KX Spring building a Endless and then a BOD, but as we speak right now, Derry is gonna be forced to go back home. Team SMG though, they're trying to put down the aggression. Glory just doing, you know, Glory things.
Yeah, I was hoping for Team SMG having that link, you know, to be aggressive in the beginning. They are aggressive, but Zion countered it with being aggressive as well.
That's true. Wow, Vanix taking close to none damage. Oh, Sanguine Claw catches down onto Derry, but too easy for Angelo is gonna get sniped with 20% HP left here. Wow. Missed the sniper. Supergirl here switches out to the machine gun. Nibber's passion might be popped down at any given moment in time, but Chris is in a very awkward position here. Oh, yep. KX Spring going for the Malefic Roar. Pebble finally getting his Winter Truncheon. That's the spike. We are slowly getting into the spiky stage, Mr. Durian.
Yeah, that's it. And look at that. Too easy for Angelo, top half of the map. Now he is doing what he was doing before as a Hayabusa, right? Try to clear the way, trying to even it out, the map advantage, if you will. Now less than 5 seconds before the first lot spawns. And there you go. It's up for grab for both teams here.
Yeah, Zion, they are going to go for objective, and on the top side is going to be Glory pushing down the objective onto KX Spring. KX Spring's not being able to do much here. Let's take a look at the level gap. Vanix at level 12, too easy for Angelo at level 11.
Well, Vanix is definitely winning in terms of level just one though, but the most important thing is the goal difference right now.
Get Glory
Like 3K goal difference. Seems like Zion, this is their game to lose, to be honest. And there you go.
Look at the aggression.
But look at Forza being aggressive, trying to get into the front lines though. And this is what they need to do. They need to sink the wave and try to drain the resources. Too easy for Angelo wants to keep that purple buff though. But here comes the engagement. Look at Vanny Daly trying to escape, trying to get that bush though. Too easy for Angelo using the Tempest of Blade to escape, but securing his purple buff.
Oh my god, the damage coming out from Zion is insane. I say insane in the membrane.
Yep. A very, very good objective play coming in here, Zion. You know, very focused. They know what they want to do. Good macro pace coming in from Zion. I'm truly impressed with this team.
Yep, very well done. But as we speak, Glory is just going to be bathing in the Glory. Here comes the ultimate for Rum. It's not going to be enough to burst out Glory though. He's just going to be easily healing it back up. But here comes the Lord slashing. First slash, number 2. Forza jumps on, but he's not going to be able to catch on anybody. The ultimate for Forza is going to be used here. Here comes the Lord. The Lord is going to go down here, but Derry in the middle of it all, trying to take everything, and he is going to be the last victim and the first and only victim.
Yep. And there you go, Zion securing that one kill. They are putting in the pressure again. Even though they did not get that GG push, but they managed to secure, you know, an objective. And look at them right now. You know, just hovering over the front, you know, at the home base. They've already cleared the jungle though. They're trying to secure this inhibitor turret though. Look at the back line. Here comes the Tempest of Blade trying to clear the wave. But look at Rum. They're trying to get to the back line. Glory is all the way to the back, but Pebble goes down. Rum goes down. 2 for 1. Venice go down there on the side, but look at that. Derry goes down in the hands of Supergirl. They are wrecking havoc here for Zion Esports, securing the inhibitor turret, all the inhibitor turrets, in fact, for Team Zion.
Oh my gosh, it could be the GG push though, but
this could be it. It's only K-Springs left. There you go, 2-0 for Zion.
Oh my gosh, what a solid play coming out from Zion. Smiles on Forza, on my face too, on everybody's face in fact. But that was so good. Okay, no one noticed this, but we can watch it in the instant replay later because the Yin Yang overturn nearly caught out Supergirl and Chris. Everyone was focusing on the top part.
Yeah.
Your main damage dealers are on the back, and then I saw it. I was like, let's take a look back on the highlights. The game-winning fight. Hopefully, we did get that. Yep, this was the big Sanguine Claws here. SMG. Tempest Blade gets popped down, jumps in. Pebble not being able to catch that on to anybody, but Vanix is going to be that first victim, and so is Glory. 2 for nothing along with a turtle, but the desperation catch, desperation trade from SMG here. Yeah, look at this. Look at this, Look at the umbrella. Oof. Overturn catches nobody at all. But the sidestep from Forza and Supergirl. Wow. That's team play right there. SMG though, their team play was, I would say, okay. It's just a little bit staggered, right? I always say this, right? It's about the follow-ups, it's about drive, it's about power. The follow-ups sometimes are not correct, right? The timing is not there. That's why I feel, you see, Zion Esports takes 3 sprints with a flicker for Supergirl. Yeah. That's the amount of space that they need to come back. Looking at the items here, nothing much of a difference, but wait, it's not a full tank Cooper and Koopa. There's a Sea Halberd in there.
Oh, Sea Halberd.
That's a sneaky. That's a sneaky link there. It's a very sneaky move there by Forza. I mean, gets the armor pen, breaks down the damage, try to slow down anybody who does anything, and all I hear is rumble.
Yeah, there you go. And if I'm not wrong, the Sea Halberd also negates a bit of lifesteal.
Yes, it does.
Right?
I think it counters Demon Hunter too, if I'm not wrong. But no one on the side here is building... Yeah, no one built Demon Hunter. But we are going to go into the post-match stats right now. Post-match stats. And yeah. The damage is pretty equal though. 25k. Wow, very nice number from Chris though. 40,000. Perfect, clean number. And a Super with 43,000 and Vanix 36,000. Obviously going for the tankier build. And then, you know, Glory with the 16k. No problem to that. On the other side though, the damage is kind of lacking, right? They got snowballed.
Yeah, they got snowballed from start to finish, which is something that I'm kind of disappointed a bit with Team SMG because, like I said, they have that link supposed to snowball on your side, not the other side. But again, Zion played really, really well. They managed to just, managed to just stay on point.
They did.
With their objective gaming, but being aggressive at the same time.
And it looks like it's going to be Supergirl, and then Dairy with the big boy sandbag.
Yes.
Yeah, and oh my god, I can't recognize it. It's Chris. Oh, it's Vanix.
Vanix.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Vanix. I'm sorry, Vanix.
Forgotten one, yeah.
Literal forgotten one, yeah? I'm so sorry to Vanix. Big love for Zion though. Very good play coming out from both sides. SMG did put up a fight. Some people would disagree with me, but this time with Zion, they finally are able to close down the base without actually closing, nearly losing the base. But this time, they clean out the base correctly, let Glory soak up the turret aggro, clears it out fast and great. Zion, I mean, that's pinpoint finish. That's a good example of a clean finish.
It is very clean, and I think both matches ends like under 20 minutes.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
All right, and next up we do have the MVP. I think it's gonna be Supergirl.
Phoenix.
Supergirl.
Phoenix.
Oh, it's Forza. Wow, the unexpected one. Sea Halberd, Athena Shield, Dreadnought Armor. Probably gonna go for Anti-Curious. Yeah, that's an Anti-Curious.
Maybe Antique, yes, correct.
Yeah, he's gonna go for Anti-Curious. So 305 match kill participation, 67%. 2% shy of my favorite kill participation number, but a goal per minute, 548 on Forza. This is why, like I said, SMG, they could pull something out of pocket, but Zion could pull something out too because Potato, he's a potato. You can make him into French fries. You can eat potato chips. That's why the example I'm trying to say here is versatility.
Yes, that's true. And the thing is, kudos to Forza, fellow Roma getting the MVP finally.
Yeah, man. Romans unite.
Romans, yep.
We also have Burgerdale. I'm just thinking of anything that has potato. Our mashed potato. Potato in mala.
I've never tried that though.
Oh, it's good, man. It's good. You have to try it. What other potatoes are there? I can't really think. But that kind of sums up the game today.
Yep.
There was a solid game, I must say. It was a nice, clean sweep. It's like in real life, I call it a real leg sweep. Yep. Like some trying to trip somebody, trying to push them off their balance.
That's true. All right, now with that being said though, before we close the game, we're going to hand over to the Throne for Champions by OSIM and none other than Go for it.
And welcome back to the Throne for Champions winners interview presented by OSIM. I'm and I'm here with Chris from Team Zion, who has just won SMG 2-0. So let's start off with something I've noticed from Team Zion is that you guys generally like to fool around, like to emote each other. Can you tell me a little bit more about where this team energy comes from? Like, what is the team energy and how did it form?
As in like what emote each other?
Like, you guys always like to fool around and emote. Like, you guys are very chill in general, maybe not so serious. Like, can you tell me where that come from?
We are serious. It's just when it's time to have fun, we'll have fun. So we will chill. Then we just
in the SMG game, you guys were just like, just in the jungle waiting for them.
Yeah, because we got the lead already, so we didn't want to give them back some control of the map. So we just stay there and then see what we can take from them. Yeah.
So can you tell me what your team energy is like, maybe not in game? Like, how are you guys together? Like, how are you guys?
Same for today.
In general, like Team Zion.
Actually today, the whole day, we've been very tired already. Because there's like a lot of technical pauses in the esports game, right? So we were waiting in the waiting room for very long. Then we were just all very lethargic. We were just waiting for our turn to play and then we can go home early and rest.
I do notice the holding room for Team Zion is quite quiet. So I guess you guys were just resting and chilling.
Oh no, we actually quite noisy because we were like playing 1v1, just chilling, trolling. Then we were watching the AMT game. commenting on here and there. Yeah.
Maybe that's why you guys were so tired. You guys were noisy, actually noisy.
Yeah, because if we don't do anything, we'll be even more tired. We're finding things to do. Yeah.
Fair, you do have a point. Okay, moving on. So, Evil might join you guys at the upper brackets in the top 4. So, what do you think of them?
Sure, I feel that their team is a lot of potential one. Because they don't have, from what I know, I think they don't have any coach or anything. So they are just by themselves. And I feel that the games that they played so far, they have proven themselves to be worthy of being in the top upper bracket lah. So honestly, it would be quite on par with them, maybe if we fight with them again. But who knows?
Who knows? With that being said, Team Zion had a good run this regular season. So, do you guys expect this run?
Expect, yes. Because we really put in a lot of effort and keep training like non-stop. So I feel that us having this score is well deserved.
So do you guys think you can beat RSG next week? That's your final boss in the regular season.
Confirm can.
Whoa! 2-0 or 2-1?
I would say 2-0, but yes.
Where is this confidence coming from?
I feel that we've improved a lot. And RSG have been slacking off, I feel, in the recent games against other teams. That's what I've observed.
Okay, I think we will have to see next week about that. Last question before we end off. Who do you think is stronger, EVOS or RSG? And why?
If EVOS is like on form and serious, I think EVOS is stronger.
It's as if you're saying RSG is completely not serious.
Yeah, but if EVOS were to be fully serious and
like they're really try hard.
If they are really trying, then they should be a stronger one.
Okay. All right. That's all from us. The last interview, we are from the Throne for Champions. Why do you keep looking at me? We're at the Throne for Champions winners interview presented by OSIM. He's Chris, I'm Yuno, and we'll be handing it back to the casters. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Yuno. Once again, that was Throne for Champions presented by OSIM, the winners interview. And yes, it does wrap up today's action. Yeah, a quick little interview from Chris. Get a little bit of insight into how the Zion squad actually works on the, on their mental side, their social side. Yeah. And some hot takes from him. I guess I'm glad that we squeezed out those answers. Who's better, EVOS, RSG? I want to direct that question to the panel as well. Based on the regular season, we're almost at the last day. I think at this point we're basically free to ask who is better based on the past 6 days of results. RSG or EVOS? I want some straight and direct answers. No beating around the bush. No sitting on fences. Facts.
RSG.
Okay. Wow. Any reason to substantiate, or is it just a gut feel?
Because RSG, they have a strong showing, right?
Okay.
And especially when I mentioned this before, between Bray and Lolzy, they have that good connection going on. And I mean, Bray is on point now.
Yep.
And it seems like the macro play for RSG is way better, I feel, comparing to EVOS. So this is their season. If they lose, I don't know what to say.
Wow. Okay. Before I think that's very true. I think RSG has the highest potential for winning so far. Regular season is still regular season after all. It determines whether you're up or down, but you still gotta win it to the end, right?
Yes.
And you still gotta defeat your demons. I think also asked Zion, your final boss RSG, how you're gonna deal with them. I think RSG are the team to beat right now. They're facing EVOS next week, and that that's still up in the air because we don't know, but I think RSG are the team to beat now. They're that final boss. A lot of people are starting to think because EVOS have been slipping a little bit. They slipped against Almighty today. They slipped against Evil, and that is not the powerhouse that we're used to. Are we seeing some saving strats here, or are we seeing... what's your hot take, Vertigo?
Oh my god, this hot take.
Okay, let's go.
Are you guys ready?
We're gonna add the spicy sauce. We're gonna squeeze out that chili sauce.
So you see this, right? If you're gonna be playing a game, you're gonna be meeting the boss. So there are definitely people who actually wins the boss. This is my theory, right? There is tutorials and walkthrough on how you beat the main boss, that's RSG and EVOS, but you can never beat the secret stage, and that is EVO.
I asked for a question, I got confused.
So everyone is so the thing is everyone's like RSG or EVOS. I say evil, right? Everyone is like
okay. I know. Evil looking good, and in what I'm sold. I'm an Evil fan now, but I want to know EVOS or RSG.
Honestly, I've got to give it to EVOS. They look more disciplined as compared to RSG. RSG, they are slacking a little bit, but when both comes head to head, it's going to be a split decision. It's going to go towards EVOS, right? Although they did slip up today, I feel this is a wake-up call to them. Youngin is going to start going crazy with the draft, and then Anime is going to be like, no, I should not make mistakes like this today. I'm going to go train 2 times as hard.
But why is it said that the thunder just hit outside? So I don't know if you offended some of the deities upstairs.
What I mean, I'm up there.
Okay.
They are agreeing with me. So, you know, the thunder roar is like, let's go.
All right.
The only one who predicted the Almighty to 1, right here.
Fair enough. But then again, you're kind of a wild card when it comes to predictions. You just guess whatever everyone else is not guessing. So that might be mad genius. We will never know. After all, I still owe you dinner. So what do I know? Okay, so with that said, I think I kind of agree with Izzy. I think this might be RSG season. EVOs look like there are cracks in the armor they could defeat. But RSG's always got that mental thing. They cannot beat EVOs. They might beat everyone else, but they just cannot beat EVOs. So I was talking to some of the people downstairs. The way they can win this is they pray for the first round for EVOs to get knocked down to the lower bracket, and then someone takes care of them at the bottom. And then RSG just wait for whoever is next and then win the throne. I think that is one way that RSG could win the throne this season. Or it might be Zion, or it might be Evil. You never know. I think we kind of have our top 4 solidified at the end of day 6. We can take a look at the standings to just see exactly how far we have come in terms of results. If I'm not wrong, it should be RSG at the top.
No, it's going to be Zion at the top.
Zion, I think.
Zion
2-0 clean win.
Yeah,
true.
It's going to be Zion.
Zion at the top. Yeah, that's going to be a nice screenshot for their social
Zion?
media.
Yeah, because they have a 1 game advantage.
There we go.
See?
Yeah. Okay.
8-2, one game lesser lost. So it's going to be 4-1. Although they are the same, but a higher win rate, of course. So it's going to be Zion, RSG, and then EVO. So Zion sitting on the top boys, and then EVO there sneakily.
That's gonna be nice for the Zion social media, guys.
It's going to be great.
Snapshot day 6. We're right at the top again, and next week we have Zion versus EVOs. That's going to be a spicy one, and we have Flash versus RSG. Now, I think that is something that we will also want to talk about. Flash versus RSG next week is going to be a point of contention. Yes, I know RSG are ahead. You know, they're in the head in terms of track record and everything, but if final week gameplay is to be any kind of indication, I feel like a lot of the teams that kind of already secured top seed might take the opportunity to try out some new things. Like, if the score doesn't matter already, I'm going to get my experience in on certain heroes. I'm going to get my certain subs to get some EXP. And that might give Flash an opening to, stab. Yeah. I mean, I feel like that could happen. Do you think so?
I think so too, because we've talked to some of the coaches, right? And they say that, these new guys, they need to play. And if it doesn't matter in the standings anymore, let your guys play. Even if you lose, it doesn't matter. So you're right. Flash, if they lose, RSG put in the sub. If they lose, I don't know what to say.
Like who else could only predict that, Flash might win RSG? They might find cracks in their armor.
Yeah.
I am the guy who finds cracks in armor.
Okay, so is there going to be a crack or no?
There is going to be a crack. 100%. I can see the future.
So Flash wins?
Yes, Flash wins. 2-1. I'm giving RSG 1.
Okay, RSG 1. All right.
Yep, they do have break.
All right, RSG social media people, tear him to bits, all right? Tear him to bits. When you guys win, destroy him, all right? Destroy him. I'm just setting up the narrative and setting him up for failure. That's all.
But then
Please prove him wrong, okay? I don't want Vertigo to be right every week, all right? He makes these baseless claims and it's correct.
It's
somehow.
not baseless.
Right?
I have a higher power than I seek.
RSG, please. I know you got to train the new guys, but make sure the new guys win. They're good. I've seen them play. They're good. All right. Make sure they win and prove him wrong. All right. And then destroy him. On social media. I'll reshare it.
I mean, I'll be like thankful if RSG destroys me. It's content for them. It's content for me. I love it, and I hope to see RSG prove me wrong.
Okay.
Right. I hope to see RSG prove me wrong. Okay. It's just a learning lesson.
Learning
for RSG. RSG's like, I'm gonna go.
The more you speak, the more thunder there is out there. So I'm going to let the folks at home know.
I'm going to go harder so there is content to prove Vertigo wrong.
Okay, it's content to prove vertigo wrong. I think we talk a lot about the other teams, but I think the very important thing for Flash, Almighty, SMG are done because they have no more games next week. So they are actually done for the season, regular season. So it's only Almighty and Flash. I'm not sure about the math because math is not my strong point, but they have an opportunity to try and get that 5th place because the 5th place gets a walkover in the lower bracket first round. They don't have to fight for their lives on the day one. They do not go home day one. And I think that's very important for morale. It gives you a little bit of time to reset, watch the teams on day one of playoffs. And speaking of playoffs, remember guys, it's going to be a live event at Grid, all right? It's going to be at Grid Mall. It's a brand new mall that just opened. Go check that out, all right? This season, we're finally, with COVID dying down, we're finally able to do a live event. The mall's really cool, got lots of nice food, lots of nice things to look at. Definitely go check that place out. It's going to be on the 29th and the 30th of April, as well as the 1st of May. So 3 days of playoffs back to back. So come down every day if you want. I think
Dhoby God.
you'll be seeing me. No, it's not Dhoby God.
Yeah, it's at Dhoby God.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Dhoby God, exit, turn right, walk straight for about 600 to 700 meters, and then turn left.
Is it?
Yes, it is. I've been there on foot.
I don't know. You can trust him or you can trust Google Maps.
I have a higher power, remember this.
Okay.
Almighty 2-1.
You know, this could be content as well. If you guys get lost, then you can also tag him and blame him. All right, I think with that said, just want to thank all of you guys for joining us today. It's been a long day. It's been long. We had the longest series for today as well, 30 minutes. I think that is a record. We got 2 Maniacs today as well. That's a lot of kills. The daily recap is going to be pretty crazy to,
Evil boys.
See through. And Evil won again, so Reese is happy. But yes, please, do tune in next week to see if Vertigo will be wrong about his prediction. That's always something nice. We can grow
Evil is going to win
Vertigo.
again next week.
Yeah, Evil, I can believe that. I can believe that. But Almighty seem to be waking up. They always wake up towards the end of regular season. So, that could happen as well. But anyway, that's going to be that for today. 23rd of April is next week, and that's going to be the final day of the MPL SG Season 3 regular season. Make sure you tune in and catch that. And of course, make sure to smash that follow button so that we hit our milestones, yeah? And as always, thank you so much for joining us. Have a good night. We'll see you next week.
Saber guys just can't stop screeching. Saber guys just can't stop. Hey, that purple thing looks cool. Well, who's the hero now?
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces.
So let's get what's allowed.
To call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.